What is it about Antarctica that feels so eerie, so foreboding? Is it the intense cold temperature that could kill you quickly without the proper clothing? Is it the desolation, knowing you're most likely going to be alone? Or is it the scarier possibility that you might not be alone? Interestingly, starting with some of the earliest explorations of the barren landscape, many have documented a weird presence which seems to follow, or at least watch people as they move about. It's a pretty common phenomenon, and it's called the third man factor, which describes traumatic experiences where an unseen presence provides support to a person. Some of the more famous encounters involve long-distance sailors, shipwreck survivors, mountaineers, miners, and in our case, polar explorers. In fact, it takes that name from the account of one of those very men, Ernest Shackleton, who was crossing the mountains of South Georgia Island in 1916 after losing their ship the Endurance in the ice. It was him and 2 other men trying to reach a whaling station so they could hopefully go back and rescue the rest of their shipmates. This journey involved a treacherous climb and was done on very small rations and no sleep, plus barely any equipment. It's in these dire conditions that Shackleton would record that perilous journey. Many times he would state, "It felt like there were 4 men marching, not 3. And when they had finally reached safety, he relayed this to 2 other men who strangely stated they too had experienced the same feeling of some invisible companion helping them. This, however, was just the beginning of this strange presence of Antarctica. If we fast forward to 1980, you get another famous encounter when 4 members of the expedition set up their base camp to wait out the winter. The radio operator was a woman named Virginia Fines, who had spent numerous hours running the radio, which was about 160 feet away from the main living quarters of the camp. One night, she would call to her husband and say, "There's something here." She then told him she felt some disturbing presence was following her when she left the hut. Other times she reported hearing a whispering of indistinguishable words from close behind her, which is a similar account to what many other polar explorers would report. This would only get stranger when another team would fly in later on to dismantle the base after the expedition, and one member would report that the empty hut felt like there was an aura inside, and after sealing it up, he stated he would never want to go back. Then we have Apsley Cherry Garrett, who penned maybe the greatest true adventure story ever, The Worst Journey in the World, about his survival of the ill-fated Terra Nova expedition. And he would write, "The whole place is very eerie. There is such a feeling of life about it. Not only do I feel it, but others do also. Last night after I turned in, I could have sworn I heard people shouting to each other. I thought that I had only got an attack of nerves, but Campbell asked me if I had heard any shouting, for he had certainly done so. They would eventually reason that what they heard had to be seals, even though the screams did sound human." It got stranger though, as Apsley would record that about 2 hours after they turned in for the night, something began to knock on the window. After about 5 or 6 knocks, someone quickly lit a candle and they all rushed outside to look, but nothing was there. This, the men reasoned, probably was just a dog wagging its tail and hitting the window. It is also worth noting that Sir Edmund Hillary, the first man to reach the summit of Mount Everest and make it back alive, would camp at this same hut on his expedition in 1958, and he claimed when he had opened the door to enter the hut, he seen Ernest Shackleton himself, who walked towards him and invited him in. There have also been accounts of actually seeing an entity, which is described as being a male figure. This happened in one expedition at the Argentinian base, where the men reported feeling a strong sensation of being observed at night. So, these are creepy accounts, but what to make of them? Well, it's no surprise that most scientists think it comes down to nothing more than psychophysiological stress responses. Just imagine the extreme cold you would deal with. Now on top of that, imagine being hungry, dehydrated, sleep deprived, and suffering from sensory deprivation because all you can see for miles is white snow. That could easily trigger hallucinations, and it's possible that the brain creates this third man as an imaginary companion to help us in this life-threatening moment. Another thought is that they could have been suffering from electromagnetic and infrasound effects. Infrasound specifically, coming from low-frequency vibrations in ice and wind, could cause anxiety or give the illusion of movements or voices, especially if you are already stressed. Or maybe there is really something supernatural about Antarctica. February 2022, Victorica La Pampa in Argentina would be the site of this next very strange mystery. It comes from a local newspaper in the area and told the story of 3 residents who were traveling home to the neighboring province of San Luis. The people were a married couple and their son, who was also an adult, and it's here in the pickup truck, driving through around midnight, that they reach a road arch on the border of the province, and suddenly, they began to see lights appear all over the night sky. At first, they were confused, but they thought it must be a reflection from the lighting of the agricultural greenhouses, which the local area is known for. But as they moved forward, they soon realized this could not be greenhouse lights. A minute later, as they moved along, they were stunned to see that they were now driving along an avenue in their hometown where they were heading. They stopped, obviously, because they were perplexed. They had almost driven the entire route back to their home, yet their GPS said they still had 16 miles to go, and 16 miles is the exact distance between the arch where they saw the lights in the sky and their home. It wasn't until they drove a few more blocks that their GPS finally reset, but the question remained, how did they make it 16 miles from that arch to their hometown in a 1-minute drive, only to see that the GPS had glitched? Interestingly, none of them discussed the event at first, and they didn't until the next morning. Apparently, they just suddenly remembered it, as if they had been in a coma the night before and forgot everything. But they now realized that somehow they teleported all the way home, although they weren't sure how. The family did agree to speak to the press, of course, only if the papers agreed to keep their names discreet. But what are the theories? Was this really some kind of time glitch, or something more mundane? Well, obviously, it's most likely true that the GPS did malfunction, and that's probably all. It just lost connectivity with the satellite, or something like that. Maybe even froze up at the border arch and regained signal back in town. And if someone is solely relying on the GPS for orientation, it can feel like some kind of time loss event happened, especially if you're driving at night on something as monotonous as a long stretch of highway, which can put you in a trance-like state, rendering you into a brief microsleep which might feel like 1 minute of time. Of course, the supernatural theories is why I made this video. Some people believe that it was a legit time slip, some kind of wormhole, or something to that effect, instantaneously transported them 16 miles away, close to their destination. Of course, others speculate that they could have been abducted. Don't forget about those bright lights they had seen. That would also explain how they forgot everything from the night before. World War II, the North African Campaign, plays home to this next bizarre mystery that to this day remains classified. Collected over the decades are pieces here and there from hundreds of witnesses who gave their accounts. It would all start when a group of pilots were sent out in Lockheed P-38 Lightnings, big twin-engine fighters. They had just been deployed out over the Mediterranean in what was then controlled by the Germans, and it was not going to be an easy patrol, because they did run into the enemies whom they engaged in a battle over the sea. After an exchange of gunfire, the pilots disengaged and headed back to base to refuel, but not before they came back together in the air, counting one another on the way, making sure everyone was safe. Unfortunately though, it appeared as if one plane was missing. The pilots began doing safety calls to one another, trying to figure out who had crashed, because it was possible that the man could have parachuted safely out and was floating in the ocean, or maybe even the plane had coasted back to land. Regardless, a rescue crew would need to be deployed, but none of the pilots remembered seeing what happened to the other plane during all the chaos, and no one could see any pilot or plane down in the water below. And since they were running low on fuel themselves, they had no choice but to go back to base, where they compared notes, debriefed with intelligence, then told their superiors about the missing pilot. Without any idea of where to go, they simply had to wait. They gave him enough time to burn what fuel could have been left, and then everyone began to worry. But they figured, we'll give him 2 more hours, just in case. Although they widely conceded It would be a miracle if he showed up after that. And he didn't. The men hoped and prayed that another base in North Africa would soon call in and tell them that a damaged P-38 made an emergency landing there, but those hopes too were dashed. The men had to face the facts. This unnamed pilot wasn't coming back, something they would experience throughout the war. But this time, it would be different, because something unexpected happened. As the sadness came over the camp, the air raid siren went into full alert. The guns were manned, pilots ran into the fighter aircraft and jumped in, waiting for their officers to give the clear to ascend and engage. Apparently, radar had picked up a single aircraft coming in very fast at a low altitude, which certainly meant it was a fighter. Unfortunately, the nationality was unknown. Finally, the anxious men hiding in place saw the aircraft buzzing in. It was making a shallow descent, and the men recognized the sound of the engine. It was the unmistakable roar of the P-38. Had their friend made it back? They couldn't be sure, so the base stayed on high alert since the pilot had not activated his IFF signal, which would identify him as friend or foe. But the base would fire up flares into the air to try and get the pilot to indicate his intentions, but he did not respond. By now, everyone on base had came back outside to look up into the sky. What was going on? Were they in danger? The officers, still unsure, would not give the signal to fire. But around the midpoint of the airfield, the fighter started to stagger. It jerked about, and then everyone below got an unsettling feeling when they seen the plane begin to come apart in the air. There was no explosion or any fire whatsoever. It just seemed to be coming apart. Then, the body came out and started to fall to the ground. A chorus of men screamed up, "The chute! Pull the ring! Open it!" The body continued to fall, however. But then, a sigh of relief came over the men when they saw that the chute had come out and extended and the body slowly fell to the ground. As the men cheered in joy, then, as it hit the ground, the jeeps and trucks quickly drove over to the scene to retrieve the pilot where the plane crashed. But they were struck with something that completely blew their mind. The pilot was dead. During the engagement with the Germans, enemy fire had ended his life. Even crazier, an autopsy revealed he had been dead for hours, and somehow the aircraft made it back. But it's still not over. The absolute craziest part of the story was the fuel tank was completely empty, and I mean bone dry. Mechanics theorized the plane somehow remained in the air for hours after all the fuel had been used. So what gives? Well, let's start with where this account comes from. A book called Ghost of the Air, written by a man named Martin Caidin. The book documents real accounts of pilots who have experienced strange phenomena in the air. Caidin himself was a pilot and an expert in the aeronautics field. He was a prolific writer, and his most famous work, Cyborg, is what the $6 Million Man franchise was based on. But in the case of our mystery, he claimed he tracked this story down in the late 1950s. After hearing rumors about it for years, he was eventually given access to the classified files under the agreement that they never left the vault. But he was allowed to take notes. At some point, when he went back for another visit, the files had been removed and he never found them again. So for theories, let's start with the obvious. The whole account was a lie by Martin Caidin. First of all, you gotta remember, even though he did write many scholarly military and aviation books based on fact, he was better known for his fiction writing. And there's also the fact that he claimed to be a psychic, and he had the ability to move things with his mind, which might cast doubt on this story. But if it did happen, then there's just a few theories. It's possible that one of the engines shut down, while the other one ran on low-grade fuel or mist, and it was able to keep the aircraft aloft on minimal power, long past empty reading, basically coasting on fumes. Likewise, although there was not an official autopilot command, the aerodynamic trim tabs and a locked cockpit control could have caused the aircraft to fly straight and level until drag finally tore it apart. Of course, maybe this was a real account of a ghost pilot or some kind of other supernatural occurrence. Petrópolis, Brazil, October 25th, 1957. A young girl, whom we only have the name Señorita Lais, was going through something that would bring a tear to nearly anyone's eyes. She was suffering from stomach cancer, terminal. It was something that had brought the family bedside, as it was clear that her end was near. Now, we don't have a lot of information about this family, so it brings up an interesting question. How do we even know about the story? Well, there was one witness who came forward. He was actually the family's maid, Annaziya Maria, who gave this account to a journalist. According to Annaziya, the girl had been given many treatments to control the cancer, but the doctors had finally told the family all hope was lost. They did not want to give up, though, and would move to a small farm in August of 1975, hoping the change in climate would help. But of course it didn't, and she only got worse. The only medicine she received was morphine to help with the pain. She couldn't even eat anymore, which brings us back to the night of our mystery. It was in those hours of great sadness that the family fully expected her not to make it through the night, and the injections were no longer helping. With grief, her father sang a verse by her bedside, and then something strange happened. A light burst into the window. Everyone turned around to look, and this light, strong and bright, seemed to shine directly onto the home. Her brother, a boy named Julino, would shout, "Look," and he ran to the window and saw a disc-shaped machine sitting there in the light. Annaziya was not sure of the diameter, but it wasn't big. She did note that the upper part was enveloped in a luminescence of a reddish-yellowish color. The craft was now sitting in the yard, and the family watched the port side door open and two small objects emerged. They began making their way towards the family home, while a third being remained inside the craft, and Annaziya would note she could see a green dim light shining from within the craft, where the third being was still standing. These things, whom she would describe as human, came into the home. She said they were short, maybe about 3'10", with large heads, reddish ears, small slanted eyes, and vivid green skin. She would notice as they came in that they wore white thick suits and something on their hands that appeared to be gloves. The suit's chest, sides, and cuffs shined brightly. They came up to Senorita Lais, who was moaning in pain, looking at the beings, and of course, did not understand what was going on. No one did. Everyone remained quiet. These beings then pulled out instruments and placed them on the cover. If you think it's crazy so far, you haven't seen anything yet, because he would place his hand on the father's head, and then, with a bluish light, showed all of Senorita Lais's interior, specifically her belly. He then took another instrument and pointed it in the direction of the stomach, and everyone could see the cancer. They then began their operation, which lasted half an hour. Senorita Lais fell asleep, and the beings left. But before they did, they communicated with her father telepathically, telling him to give her this medicine for the next month. They then handed him a sphere made of stainless steel-like metal, which contained 30 small white pills, which she took over the next month, and she would get to feeling better. And at the next visit with her doctor, he verified her cancer was gone. So what to make of this crazy account? Obviously, it's most likely a total hoax. The whole story hinges on this one maid's testimony, and the girl's identity cannot be found because we were not even given her full name. In fact, the case mirrors a couple of other famous ones from the same time frame. Okay, but what if it did happen? Well, I guess the theories would be some secret clandestine medical team did all of this under the guise of the aliens so they could test out some experimental cancer treatment, or maybe it was real aliens. Imagine you are on vacation. You've had a great day at the beach and spent the night on the town before coming back to crash at your immaculate room. You turn the TV on for a little background noise before you try to get some sleep, and you grab the remote and start going through the channels, and you come across something odd, a channel that is complete static except for a face in the middle. Would you be creeped out? That's the dilemma this anonymous poster from the paranormal board of 4chan faced. And before we go any further, I guess now is a good time to credit Pixels After Dark, the channel that originally documented this one, after he browsed the paranormal board looking for weird mysteries. The poster in question had been staying at a Super 8 hotel, and upon channel surfing, he came across a channel 73, which didn't exist according to the hotel TV guide, because the hotel's TV only went up to 68, but it was here He found 73, which was static field, except for a faint, creepy face surrounded by a glow, along with a watermark in the corner which read, Plus TV. He recorded the incident and uploaded it online, where it then prompted a lot of speculation, obviously. He reminded many people of the movie Ring, or even things like the Max Headroom incident. A lot of commenters focused on the watermark itself, Plus TV, which they believed suggested a now-defunct Finnish channel, while others believed it was an Asian broadcast channel and the image was just a frozen frame from a transmission long ago. Interestingly, all other channels near 73 displayed normal static, and to show it wasn't a hoax, he would post multiple videos and images from different angles. Of course, this was 4chan, a site notorious for trolling and lying, so many of the commenters began to suggest that was exactly the case here. The uploader simply connected a laptop to the TV via HDMI and then played a spooky custom clip, or maybe a hotel employee pulled off a prank on the guest. Yet, the most logical theory was TV piracy, just like the Max Headroom incident. A local pirate broadcaster hijacked an unused frequency to test their setup, and then embedded a static field screen with a faint image or symbol. It would go unnoticed unless you were flipping through the channels at just the right time. February 11th, 2012, Mortegliano, Italy. Leonard D'Andrea was driving along a road in the evening after his work shift, where he would see traffic slowing down up ahead. Rolling to a stop, the young 24-year-old assumed that there was a crash up ahead, and he would just have to wait it out. But since he was going to be there for a while, he figured he would get up and stretch his legs and walk ahead to check things out. But to Leonard's surprise, there was no accident at all. Actually, he seen something he could not believe. There, in the distance, in front of 13 cars, seemed to be some kind of strange creature walking around. And it was tall, probably around 13 feet in height. Leonard would rush over and talk to some of the other drivers, who would tell him, yeah, this thing had been here for a while. And Leonard, being pretty brave, would pull out his flashlight and actually shine it up at the being. But since it was turned the other way, he could never get a good look at its face, although he could tell that its head was rounded and ended in a cone. But what disturbed him was just how big this thing was. It moved calmly, wore no clothes, and its hairless skin was smooth and off-white. Its knees bent forward, and its tendons were visible on its legs and arms. The creature kept slowly walking about. There were at least 15 other witnesses who just sat there and watched, while at least one car driving up flashed it with its headlights, which irritated the being, causing it to walk off the road and into the countryside. The story would make it to the internet via a professor of math, Antonio Cumento, who is also a ufologist. He was called directly by Leonard. He was the first person to investigate the claim, and he would actually hunt down these other witnesses, and they confirmed the story, but with one catch. They didn't want their names released. However, that wasn't the only sketchy thing about the being, now known as the Mortegliano Giant. An illustration was also created, which was supposed to be a reconstruction of the creature. As you can see here, the artistic rendering was supposed to have been made by a Berlin professor, then an artist commission. But the sketchy part was, this image was actually created and uploaded online a full month before the sighting, and someone flipped the image to avoid it being picked up by search engines, which gives this claim 2 strikes so far. But there are other oddities. Usually, in these investigations, ufologists will not release any details until they've actually had a while to research the incident, but not our professor. Antonio, he immediately went on TV and released all the details to the case, which was made stranger by the fact that he had not even went to the site yet. Actually, he hadn't done any research. He simply reported all this after the one phone call from Leonard. Regardless, he stayed at it, giving updates on his Facebook all day, claiming new witnesses were coming forward, the military was involved, and possibly even a photo was coming later that day, and anyone who questioned him were simply blocked from viewing his Facebook, and some were even threatened with legal action if they asked him to provide proof. However, let's throw the professor's weirdness out for a moment, because maybe it's possible that Leonard never knew he was going to be so sketchy. Maybe this was not orchestrated between the two, and instead, the professor was just trying to cash in on the claim before any other ufologist. Well, then where were the photos? This was 2012, and everyone had cell phones. Leonard had an answer for that. He told investigators the cell phones were not working. Just like many of the cars began to suffer electrical and engine problems, the phones too were useless, no doubt because of this giant. But this all sounds pretty sketchy, especially when you consider none of these other witnesses have ever came forward after all these years. It is possible, though, that something did happen, something easily explained. Actually, the evening this happened, the carnival was in town and nearby. Maybe it was a prank, or even more likely, an elaborate roadside scare set up to draw people in, and for whatever reason, Leonard fell for it. Of course, I have to also say, maybe it was a legit case of unexplained phenomena. Hey guys, you know what time it is? It's the Small Mystery Roundup, a segment where we take a look at a lot of the smaller mysteries that don't deserve a larger segment, or are just not very interesting. We start off with a fringe theory that basically got its start way back on the early conspiracy icebergs. Essentially, it states that molecules are actually visible to the naked eye. This one was more of a joke theory, or just a way to get people hopelessly researching a topic and wasting time, because this one is certainly not true, and it's basically viewed as a meme type theory anyways. Speaking of meme theories, the fish monster at the window internet legend is another one of these that was most likely submitted as a joke. The picture actually traces its origin back to a now defunct website found via the web archive called www.ghoststudy.com. On this site, they had a feature where readers could submit their own mysterious photos that would then be nominated for Mystery Photo of the Month. Once submitted, other members on the website could speculate on what it was they were looking at. In this one, from June 2001, a woman named Andrea would submit a picture of her dog laying on the bed with a window behind him. But what's important is the thing, whatever it is, in the window. Andrea claimed upon seeing the photo after it was developed, she was struck with fear, and it made her afraid to even go into the backyard at night. The photo, as you see here, doesn't look that frightening or mysterious. Actually, most of the comments suggested it's simply the reflection of an object on the bed, like a blanket or laundry, and that the flash from the camera wouldn't even illuminate outside objects unless she was standing right up on the glass. Others suggested a smudge in the window or some kind of optical illusion, and sadly, some of the comments actually thought it was some kind of demon or entity. If you follow the channel and watch the historical mystery series, you probably remember that recently we discussed the whole Bell Witch saga, which allegedly took place in Tennessee between the years of 1817 and 1821. Now that story is a mess unto itself, and I recommend you checking it out if you haven't yet. But since this is the obscure series, and since the Bell Witch isn't that obscure, we're going to discuss one very tiny detail in that story, one that is often overlooked. Shortly before the arrival of the witch, the patriarch of the family, John Bell, was out working on his farm inspecting the corn, when in the middle of a corn row, a weird creature appeared. It had the body of a black dog, but the head of a rabbit. John pulled out his gun, took aim, and fired. Nothing happened, so he shot several more times, and then the animal simply stared and vanished. It's somewhat strange that such little detail is given in that throwaway sentence. It's never followed up on, because what happens afterwards is the arrival of the witch, and that overshadows this weird creature. But the weird creature was no doubt a cryptid, and that's the mystery on this one. What the heck was this thing that barely gets any discussion in the saga of the Bell Witch? It's not elaborated on much, but some people claim it was the witch's familiar, which is a creature that has a close relationship with the witch, and that it was an omen of what was to come. Others cite the whole thing was just an addition to the original story, or it could have been that John just hallucinated the whole thing. Keenan's Land / Tokpuk Island are two islands that allegedly lay off the coast of Alaska and thus classified as American territory, but have since been lost since their discovery in the late 19th and early 20th century. Keenan's Land was discovered by accident when famous explorer Captain John Keenan was taking his vessel out to Point Barrow, the northernmost point of America, when the ship would run into strong winds that destroyed the ship and left it drifting hopelessly in the sea, and it luckily would eventually run up onto a strip of land. The men got off the boat and pulled out their maps to see where they had landed, and lo and behold, they found an island that had never been documented. So Captain Keenan would take the American flag from the ship and place it on the highest point on the island. Once they got onto another ship and made it safely back home, they telegraphed the finding back to Washington, D.C., and the land was officially named Keenan's Land. The only problem was it was never found again, even though other famous explorers have searched for it, including Roald Amundsen, whom we discussed back in the historical series. Later explorers began to suggest that the island never existed, and it's unsure exactly where Captain Keenan landed. Tokpuk Island, on the other hand, was discovered by an Eskimo named Tokpuk, whom in September 1931 led a party of whale hunters far north of Alaska and came across an island. It was about 85 miles north of Flaxman Island and east of Point Barrow. It was about half a mile long and about the same width, with its highest point being about 50 feet. It did have vegetation, but no driftwood. The island, once reported back to DC, was named after Tokpuk, which would have moved the US border to its northernmost point. Tokpuk would eventually take Arctic explorer and ethnologist Vilhelmur Stevenson to the island, who vouched for the finding. In this case, several photos of the island were taken, although I could not find any online. In both cases, the islands have never been seen again. Keenan's Land is most often suggested to have been an ice island, which is essentially a gigantic iceberg several miles in size, and have a flat shape that makes you think that it's actually a piece of land instead of ice, and it eventually melts or breaks up, and thus the island is never found again. But in the case of Tokpuk Island, considering it had vegetation, an ice island has been ruled out, but there is a thought that Keenan's Land and Tokpuk Island are one and the same. You may have heard of Ogopogo, the Canadian lake monster inhabiting Okanagan Lake, said to be a long serpent-like creature with multiple humps. Or maybe you've even heard of Caddy, another sea serpent that is said to live in Cadboro Bay, but there is one Canadian water cryptid that overshadows them all, the Dildo Monster. That's right, the Dildo Monster, said to inhabit Dildo Pond, about a quarter of a mile inland from Dildo Harbor. It's said to be about 50 feet long, with a head about 3 feet long, shaped like that of an eel, with bulging frog-like eyes, and a 5-foot neck that is slimmer than its body, which is about the size of a rum cask. It seems to swim with its head out of water at a great speed, and only emerges when it's very, very wet. Apparently, fish in the pond began to vanish once it was originally sighted, which brought biologists and scientists to the area to interview locals and study the pond. After deep probing for weeks, the research did not reach a climax. Okay guys, that's it for the Small Mystery Roundup. But before we get back to the video, I'd like to remind you, if you enjoy the content and would like to support the channel, consider checking out YouTube membership or the Patreon in the description listed below. Now, let's get back to it. October 1886, Hamilton, New Zealand. Workers at the slaughter yards would come across a sight they found very unusual. As they made their way through some of the carcasses that were still hanging from the hooks about to make their way to the butcher, they would find one of the sheep that, well, was no longer a carcass. It was just a skeleton now. It appeared that the meat had been picked off the bones completely, but that wasn't what really surprised them. When they looked to the ground to try to find some tracks of whatever animal had done this, they noticed that the footprints leaving were very lizard-like. It was this, plus the finding of no animal hair, that led workers to speculate that this was some kind of aquatic reptilian monster, a rumor that would soon take hold of the nation, with the newspaper headlines that read, "Saurian Monster Roaming Countryside," Saurian meaning anything from lizard to crocodile, and it worked the small population into a frenzy. Some men around town began arming up and hunting the countryside for this strange creature. But there was an issue. Of the 110 lizard-type species in New Zealand, they fall into two reptilian categories. the gecko, and skinks, and these rarely get over half a foot, and definitely nowhere near big enough to devour a sheep carcass hanging from a meat hook. And since crocodiles and alligators are not native to New Zealand, maybe the whole thing was just a hoax. Well, about that, it wasn't long after this little saga that sightings of the creature really took off, the most famous being a report from a farm where a Mrs. Castleton claimed that one of her sons came back into the home with a clear look of fear on his face, almost passing out. When questioned, he revealed that the creature had been in pursuit of him. That was only one encounter this family would have, though. A few days later, they would see it swimming in a nearby creek, just poking its head above water. This was investigated by the local constable, who stated he believed the family's account, and that he did not believe they were mistaken. But after he investigated, he could find nothing. They claimed it was about 4.5 feet long, with a tapered ear, on a head that took up about half the length of the body, and it was covered by brownish-colored scales. Interestingly, one of the boys stated it looked very similar to a lizard he had seen the year before, that was close to a foot long. Was this the same animal? Adding intrigue to the claims were that of the local indigenous people, the Maori, who already had a legend about an animal very similar to this description, the one they called Taniwa, supposedly an eel-like creature that would come out of the water and chase people. But how much of this was a legend versus what the Maori believed was a real creature is disputed. The sightings would continue, with 2 tourists claiming to have seen a strange creature with the head of an alligator swimming in the river, while a teacher from a local school claimed to have seen the animal swimming in a sea serpent fashion, lashing the water with its tail. In addition, many young pigs were now apparently prey of this creature, as they disappeared from many of the farms. But the scariest report would be when a native Maori girl was found dead in a stream, and apparently the flesh had been ripped off of one of her arms. The account doesn't elaborate anymore, so it's really hard to draw any conclusions from that, but it definitely seemed like this creature, if real, was very aggressive. In fact, 2 men in canoes would claim that they were attacked too, and almost had their boat capsized by the creature. In their account, they claimed it had large jaws showing jagged teeth, and even more interesting, they stated it was covered in a long black shaggy hair. This is when the description would change, and it was now a big hairy beast and not a reptile. Specifically, a lot of witnesses compared it to a Bengal tiger, leopard, and cheetah, and they speculated that it escaped from a circus or a private zoo. After this, the sightings died down, and it would be a year later that a Maori man in a canoe would claim to have seen the animal sleeping on the beach. When they got closer, it began to grunt, bark, and snap its ugly jaws. They would actually shoot it before it could escape, and it was taken to a wharf where a crane positioned it for inspection. They measured it at 11 feet in length and 6 feet in circumference, and it was not a crocodile, nor an alligator, nor did it have thick black shaggy fur. Instead, it was a fine layer of fur from head to toe, with 2 flippers and no ears, and a mouth that could swallow a man whole, with 16 teeth in each jaw, 4 of them being like tusks. The craziest part was it was stated to have 2 large screw-like propellers instead of a tail, and a head like a leopard. And once its silver-colored stomach was dissected, they found it was full of dead birds. If this creature sounds familiar to you, well, that's because it was a gray seal. And you're probably thinking, that's a pretty lame cryptid mystery with a simple explanation. But not really, because researchers don't actually believe that either. You see, gray seals are not native to New Zealand. They're actually only found in the North Atlantic. New Zealand does have the fur seal and southern elephant seal, which sometimes visits the coastlines. But do either of these really match the description? And what about the lizard footprints and reptilian descriptions from the early accounts? Those are not similar at all. Regardless, most researchers today believe this was the so-called Saurian monster. Southern elephant seals have been known to attack livestock, and they will scavenge carcasses, and they do come to New Zealand on rare occasions. However, others think it could have been just pigs that had escaped from a farm and became wild. They do leave odd tracks and strip carcasses clean. And actually, there was a report in the papers right before this about 100 roaming pigs that were running around in the area. so it makes sense. Others think, considering the lack of physical evidence, the whole thing was a prank or exaggeration. Are you looking for a little bit of trivia to drop in on your friends and family? If so, I have a good one for you. What is the oldest documented age that a human being has ever reached? If you are a member or patron of this channel, you already know the answer is Jean Calment of France, who lived an amazing 122 years between 1875 and 1997. While there is some dispute to her claim, it's pretty widely accepted. But what if I told you there is someone else that may have lived twice as long as her? That brings us to a man known as Li Ching-Yuen. Li was a herbalist living in China in the early 20th century, who had a ton of experience gathering and studying herbs he collected in the mountains, going as far away as Vietnam and Thailand, all for the sole purpose of collecting them. And it's this steady diet that added to his longevity, which brought many people to want to interview him and learn his ways. But how old was he exactly? Well, that's where all of this gets a little bit cloudy. We do know his official date of death though. Well, sorta. May 6th, 1933. But his birthday, well, that's the big mystery. But allegedly, Li was either 197 or 256 years old when he passed away. According to the man himself, he was born in 1736. However, a professor that looked into the mystery, a Wu Chung Che, found documents which pointed to a much earlier birth date of 1677. In either case, at the age of 13, he began to study herbs, guided by 3 elders, and by 51, he was serving as a topography advisor to an army general, sometime between the years 1720 and 1725. By the age of 78, he would retire from his military career after fighting in a battle. He then went back to his life in the mountains. Further research would show that the imperial government would send him congratulations on his birthdays, since they were special considering it was when he turned 100, 150, and then 200. By 1900 though, he was becoming famous the world over, as the story was now spreading thanks to newspapers, and because of this, he began to get interviewed by different publications, and it's in 1927 the first photographs of him were taken, and those also spread around. The following year, the New York Times would follow up on the story, and they sent a journalist there who found old men in Lee's neighborhood who claimed that their grandfathers knew him when they were boys, and even then, he was already an adult. The journalist would interview Lee himself and said that the man's face did not show the weathering of a person that would be of that age. Now before we move on to theories, I have to go back and clarify one thing. Remember when I said we knew his date of death, sorta? Well, what happened was, after those photos were taken in 1927, his fame would reach its peak. Soon after, a general in China would request Lee's presence, so he sent an envoy to get the old man and bring him back to him. However, when that envoy arrived, Lee's wife told the men that he had went into the mountains and died in nature, and refused to elaborate. And as a side note, Lee supposedly had married at least 14 times, maybe 23, outliving all of the former wives, as well as having 180 living descendants. Anyways, the following year of 1928, the same year that the professor found all those records wishing Lee a happy 200th birthday, the newspapers in China reported his death. A year after this, Western newspapers would carry the story that Chinese newspapers were reporting his death, and then a further 4 years after this, the Western papers claimed that he had died in 1933. So all of that is a little bit confusing, but sometime between the year 1927 and 1933, he had passed away. Regardless, is any of this true? Well, obviously, most scholars believe that Lee probably aged somewhere between 90 and 100 years old, and everything else was just legend and folklore. In fact, 256 years old, as the most common variation claims, is a multiple of 8, which is considered good luck in China. There's also the fact that these stories are actually fairly common to East Asia. For example, a man named Da Lu was actually a student of Lee's, and he would go on to tell the secret of how he lived for so long. He claimed, in addition to the herbs, he participated in a couple of martial arts which focused on health and spirituality, something akin to meditation, and that Lee had actually learned all of this training up in the mountains when he met a hermit who was over 500 years old himself. So as you can see, it's a fairly common tale, although I do like how everyone glossed over the 500-year-old hermit and focused on Lee, who only lived half as long. More than likely though, Lee took the name and records of an older relative and rode with it, or it may have just been a clerical error since record keeping from China in this time period was not that good. (1904), London, England. A 3-year-old girl named Dorothy Ealy was playing in her family home when a sudden accident would happen to the little girl. She would fall down a flight of stairs, and her parents found her and feared the worst because little Dorothy was not waking up. The family would rush her to a doctor who pronounced her dead. But before the family was reduced to tears, she would awake. It was a miracle, but little Dorothy was acting strange. First, she asked to be brought home, and she was speaking weird. Actually, the doctor would eventually diagnose her with foreign accent syndrome, a rare condition when patients develop speech patterns that sound like a foreign accent, in spite of the fact they've never lived near the place of the accent. This typically happens as a result of a stroke, but can also occur with head trauma. And it only got worse from there, because before long, her Sunday school teacher would ask for Dorothy to be removed from her class because she kept comparing Christianity to ancient Egyptian religion. And then she got kicked out of a girls' school for refusing to sing a hymn which called on God to curse the Egyptians. As she got older and began to visit a Roman Catholic church, she would also be banned after stating she came to the church because it reminded her of the old ancient Egyptian religion. But things would reach a whole new level when her parents took a visit to the British Museum, and she seen a picture of some ancient Egyptian temples in an exhibit and exclaimed, "There is my home, but where are the trees? Where are the gardens?" She began to run around the halls of the Egyptian rooms, whom she claimed were her people, and she began kissing the statues' feet. After this, she would visit these rooms every time she could, and eventually began the study of the hieroglyphs. This behavior, as well as sleepwalking, nightmares, and claiming that a mummy visited her at night, all led to her being put into a sanitarium, several times actually. However, she would get out and would once more pursue the study of ancient Egypt, even beginning to collect several artifacts. She would go on to get a job working for the Egyptian Public Relations magazine, and she would meet her future husband there, who was an Egyptian student. This of course led to her moving to Egypt, where she kissed the ground upon arriving, claiming she was finally home to stay. She was excited and extremely happy, although the upper middle class family she had married into, not as much, considering all the strangeness that she exhibited, especially her telling everyone about the apparitions she had seen and her out-of-body experiences. One of these was an entity called Hurrah, who allegedly was the spirit of Seti I, a 13th century BC pharaoh. This entity would spend a year with her, dictating his story about her former life, which she would write about it in hieroglyphic text, about 70 pages worth. This is when she found out she was reincarnated. In her former life, she was Bentrashid, meaning harp of joy. Apparently, she had lived a pretty humble life. Her mom was a vegetable seller, and her dad was a soldier. But after her mother died, her father could not afford to raise her, and she was brought up to be a priestess, and eventually a consecrated virgin. And if you think that's crazy, hold on. She would eventually become the lover to Seti I, and she got pregnant. When she told this to the high priest, he told her she had broken her vow of celibacy, and as such, she would be sentenced to death. But she could not face the public scandal around a trial, so she ended her own life. Now I know all this sounds a little bit ridiculous, and you're wondering what the mystery is exactly. Well, that was to come, because this woman, who was poorly educated, had an impressive knowledge of ancient Egypt, even more than the archaeologists and doctors of Egyptology. It was so unprecedented that some started to believe she might have really lived in ancient Egypt and might be reincarnated. In fact, She would eventually take a job at the Department of Antiquities, where she would end up surprising everyone and became a very important employee. Not only was she translating many of the scholarly articles to English, but she was also a draftswoman, making many detailed drawings and diagrams for the articles, as well as writing her own, along with essays and books. She was becoming so important that other Egyptologists began to recruit her. Archaeologist Ahmad Fakhri would lean on her extensively during his excavations, and he would end his volume, called Excavations at Giza, by giving her thanks for all of the editing, drawing, indexing, and proofreading. But it got even spookier. She would tell archaeologists that in her past life, she remembered the temple had a garden, and she told them the area that it could be found in, and lo and behold, it was uncovered and matched her exact descriptions. She also claimed that Nefertiti's tomb was close to Tutankhamun's in the Valley of the Kings, which went against everything that Egyptologists at the time believed. But now, in the modern day, although the tomb hasn't been found, they do believe it's in the area that she described. So we're left with the question, was Dorothy really reincarnated? Or is there a more mundane cause, like maybe she was just incredibly smart and put in the research needed? Interestingly, most historians deemed that her work was worthy of a true scholar, and while they do respect her findings, they didn't believe she was really reincarnated. But as far as theories go, this is the go-to case for people who believe in reincarnation, and it's not hard to see why. Others, however, believe she may have had an ace up her sleeve, something like photographic memory, which allowed her rapid hieroglyphic fluency and the ability to recall obscure details that she learned by hanging out with the Egyptologist. And finally, maybe she concocted the whole story to begin with, using all of these sensational claims just to legitimize her scholarship in a male-dominated field, which was way more important in the early 20th century. Zaragoza, Spain, September 27th, 1934. A day that would start off like any other for the Palazon family would soon mark the beginning of one of the strangest cases in unexplained phenomena history. It would start at their apartment when the family began to hear screams, laughter, and voices that seemed to originate from the walls of their kitchen, specifically over the stove or in the chimney. And since the chimney did connect to a bunch of units in the building, it made logical sense that this noise had to be coming from one of the other tenants in the building. However, it persisted, so much so that the family soon began investigating. Like a lot of these cases, you might wonder, is it possible the family was just exaggerating all of this? Well, apparently not, because soon the neighbors were asked to come over and listen, and they too heard the voice, which was always male, and they could not tell where it was coming from either. This is all it took for the word to spread. Soon, everyone was talking about the haunted apartment. Now, I'm unsure what led to this next part, as I was unable to find it, but it seems like the locals all came to the same conclusion that it was a duende, which translates roughly to elf or goblin. It has its roots in Latin America, and it's basically these little spirits that can be nice or mischievous. Soon, it would earn the moniker Zaragoza Goblin, and interest in the apartment started to grow, and people from the town and around the area would come to stop in front of the room's window just in hopes of hearing the voice. A voice that, by this point, was asking and answering various questions. It all seemed to focus on the young maid who worked for the Palazons, a woman named Pascuala Alcacer, who would call her name out often and begin to laugh. The whole thing was eerie. She was actually the first to interact with the voice. She would reach out and touch the stove, only for it to reply, "You are hurting me." Or, when she would turn out the lights, it would reply, "Lights, I can't see." All of this soon spooked the Palazons enough that they actually took it to the police, who surprisingly came out to investigate, if anything, to keep the hysteria down. They focused around the stove, where the voice was loudest. The detectives would actually begin a conversation with it and ask it questions, to which the voice would answer. He would even call out to the officers by name as they entered the room. The police, not equipped to work with paranormal forces, were stuck as to what action they should take next, so some construction workers would come in to investigate. and they searched every room in the building and found nothing. However, when they stood in front of the stove, one of the men would remark that they needed to measure the chimney opening, and the mysterious voice replied, "You need not trouble. The diameter is just 6 inches," which was absolutely correct. Here's where it would get crazy though. This was becoming such a problem to the town that they actually evacuated the building, and the police would actually stand around to make sure no pranksters would come in. Likewise, a priest came to visit and sprinkled it with holy water. There was also doctors and psychologists who visited the scene, and the papers all reported that the voice continued to speak non-stop. However, just as the story grew and more people planned on traveling to the area to visit it, it all of a sudden stopped. The authorities breathed a sigh of relief and were happy everything had died down. But it only lasted 2 days, because after all the silence, a group of neighbors and visitors in the room were startled when they heard, "Cowards, cowards, cowards, here I am." The goblin was back. The police were called again, and they found nothing, in spite of the fact that the goblin taunted them the entire time. Meanwhile, the Palazan family had enough and moved out. With its fame growing, more and more people reached out to help. A radio station tried to get someone to put a microphone in the room so they could broadcast the voice over the radio, while Scotland Yard offered to send detectives down to investigate. But local authorities were getting fed up and asked the citizens to calm down and just try and find out whoever the prankster was. The last official contact from the stove came when a little boy said, while looking at the stove, "This is crazy," to which the voice replied, "Not crazy, little one." And a few days later, the governor issued a statement which read that Pasquela, the young maid, was the guilty party all along. According to him, she was using her voice via unconscious ventriloquism. Basically, the claim was she was completely unaware that she was throwing her voice to the chimney, as she was in some kind of fugue state. There was one little problem with this. Many of the times that the voice was speaking in the chimney, she wasn't even in the room. She was nowhere close. But authorities didn't really care. They just wanted everything to die down. She eventually left her employment after she was publicly shamed and taunted, and then everything went back to normal. Well, sorta. Some sources claimed that the tenants continued to report the ghostly sounds, but by this point, the media and town were not interested. Death of Brittany Murphy. December 20th, 2009, 8 a.m. The Los Angeles Fire Department would respond to a request for medical help at a residence home that would soon make headline news. Upon arriving, they were met by 2 people who quickly ushered them in and back to the bathroom, where a woman was found collapsed on the floor. The firefighters immediately began trying to resuscitate this young lady, but to no avail, so she was hastily transported to a nearby hospital, where she was pronounced dead at 10:05 a.m. due to going into cardiac arrest. This woman's name was Brittany Murphy, the actress who was involved in several prominent roles, such as Ty Frazier on the hit film Clueless, and of course, her voice acting as Luann Platter on King of the Hill. Safe to say, this was big news, and the public was obsessed with the case. What could have happened to this beloved 32-year-old, who seemed to be in good health? Well, this is one of the most controversial and confusing mysteries in Hollywood history, with multiple theories over the years. But let's go to the autopsy first, which was performed the day after her death. The LA County coroner found that her death was due to pneumonia with secondary factors like severe iron deficiency anemia and multiple drug intoxication, as she had apparently been taking an assortment of over-the-counter and prescription drugs meant to treat a cold or respiratory infection. One of these drugs was the narcotic hydrocodone, and these elevated levels of these medications, taken in her weakened state, could have played a role. However, Brittany's mother, Sharon, and her husband, Simon Monjack, would dispute the claim that these medicines, or any drugs, played a role in her death. Instead, they cited a heart condition, mitral valve prolapse, a condition where the valve does not close properly and allows blood to flow back into the left atrium. However, doctors were quick to point out that that condition usually doesn't even require treatment and is rarely life-threatening. They stated she could have lived a very normal, healthy life with it, and they also pointed to the flu-like symptoms she had days leading up to her death. especially laryngitis, which seemed to get worse by the day. Now, it's important to point out here that Brittany's mother, Sharon, actually lived with the couple, as she had battled breast cancer twice, leaving Brittany to try and care for her. And after Brittany's death, Sharon continued to live with Simon, and it would only be about 6 months later, on May 23, 2010, he would pass away too. At 40 years old, he was found unresponsive in the same residence, and the coroner's report would state that he had died from acute pneumonia and severe anemia. By this time, the LA Department of Health began to suspect something was wrong with the house, and they speculated that there was a toxic mold present that was a factor. However, the coroner countered this claim and stated mold did not play a role, since there was none found in their lungs. Sharon, for what it's worth, called the mold theory absurd, at least at first, but her opinion began to change, and she would eventually state months later that mold had indeed killed Brittany and her son-in-law. But the public, that began to find Sharon and Simon's close relationship after Brittany's death is a little bit odd. There was that Larry King episode they appeared on where many people suggested that the two came off more as a couple than a grieving husband and mother, as the two would often reach for each other's hands. But this could just be two people grieving, right? Well, they also, for some strange reason, took several pictures together, holding each other in their embrace, which was certainly a little bit odd. It only got worse when Brittany's father, Angelo Bertolotti, began stirring the pot by claiming that Brittany was poisoned by someone in that home, although it should be pointed out he was never in Brittany's life to begin with, and he was tied to organized crime, and was probably just trying to figure out a way to make some money. In fact, he paid for an independent toxicology report which suggested she had been poisoned, citing heavy metals had been found in her hair. Of course, this was dismissed by the coroner and other experts who pointed out that the metal came from hair treatments. However, it is worth noting that several of Simon's colleagues and his so-called friends claimed he was directly responsible for Brittany's physical changes, like the significant amount of weight that she had lost, which left some worried for her, or the fact that he cut her off from all of her family except her mother. There were other things too, like his ex-fiancée, who said he was a disturbed individual that scammed people, with Brittany being his last victim. She even claimed that Simon had told her he suffered from spinal cancer, only to find out later on from his own mother that he didn't have cancer at all. Then there was another instance where he was at a public dinner with filmmaker Allison Burnett, and he proudly announced to the assembled crowd that he had dated women such as Ellie McPherson and Madonna, and he owned a collection of Ferraris, but ultimately he was dying of brain cancer, which, of course, was false. But having said all that, the most likely theory that most people believe today is she just died from pneumonia, and if she had just sought medical care, her death could have easily been prevented. Instead, she tried to treat it at home, and maybe her mom and son-in-law never realized how bad it was, and they just didn't take her to a hospital. Brittany did have at least one doctor's appointment scheduled in the days leading up to her death, and she canceled. It's also most likely that the medicine she was taking produced adverse effects on her already weakened body. Moon madness of Charles Hyde. How does the moon affect our behaviors? You have probably heard many accounts of this over time, which suggest that a full moon increases crime rates, violence, and aggression, or other things like automobile accidents increase, among other various strange statistics. Yet, this has been studied for decades, and it just doesn't hold true. In fact, 10 separate studies have tracked crime rates during a full moon, and in 8 of those, there was no difference in the crime statistics that night. Likewise, 7 studies were conducted on full moons and automobile accidents, and there was 0 correlation showed in that one. Yet the belief that the moon has such an effect on our mind still holds strong to this day. It's even how we got the word lunatic, which came from the belief that staring at a full moon would make you go crazy. And although the whole thing has been debunked, there is at least one case where it still holds true, and it involves a man named Charles Hyde, who was arrested in 1953 in London, England for breaking and entering, where he then stole wine, spirits, and clothing. When he went to trial, his lawyer pointed out that Charles had always been a good husband and father and all-around good person, until there was a full moon, and he would suffer what he called moon madness. He just went off the rails and would do things not typical of his character. His wife would also take the stand and mention Charles had a good reputation at his job where he was a building contractor, and how great he had treated the family over the decade that they had been married. She also confirmed that he would get what she called moon trouble and would act very strangely for the following week after a full moon. Once the effect wore off, Charles never even remembered the events. The detective investigating this, however, did point out that Charles had served a prison sentence on 9 different occasions for similar offenses. For whatever reason, though, the Crown bought it, and they put Charles on probation. And it was just a year later, after another full moon, that Charles broke that probation by leaving the country to go to Paris, where he joined the Foreign Legion and was sent to Algeria, where he participated in marches in the desert, 1,200 miles away from his home. At some point, he was discharged on medical grounds and made it back to London 6 weeks later. The authorities then found out about it, and he was arrested again for breaking his probation. But in looking back at the time period of when Hyde had left, it showed that a full moon had came out just 3 days before he had vanished, and crazily enough, they extended his probation again due to his moon madness. The story came to prominence in a Reader's Digest issue from 1983, although they incorrectly cited Hyde as the inspiration for the story of Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was written about 70 years before the events of our Charles Hyde. And before we get to our mystery, let's talk about the confusion around Charles Hyde, the real criminal. Because not only did Reader's Digest cite that he was the inspiration for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, they also cited he had used the moon madness defense successfully to get out of several charges of murder in the 1880s, which would be hard to do considering his charges for breaking and entering came in the 1950s. They probably reprinted this mistake though, after finding those same articles in the old tabloids from decades prior. It's been a long-running urban legend that Hyde was a serial killer in the 1880s that got away with all of it from using this flimsy excuse of moon madness. Even several skeptic articles cite that this really occurred, but it's all due to these tabloids and confusion over the sources. Charles Hyde did exist. There's even one source noting his prison escape some years prior to this whole moon madness defense in the 1950s. Having said all of that, did he really suffer some kind of moon-related mental illness? Unsurprisingly, like we discussed at the beginning, the moon's effect on the mind is said to be pseudoscientific, with no real data backing it, and more than likely, Hyde and his lawyer both knew that, but used it as a defense anyway. In fact, his attorney was a man named W.G. Scown, a well-respected lawyer of his time, and it's possible that fact would help sway the judge. It's also possible the Hyde's family left out some important facts, like Hyde was on drugs, or he was just an alcoholic, which would account for his times of his so-called blackouts. Even the lawyer may have used moon madness as a more colorful word for alcoholism. Finally, Hyde may have just had mental health issues at a time when they weren't greatly understood. The Linguin. In February of 1869, a man named Baron Alphonse Pereira was sitting in his canoe at the mouth of the Batavia River, located in Java, Indonesia, and he could have never been prepared for what he was about to see. Alphonse was actually the Austro-Hungarian consul general in Tunis, but he was visiting a government official stationed in the Dutch East Indies, a Mr. Metman, and Metman was a well-known sportsman, so he had decided to take Alphonse down the river on a big Java canoe, which was being paddled by some of the local Malay men. It was going up against this stiff morning breeze that the crew began to alert, "Linguin, Linguin." One of these men would go grab Alphonse and point towards the muddy shores about 500 feet away, and Alphonse couldn't believe what he was looking at. There was a large, long dark creature lying in the mud. He quickly grabbed his rifle, in spite of the fact that he didn't know what a linguin was, although he suspected crocodile. He took aim, but the canoe was not steady enough for him to actually aim, only made worse by the fact that the frantic crew kept yelling, "Linguin, Linguin, shoot it, shoot it." Finally, Alphonse took a chance and fired. Then he saw a tremendous commotion in the mud, and this huge creature began whirling around as if it had been hit, much to the crew's happiness. The man steering the canoe then grabbed a scimitar, jumped overboard, and made his way to the now disabled creature. He would swim to shore and got in the mud, which was up to his knees. By this point, Alphonse was seeing the animal better, and he described it as having the body of a crocodile, while the neck and head was a snake. The beast, still wounded, tried its hardest to bite into the man, now standing near him, but every time it leapt out, the man struck it with a scimitar, finally crushing down on it and striking the snake crocodile beast dead. The man then got back in the water and with great difficulty towed it through the water back to the canoe. After another difficult struggle, the beast was pulled up onto the canoe. It was so heavy that it almost pushed the side of the boat down into the water. Alphonse would begin to study it, since he had never seen a creature like it before. It was about 9.5 feet long, but what really struck Alphonse was all of the sword wounds revealed a white flesh of a fish. Not only that, there was no blood flowing from any of the wounds. Because this was an undocumented animal, at least according to Alphonse, he ordered that it be brought back to study. So the men carried it around until the midday hours, but it started to decompose pretty quickly, and they were left with no choice but to leave it behind. This was made easier by the fact that Mr. Metman promised Alphonse that there were plenty of Linguin around, and he would have a chance at nabbing another one. Yet, in all of his time in Java, he never seen another. So, what was this cryptid? Today, the most often speculated theory is large monitor lizard. The Asian water monitor lives throughout Southeast Asia. There's been many sightings of some that are over 6.5 feet long, and you even get the occasional 9.5 feet sighting. They have long necks and a crocodile-like body, and the name Linguin was probably just a local nickname, although Haggard emphasized that this animal had a very snake-like head, so it might not have been. Another very plausible theory is just bad reporting, or exaggeration. For example, there's not even a Batavia River, so it's unsure where this even took place. Plus, with it being early in the morning and a shaky boat, along with all of the excitement, they almost certainly exaggerated details. The bed troll. For this one, we have to go back in time via the web archives and visit a now defunct website, UFOfreeparanormal.com, where visitors to the site could submit their own UFO/paranormal stories. And this one comes from May 2000, when a woman named Jenna would email in with the story from her teenage years. She was 13 and shared a room with her sister, whom she had also shared a full-size bed with because her parents couldn't afford 2 beds. One night, about 11 p.m., the two had been talking about a boy they liked at school, when they started to nod off. Before they completely went to sleep, though, they had heard something move across the room. It scared them and brought them back out of their near sleep-induced state. They thought it was a huge rat that was scurrying around the room, which obviously terrified them. While they sat there trying to find the source of the noise, they began to hear scratching in front of their dresser, against the wall opposite from the bed. Then it ran from the dresser to the nightstand on the side of the bed. It then paused and ran underneath it, where the two sisters could feel it moving around. This, of course, caused them to begin screaming as they held onto each other under the blankets. Right after that, this rat ran back out to the dresser, where it paused again. Then it did this whole strange set of movements about 3 or 4 times before it finally stopped moving underneath the bed. The two girls began to call for their mother, but she never came, even though her bedroom was right next to theirs. Suddenly, something began pulling on the blankets, so they pulled back and began kicking at what they thought was a rat, with her sister screaming for it to let go. Finally, he ran back over towards the dresser and then the nightstand. Jenna told her sister to see if it was gone, so she pulled the blanket back off of her head and looked to see a dark green color with huge black eyes. He was wearing a suit like a jester would wear, purple and gold in color. He laughed in her face and went right back under the bed. She tried to scream, but couldn't, but she began to cry. It then went back to the dresser and then to the middle of the floor, where both girls would look down and see it staring at them from the floor, sitting with its legs and arms crossed and head down. They covered up once more and never heard it again. The next morning, Jenna would find her favorite teddy bear was sitting in that same exact place they had seen the little being last night, which she now called a troll. She also discovered a cross necklace that her uncle had made for her was now missing. The girls, of course, told their mother and asked why she didn't help, but she said she never heard them. which was strange since she was a light sleeper. 2 days later, Jenna found the necklace in the trash. But for the strangest part, the set of movements that the troll had done in Jenna's room, well, it equaled the shape of a triangle, which would be suspicious when, a few months later, her dad's friend, who lived a mile away, died in a tractor accident. Then, a girl riding the same school bus as Jenna would end her own life, followed shortly by a friend of hers dying in a car accident, all within a few months, and all within a mile of each other. The spooky part, the houses of the deceased, if connected on a map, formed a triangle. Jenna had since wondered, was this being trying to tell her something or warn her? She finished the email by stating she never experienced anything like that again. Crazy story, but what about theories? Assuming she didn't make it up, most likely the girls really did hear and see a huge rat, and then their fear caused them to see something different, while the triangle part of the story was just her brain seeking out patterns like people tend to do. Mount Hood Sasquatch machinery. So far in this series, we have covered numerous wild theories and stories about Sasquatch, one being that the Soviets had captured a Bigfoot in 1941, while there was another one that said Bigfoot was really a hologram. But this next fringe theory might be the best yet. Sasquatch researcher Jack Lapsaritis has spent many years interviewing people who have had some kind of contact with Sasquatch, but it's one type of report he began collecting that really flips the Bigfoot world upside down. Apparently, he had spoken to many witnesses throughout the years who stated that while being out in the remote areas of the wilderness, areas known for Bigfoot sightings, they would hear a generator-like noise that seemed to sound like a machine running underground. Well, Jack wanted to know about this enigma, but it's difficult enough having a Bigfoot sighting. The chances of finding one of these subterranean Bigfoot factories would be even more difficult. So he did what any good researcher would do. He contacted a psychic. Now, Jack didn't really believe in psychics at first, but I guess he was just desperate enough to try. And once he did, he grew to trust some of them very much. And one of these would direct him to Mount Hood in Oregon. And whatever it was this psychic said, Jack must have really bought into it. And he would go to this area that he was directed, and sure enough, late that night, he began to hear machinery running underground. And it ran all night, only stopping in the early morning hours. The next day, he went exploring around his campsite and found a cave, which the psychic told him would be there. And Jack heard these strange sounds and saw some physical evidence which indicated a Sasquatch was guarding the entrance to the cave. But even though he didn't enter, he could even hear the noise of the machine running from there as well. In the years past, when Jack had collected all of these accounts, he found some of the witnesses had even made a recording of this noise, which they remarked was similar to a generator or a hydroelectric plant beneath their feet. Now interestingly, the recordings revealed that at some point, the sound shifted, which suggested the new gears were put into motion. It wasn't just one distinct buzz all night long, which has led many Bigfoot researchers to believe that Sasquatch, at times, works as a miner. That's right. Or he at the very least assists miners. And why would he do this? Well, this ties back to one of the older theories we discussed previously, which suggests that aliens/UFOs have some kind of connection, and Bigfoot is collecting valuable minerals that must be vital to this extraterrestrial species. I know, I'm shocked too. As you might imagine, this theory is not widely accepted, not even by most Bigfoot researchers, and it's most likely attributed to nearby human machinery, such as generators, pumps, or logging equipment. It could even be underground springs, small hydro turbines, or pumping stations. Black streams. Chances are, most of you are familiar with the concept of dowsing. Maybe you've even seen it done. It's when someone takes a forked twig or wire, known as a dowsing rod, and uses it to detect some kind of valuable in the ground, usually water, although sometimes it can be gems or gold. It goes back to ancient times, and allegedly, about 1 in 7 people are born with the gift to use a dowser correctly. It supposedly works under the premise that the dowser plus the stick equals a biological antenna of sorts that can detect these energy fields, and at its very basic core, it's mainly linked to people who have ESP, or are telepathic. While it's largely deemed by scholars as nothing but pseudoscientific garbage. There's a long history of this practice, who many swear by when it comes to looking for these positive energy fields. And since these energy fields are positive, then it stands to reason that there must be some kind of negative energy fields, right? Well, before we get started on that, it's important to point out that these energy fields, for the people that do believe in them, are usually referred to as geographic stresses, which again is looked at by mainstream science as bunk. But one of these geographic stresses is called black streams. Black streams are said to be underwater streams that emit harmful noxious radiations or negative energy. And this negative energy, or radiation, rises to the surface of the Earth, and they are generally stronger at midday, midsummer, full moon, and solar flare activity, while they are generally weaker in winter climates, and they are also not anchored to one location, as they can be shifted due to something like an earthquake. But what causes these black streams, and how do they actually affect us? Well, black streams are caused when the Earth's etheric web, or more simply put, the hypothetical energy grid of Earth, becomes disrupted, which can happen a number of ways, like the building of railways, highways, tunnels, rock quarries, mines, foundations, power stations, military bases, or even something as simple as road signs. And it's not just buildings, it can also be any land that saw severe human suffering and trauma, like a battlefield, witch burning grounds, or even burial sites. And when it disturbs this etheric web and these black streams manifest, it causes us some nasty surprises, the most often being cancer. The first well-documented study between black streams and cancer actually dates back to the 1920s and 30s by a German dowser named Baron von Pohl, and he was asked to douse the small town of Wilsberg in 1929, which had the highest capita cancer death rate in Bavaria at that time. When going to these homes of a person that had recently died of cancer, he found that 100% of the time, these beds sat right above one of these black streams. But it's not just cancer. Other diseases have been linked as well, such as Parkinson's, or mental illness like schizophrenia, even depression, and the list goes on and on and on. And there are other effects that are non-illness, such as spots on the highway that are more accident-prone, while haunted houses and sites of poltergeist activity are also sure signs of a black stream. He also noted in his studies that most mammals seem to have an instinct to avoid these black streams, like they knew where they were located at underground, and they would go at all cost to avoid the area. Now you're probably wondering how you too can avoid the area if you're not a dowser. Well, there are some obvious clues, like trees that have been struck by lightning, bare patches of lawn, mutated or stunted crops, or even the appearance of ferns and nightshades, which are attracted to black streams. But as you probably already know, none of this is believed by mainstream science. Cape Aya Metallic-Humanoid with a Sea Dragon. July 2000, Cape Aya, Crimea. A Russian family from Moscow was on vacation at a very lovely resort on the shores of the Black Sea. Little could they know that this relaxing time would soon turn into one of the most bizarre experiences they would ever have. The father, who chose to remain anonymous, was using his binoculars to stare out into the sea, when all of a sudden, something caught his eye in the water. It was some kind of humanoid entity swimming around. He claimed he knew it wasn't human, nor the common diver, because this thing was about 9.5 feet tall. But even stranger, it was wearing some kind of tight-fitting shiny metallic suit. And if you think that's strange, you haven't heard anything yet, because this weird humanoid seemed to be playing around in the water with a huge light brown snake-like creature, something that resembled a sea dragon, which swam nearby the man. The two continued to stay close to each other. Soon, more witnesses spotted it and ran close to the water, where they all took in the scene for about 15 minutes, at which time the sea snake swam further up the coast, only to be followed by the humanoid. The crowd of onlookers watched for about 10 minutes, until it vanished behind some coastal shrubbery. This story, as crazy as it sounds, was first documented by a legit oceanographer, Anatoly Tavarchesky, and although he is a legit oceanographer, I have to point out, the same man has claimed to have discovered an underwater city, and he's had a lifelong pursuit of a cryptid known as the Karadag Serpent. Regardless, his account was picked up and printed in various articles by a Russian UFO researcher, Anton Amphilov, and it's Anton that has went on to document numerous other reports of this sea dragon that is often seen near the Crimean coast. But the question is, what exactly are people seeing? Well, considering the waters here are home to coastal dolphins and porpoises, along with other large marine animals, it's most likely just that. The conger eel in particular looks very snake-like, not to mention there are very large sturgeon in the area. It could also just be an optical error caused by looking through the binoculars. Or hey, maybe it really is a sea serpent. Annapolis Monster Shark. 1987, a journalist named John Mellon, writing for the Annapolis Capital, located in Maryland, was going through old accounts and archives looking for something interesting to write about for the upcoming June Week. June Week, if you're not familiar, is when students graduate from the Annapolis Naval Academy and is famous in the area for its week-long celebration that encompasses most of the city, which of course brings us back to John. He wanted to find something in the newspaper archives to write about for the upcoming celebration that week, and what he found was actually one of the more plausible and scary cryptid stories that we have ever covered, because John would come across an article penned in the 1930s by a man named Reverend James L. Smiley. In that article, he would recall of a year where the celebration of June Week took a back seat to much larger news. The year, though, is uncertain, although it had to be after 1871, and Reverend Smiley would record that as war vessels came into the Chesapeake Bay en route to Annapolis roads, the men aboard the crafts would spot something unbelievable: a monstrous great white shark about 40 feet long. For context, most great whites are 11 to 16 feet in length, while the biggest on record is 20 feet, meaning what these sailors seen was double the size of the biggest on record. Even at a time when news traveled slowly, the story got around quick, and soon, local conjecture was that this shark had migrated north and was on a bit of a sightseeing tour, or perhaps more likely, a feeding tour. But it wasn't just this one sighting, because reports kept coming in further and further north as it appeared to be getting closer to Annapolis. Because of the size of this beast, as well as the reputation of the witnesses, authorities took as much action as they could, and they put out warnings for small crafts to just stay home, not to be out in the water, or at the very least, not out too far. This suggests that they took this very seriously, as they believed it was a dangerous situation. But the warning had the reverse effect, because soon, tourist boat companies began to sell out their rentals to anyone wanting to find this gigantic shark. And what Reverend Smiley recorded next was absolutely awful, because to attract this shark, locals rounded up stray dogs, took them aboard, and threw them in the water to try and entice this beast to surface and devour the dog. It was barbaric, and Smiley would record the numerous strays would be eaten by other sharks, but never the huge white shark they were all looking for. But it got even worse, because soon, dog hunting even became a thing, with $5 for any stray dog that could be brought to the docks to be used as bait. It's not hard to imagine that many loving dog owners had their pets stolen during all of this. And if you're thinking this is just a time period thing, and that these people didn't care about dogs like people nowadays do, well, that's not correct, because this upset a lot of people in the area, and they put pressure on authorities to stop the practice immediately. Soon the whole thing died down, as there were no reported giant shark sightings anyways. But what to make about this immense beast? Well, it really all depends on Reverend Smiley's account itself. Was he a reputable person? That is the question to this perplexing mystery, because if real, it is no doubt the largest great white shark ever recorded, and could potentially point to other sea life that may be way bigger than we originally thought. But to get to that answer, we have to go to where this account was found, and it wasn't actually in a newspaper. It was actually discovered in a book that belonged to the Maryland Anti-Vivisection Society. What is that, you might ask? Think of it this way. It was like the early 20th century version of PETA, except maybe a little more extreme. And here is a book produced by them, featuring this account by Reverend Smiley. And although there is no record that shows that Smiley was even associated with the group, well, there were a lot of other members of the clergy that did become members. So it's not a stretch to believe the Reverend Smiley was also a member. And since he didn't actually give a date of when this occurred, other than saying sometime after 1871, and considering there's no other real records of this event playing out, could Reverend Smiley have made the whole thing up? Maybe as a propaganda piece to recruit more people into the Anti-Vivisection Society. Or if it did happen, maybe he exaggerated some of the details, like the whole dog thing, or the real size of the shark that was sighted. Phantom Blimp Crash, 1931. October 10th, 1931, a man named Harold Mackenzie of Gallipolis, Ohio, was standing on the riverbank when he would peer up into the sky and see something he was not accustomed to. There far above was a mysterious airship. Now I have to point out here, before we go any further, unlike other stories we have covered in the past, by this point in time, airships were indeed a very real thing, and not just a concept. And while Harold knew exactly what it was he was looking at, it didn't make sense that it was out here in the middle of Appalachia, just coasting around in the sky. He quickly rushed to town and stopped by a local dairy plant where he told his friends to go out and look. Soon enough, these friends, Robert Henke and his wife, along with Dr. Claude Parker and his wife, would go out to First Avenue and share binoculars as they watched the craft go over the sky. This unsurprisingly drawed the attention of local residents in the small town, who all came out to watch. They estimated that it was about 100 to 150 feet long and about 300 feet high. Here's where it gets a little bit more interesting. Soon the neighbor town of Point Pleasant, yep, the same Point Pleasant that Mothman would be a fixture of 30 years later, would also have residents who seen the blimp. In fact, it was workers along the state highway that would see it first. Then, people at Raccoon Island before it went over into Huntington, West Virginia. But this is when it would get really crazy, because at 2:50 p.m., the witnesses who would never dreamed of seeing a blimp over Appalachia would be shocked when they seen the airship begin to buckle and break apart into two pieces. Smoke filled the air as the ship crashed down the hills near Gallipolis Ferry, and that's when several of the witnesses saw 4 people in parachutes jumping off the side to save their lives. The witnesses, of course, contacted the owner of the nearby Gallipolis Airport, owned by Dr. Charles E. Hoser. It was also just 10 minutes after the reported crash that a Lieutenant D. Eckford Hodgson, employed at the airway, was checking out plane engines when one witness drove up and asked him if he had seen the blimp overhead. Although Eckford had not seen it, the witness described it as not having any markings or a cabin, and that it stayed in the same location for about an hour before the crash. At this point, Sheriff H.E. Burdett would launch a search immediately. They made it to the wooded area by midnight, but by dawn, they had found nothing. Meanwhile, the state troopers launched a ground search of their own, while airplanes flew over the general area of the crash, looking for any sign of debris or survivors, but found nothing. After a day of searching and not finding anything, search and rescue gave up until they could find who the craft belonged to and what direction they were going. That's when they found out that all of the blimps were accounted for, and none of the debris, wreckage, or remains have ever been found. Yet, there were over 30 witnesses who reported it to the police. So, what did they see? Well, it's very plausible they really did see an airship, but it's very doubtful that it crashed and was never recovered. That was either added in, or they saw some kind of illusion created by weather. But then again, considering the time frame, it's just as likely the whole story was a hoax. Alright guys, it's time for a little bit of small mystery roundup. You know how it goes. These are the mysteries where there's not a lot of data, or just not very interesting. We start out with one called Laundry Sink Cans. For this one, we have to go back to the web archives and visit a site known as UFOFreeParanormal.com, where visitors to the site could submit their own UFO paranormal stories. The following one came from a man named Barney Woodard, who emailed on June 21st, 2008, and told a very bizarre story. According to Barney, when he was a small child, about 4 to 5 years old, he was in the basement in the laundry room with his mom, who was doing laundry. While leaning on a deep washroom sink, he would look down curiously to see a green hand coming from the drain. It had long fingernails and moved its fingers all around the basin. He screamed, of course, but when his mom looked, it had already disappeared. Fast forward a few years, and he was at a family reunion and everyone was standing around talking about weird things that had happened to them over the years, and his nephew would begin to tell a story of a day he had seen a green hand in a laundry tub sink when he was a little boy. When asked for more details about the event, he stated he did not desire to go into any more details about it, but a few minutes later he did say, "One thing I do remember was that had," and right at the same time, Barney chimed in and said, "Long fingernails?" His nephew never elaborated anymore, but Barney emailed in asking if anyone else had heard of a similar sighting. So what to make of it? Assuming he didn't make the story up, this is one of the easier theories actually. Kids' visual systems and imaginations work differently than adults, and what Barney likely seen was just a rag, a drain cover, or a pattern of grime he thought was a hand. Leaning over a deep sink at that vantage point messed with his perception, and over the years, it's likely that his memory distorted it even more. Sunspot activity with historical warfare. We have discussed the moon's effect on people's psychological states, so it stands to reason that there are a group of people who also believe the sun influences our mood, more specifically, sunspot activity. And it's not that it just affects one or two people. This fringe theory states that mankind as a whole is impacted. But before we delve into this theory, let's take a look at sunspot activity to get a better understanding. Sunspots are dark, cooler areas on the sun's surface caused by magnetic field disturbances, resulting in a temperature that is about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit cooler, which can result in more solar flares and higher overall radiation output. They were first documented by telescope in 1610 by Galileo and a few others, and over the time spent studying them since, we have come to learn that the number of sunspots rise and fall on a predictable pattern. For example, every 27 days we see a short-term cycle of solar activity, while every 11 years we see a longer magnetic cycle, and finally, one more at around 90 years. And scientists speculate there could be even longer patterns of time we just haven't observed yet. Now that we have explained that, let's take a closer look at the theory itself, which basically states during these longer patterns of solar activity, like the one that occurs every 11 years, there is an uptick in warfare, with several examples: the American Revolution, French Revolution, War of 1812, the American Civil War, Russian Revolution, World War I, Hungarian Uprising, end of communism, and 9/11. All occurred during these times of high solar activity. There's even some data that shows the US interventions into the Middle East all occurred at these times as well. But as mentioned, it's more of a fringe theory than anything else. But if you're curious, we entered the last cycle in 2023, so there's that. Kriegerstown Jabberwocks. Many of you, I'm sure, remember the story of Alice in Wonderland, but I wonder if you remember the creature, Jabberwock, the terrifying large dragon-like beast. It's okay if you don't remember it, because the real mystery here is the cryptid that would take the name later on. 1890, Kriegerstown, Maryland. A mysterious creature was spotted, which was described as being lizard-headed, humpbacked, long-tailed, and web-footed. After some locals were made aware of its presence, they began to look for the creature by following the tracks that it had left, and they apparently followed it from Kriegerstown to Grayson and then Thurmont, about a 5-mile trail in total. This led to the creature earning the moniker in the local papers, Jabberwock, probably because Alice in Wonderland was still fresh on the minds of people. Now there are several strange things about this account, which we have very limited info on. First of all, this allegedly happened in 1890, but the article that actually tells us the story came out on December 1st, 1932 in the Frederick News. But making it even weirder was this article was reprinted in the 4th issue of the Bigfoot Abstract that came out in July 1988, which suggests they at least thought it was Bigfoot related. I tried to find more appearances of this cryptid, and there are a few reports between the 1870s and 1890s, but all of the descriptions vary. And just like the other, the articles are printed decades after the event, but we'll stick to the one seen by numerous people in Kriegerstown, and most likely, what they really seen was a river otter. The lizard head fits the elongated snout, along with the web-footed tracks and long tail. The inorganic evolves via our tool use. This is another fringe theory that basically suggests that inorganic matter evolves via our tool use. For example, mankind develops a flint hammer. This allows for more precise shaping of materials, but It also creates a feedback loop because now we can make more complex tools. So now these complex tools are eventually made, and mankind's brain gets a little bit smarter and sees new challenges and makes more complex tools, which then makes mankind's brain smarter, and on, and on, and on. You get it. It's supposed to show the relationship between us and inorganic matter is symbiotic. So in summary, we act as an evolutionary driver for inorganic matter, and it does the same for us. Ancient skyscrapers. Okay, how about a trivia question now? What year did the first official skyscraper finish construction? Give up? Well, it's sort of a trick question, because it depends on what you consider a skyscraper to be. Some claim the Equitable Life building, constructed in 1870, was, all because it was the first tall office building to have an elevator. However, it's the Home Insurance Building of Chicago, constructed in 1885, that most scholars point to as the first true modern skyscraper. And I use that word modern because it's key to this conspiracy, which states that ancient skyscrapers existed as well. Now, if you're a history buff, or even do a cursory Google search, you'll quickly find a city called Shibam, located in Yemen. It's famous for its mud brick made high-rise buildings, which see some of them stretch as high as 11 stories. And the interesting part was it was built all the way back into the 3rd century AD and has been inhabited ever since. Logically, just looking at these buildings, many have made the argument that these were the first true skyscrapers in history, which means the conspiracy is true, right? Well, not exactly, because our conspiracy specifically states that skyscrapers in the modern sense as we know them existed back then too. This one, I couldn't find much about, and it seems to be more of a joke conspiracy than a real one, because although there were huge structures back in ancient times, none of them are similar or as tall as modern skyscrapers. And that's it for this edition of the Small Mystery Roundup. But before we get back to the video, if you like the content and would like to help support the channel, take a look at the YouTube membership or Patreon link in the description below. Now, let's get back to it. Aintree Spectres. It was an early autumn night in 1967 or 68 when a young man in his late teens, going by the pseudonym Jeffrey of Aintree, Lancashire, England, was walking back to his family home. He had actually missed the bus earlier in the evening, leading to this predicament of having to walk, but at least with the moon out, it was a clear night. Unfortunately, as it got later, around 11 p.m., his vision was dampened by the darkness, since at this time, there had been no street lighting installed on this back road. That would only serve to terrify Jeff more, because as he was walking along, he noticed something to his right. It was lights, about 150 yards away in a field. He stopped and counted. It was 9 men carrying torches, walking along the riverbank, heading away from him. He noticed they were wearing grayish robes with pointed hoods similar to those worn by the KKK. They were marching in line like soldiers. Obviously, this would terrify anyone, and Jeff took off running back home and immediately got his father out of bed. They went to a window on the upstairs floor and peered out and could still see the torch-lit procession moving on. Not knowing what to do, his father would go back to bed. Jeff, meanwhile, decided to sleep on his parents' bedroom floor due to his fear. This would be the first sighting of the beings known as the Aintree Spectres, because a few years later, sometime in the early 1970s, Jeff's parents were driving home after his father had picked his mom up from bingo. As they passed that same exact field that Jeff had seen the specters in years ago, his parents would see a dozen or so men holding torches and wearing robes, and some with pointed hoods. They were standing in a circle, like they were involved in some kind of seance. The parents did not stop, obviously, but he did remark that when they got home, it would have been impossible for other people to have not seen them. Yet, that seemed to be the case. As the family asked neighbors over the next few days about the strange gathering of these hooded individuals, no one had any idea what they were talking about. This would stay that way for a bit, until one of the friends of Jeff's father, Glenn, would actually bring up the strange sighting unprompted to him one day. That would be it, though, for the next decade. Soon the whole event was forgotten about, and it wouldn't be until the late 80s, when Glenn was chatting with an old friend, that the conversation turned to the supernatural, and Glenn started telling his story about these hooded individuals, and before he could even finish, this friend interrupted him and told him about the same encounter he had, although he had witnessed it way back in World War II. when the countryside was under blackout procedure. Now, I can't go into every one of these sightings, simply because of the time it would take, but after this story was printed in the local newspaper, it was a little bit of a surprise that some people wrote in to say they too experienced the same phenomenon, always in the same field, although sometimes the people carried no torches or lights at all. It is worth noting that many other residents were interviewed for this article, and none of them had ever seen any robed individuals at night. But if this witness testimony is accurate, what are people seeing? Most likely, it's nothing more than a prank. Maybe local teens or college kids masquerading as ghosts. The first appearance in the late 60s at least, and every sighting since has been other kids trying to keep the folktale going. Of course, there's also the possibility that it could have been some kind of secret religious group, as the newspaper found at least one person who stated he knew of a tight group of Christian fundamentalists that would do these torchlight meetings, although this refers to the sightings of the 80s, which doesn't explain the earlier ones. Then again, maybe it really was ghosts. Cop killer of Harbin City. June 6th, 1987. 36-year-old police officer Zhang Fugi of Harbin, China, laid down to bed that night along with his wife and 3 children, never expecting that once he fell asleep, he would enter a nightmare, because as the family drifted off, an unknown intruder would break into their home, and with a knife or hatchet, depending on the source, would kill Zhang, his wife, his son, and daughter. Zhang was found with 17 wounds to his chest, abdomen, and arms that came from fighting back. His wife, Ming, a school teacher and restaurant owner, suffered similar wounds. The 10-year-old daughter was almost decapitated, while their 5-year-old son died from a single wound. The unknown assailant would then attack the other daughter, 7-year-old Zhang Guzhu, who suffered 3 wounds before running to her neighbor's home as the suspect fled. She amazingly survived. The home had been ransacked of various things, but a lot of the valuables, such as money, clothing, and camera, were untouched. Zhang's service pistol, bullets, and holster were swiped though. The family shed was also broken into, and a single footprint was left behind. Investigators began to look into the background of Zhang, but could not find anyone who would want to harm him. The investigation kept focusing on the brutality of the murder and believed it had happened out of revenge or hatred, but again, no suspects emerged. So they would go through recent arrest records to see who all Zhang had taken into custody, particularly any of the ones where Zhang would have had to use force, or in any case where he went to break up a dispute and one of the parties went away unhappy. They found one early lead, that of a 27-year-old thief who had been violently detained by Zhang in the past. His name was Li Sanwei. However, he could not be found at the time. It would take 3 months to haul him in, where he was interrogated and admitted he wanted to kill Zhang, but never did. Police thought they had their man, but could not find the weapons. However, they decided it was a matter of time before they had their proof, so they held him while they began putting their case together. But that strategy would come undone when on the night of October 12th, He Ruichin, the head of the police station in Wanda Town, was lying restless and decided to go outside for a walk. Suddenly, his wife, daughter, and neighbors all heard gunshots. Now at first, they weren't really alarmed, because Ruichin had a reputation for being a hothead and would often fire warning shots into the air if someone trespassed across his yard. But as time wore on, and he didn't go back inside the home, his family would go outside to see him laying in a pool of his own blood. He was actually still alive, and told his wife someone beat him with a gun, and then he passed out. In total, he had been shot once and stabbed 4 times. A neighbor named Zhou Xiaoshen would see what was going on and rushed out to help. He brought Ruichin inside and tried to call the police, but a masked man came out from behind a shed opening and fired on Zhou, hitting him, which ended the phone call obviously. Another neighbor charged the gunman, and he aimed the gun and pulled the trigger, but the gun jammed. This neighbor was then able to pick up a blunt object and hit the gunman, causing him to drop the gun and flee. Both Ruichin and the neighbor Zhou passed away before the EMS arrived. After this, the town was put on lockdown. An investigation began the next morning, and footprints and fingerprints were found, and the gun and bullets, unsurprisingly, were the same stolen from Zhang Fugi. Luckily though, there were survivors to give a description, but unluckily, he had most of his face covered except for the eyes. He was about 5'8" and from what witnesses could see, he had pimples on his face, and the mask was black or a dark shade of some other color. Obviously, police knew that this was the same man that murdered the first police officer, and they could now safely dismiss their first suspect, who they were still holding. Police had little to go on, but a couple of weeks later, they did find the clothing, shoes, and holster, all used by the killer, which had been discarded in the river. They were in a very easy to spot location, as he had made no real attempt to hide them. But, with nothing else to go on, the police decided to put together a criminal profile. They knew he was around 5'8" and believed he was between 25 and 35 years old. He was skilled with firearms, and most likely had a history of using them. He also probably worked with diesel or engine oil, which they based on the traces and smell found on the clothing. But the investigation stalled, which would have dire consequences, because the maniac hit just a few weeks later, on October 28th, 7 a.m., when the police were called to the home of the deputy director of the Hualien County Police Security Bureau, Ma Fulin. When they arrived, they had found he had suffered 3 wounds to the head and was covered in blood. His 20-year-old son-in-law, Ma Shoke, had several wounds across his body, deep enough to expose bone, while his wife was found leaning against the wall and was decapitated. Fulin had been attacked while sleeping, while his wife and son-in-law woke up and did not have time to react. Now this next part is important, because the perp had actually intentionally destroyed the crime scene by releasing the family's geese into the room, and some sources also cite that he had opened a water tap flooding the room. Then to make matters worse, curious onlookers had arrived and contaminated the area. Detectives determined the man had came over a wall in the yard and knocked down the locked door, which was pretty weak anyways. He had likely used a hatchet or axe. Again, the officer's pistol and bullets were stolen. They also found that not too long before this, he had 2 bicycles stolen from him, and now investigators believe this killer was using that bicycle to flee the crime scenes. A search was on for it, and it was eventually found about 4 miles away from the crime scene, where again, fingerprints were taken. Police in response took fingerprints of people in the area, actually a really wide area. Even officers were checked, but again, there were no matches. The situation was so bad now, the police were told not to wear their uniforms in public, and a curfew was put into place, with no one allowed to be out after dark other than the police. Many officers just straight up quit the force in response to the danger. However, some officers refused to be intimidated. One of these was a 33-year-old Zhu Hai, and on the night of December 27th, he would boldly wear his uniform in public as he went to the home of the deputy director, Dong Cha, to give an update on the murder spree. As he was one of the main investigators, Zhu arrived at 5:20 p.m. and began to walk to the door, and as he passed a wall in the courtyard, a man fired a shot at him, hitting him in the waist. He screamed and instinctively went for his gun before he was shot again in the abdomen, and he fell to the ground. His screams, along with the gunshots, woke the deputy director's son, who looked out to see Zhu's body was on the snow-covered ground. He would call the police, and then, with a neighbor, bandaged him up until an ambulance arrived. He was taken to the hospital, where he later died, and again, the bullets matched the one stolen from the previous murder of Ma Fulin. Now that an officer was murdered right in front of the deputy director's home, the town was placed under martial law. Roadblocks were everywhere, and the police walked up and down the streets while sniffer dogs were deployed. But still, nothing was found. Investigators did have one theory about this last murder though. They believed that since Zhu was a rookie cop, he was not likely the target. Instead, since the murder took place at the deputy director's home, a man with decades worth of time on the force, he was the real target, and Zhu was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. The police, now in response to the last murder and witness account, redid their profile to cite that the man was 35 to 50 years old because of the level of experience and expertise he had. Now, we fast forward a month and a half to February 15th, 1988, when a 30-year-old bailiff, Liu Yongji, was washing his clothes. While his daughter was watching TV in the living room, he would go outside to dump the dirty water when he felt a sharp pain and turned around to see a man dressed in black and hiding his face, stabbing him in the shoulder. Liu began to wrestle the attacker and was doing well holding his ground. He was a former soldier and was still in good shape, but his attacker was just as strong and gain the upper hand. He would stab him again, but luckily, he was wearing his police trousers and holster and reached for his gun. But the killer seen it and brandished his own and then shot Lou twice, once missing, the other hitting a non-vital area, while Lou's shots missed completely and the perp fled. Because they were in a rural area, neighbors had to go about 10 minutes away to the nearest payphone to call the police. Again, sniffer dogs were brought in, and they lost the scent. This time, the officer thankfully survived, and the bullets were obviously matched to Ma Fulin's gun. This was the first time, however, that a police officer wasn't targeted. Now detectives had to widen their scope to include court officials, soldiers, prison guards, and security guards. In fact, another prison guard would have his home broken into after this, only to see the murderer flee after realizing the guard was waiting on him. This too was connected to the unsolved murders. The killer was never captured, however, and that might be because he was very careful to never leave any traces, and the fingerprints he did leave could never be linked to anybody, as they were not on record. He also carefully planned out his crimes and was familiar with the victims and locations of all the murders. He also made sure to keep his face hidden too. And finally, he intentionally contaminated many of the crime scenes, making it difficult to find evidence. As far as theories go, obviously investigators believe he had a strong hatred towards authority due to the brutality of his crimes, so they reasoned that he may have been an ex-con who served time in prison before. Others think, however, he was actually linked to or paid by an organized criminal syndicate to carry out the hits, while others think he was a disgruntled police officer himself, seeking revenge against co-workers, or possibly just making a statement. There was even some speculation that he was a retired police officer with a grudge. It may even be why they changed the age range all the way up to the mid-50s. However, detectives that were on the case at the time, and now are retired, have recently spoken about the case in interviews, and one of these confessed that the simple truth was they had nothing. No forensics, no surveillance footage, no leads. It was like they were chasing a ghost. But another question remains. What made the man stop killing? Was he jailed for something else? Or did he die? Or did he simply walk away after almost being caught breaking into the correction officer's home? No one is sure, but if he is still alive, he would be in his early 70s by now. They say the internet forgets nothing, but it hides plenty. Grand Rapids Diner is an internet legend sprawling from X, the paranormal board of 4chan, one of the easiest boards to troll. It all began on August 20th, 2019 at about 1 a.m. when the original poster would upload an image of an abandoned building with a light on, which was partially hidden by garbage bags which covered the windows. Anon would give the background of the property, in which he claimed there used to be a popular restaurant housed there called Isaac's, which operated in the mid-90s, however, had shut down in the early 2010s, and then the building was sold in 2014 to a, quote, strange couple in their 40s who planned to convert it into a coffee shop. They first painted the exterior and then put up a lamp inside and taped garbage bags over the windows, where it would remain that way for years. The anonymous poster would claim that through the fall of 2015, he had seen multiple SUVs pulling into the establishment, often with groups of young children. And when the adults would leave the building, these children remained. And allegedly, this had happened multiple times over the years. But now the original poster in August 2019 claimed to have been passing by when he seen a boy about 10 years old pull down the garbage bag from the window from inside the building and began banging on the glass, prompting Anon to try and take a picture. But the kid was quickly yanked out of sight. He called the police, who came out, shined flashlights through the windows, saw nothing, and quickly left. And to prove he wasn't lying, he would post a time-stamped photo confirming he was really there. Of course, the thread became full of speculation, which suggested the building was a cover for, you guessed it, trafficking. Although some just straight up said that the poster was LARPing. But it was too late for the majority of the lurkers, because now they were speculating about hidden tunnels that went into the building and cover-ups by local authorities. Everyone on X was now interested in this thread, and it would soon spiral out of control, as multiple posters in the thread claimed to live nearby and went to check out the property for themselves. since the original poster put the address up, that's when a strange message was posted to the thread that read, "We see you outside of our establishment, and we see you taking pictures. What happens next is up to you. Continue to press this, and the outcome will not be a pleasant one for you or your family." Now who knows if any of these posters were actually there, and if the threat posted actually came from inside the building. What is known is a second poster did actually arrive after a 45-minute drive, and we know this because he took pictures of the building with a timestamp to prove it. Apparently, he had planned to go inside and take a picture, but when he got there, he seen people moving around inside. He stated he was going to go somewhere and get a bite to eat and come back to check and see if the building was empty. Now the thread was getting a ton of attention from all of 4chan. However, this poster never returned and was soon labeled the Kazoo Anon disappearance, Kazoo being Kalamazoo, where he had driven from. Apparently too, the photos of this place, which had been uploaded into the thread, began to get removed, although other posters had already saved the images and just reposted them. By early the next morning, the thread was still going, and the original poster, as well as the Kazoo Anon, were still silent. However, someone claiming to be the original poster wrote he made the entire thing up because he was bored, but no one believed him, and it was at this point more people in the thread started making plans to go to the site themselves. One of these would even do it on a Twitch stream. His name was Trezulius, and he would post another picture from outside, and he claimed he tried streaming it to Twitch and YouTube, but both broadcasts were ended immediately. But it was just 2 minutes after he posted this photo, confirming he was there, that he would post again, claiming someone had came out of the building, and he took off running, and he never posted again either. However, by 7 a.m., a new streamer, Bushmatic, showed up on site, and he began broadcasting live from the scene, and he found nothing really, just some old woman who left around 8 a.m., and Bushmatic noted seeing an oil lamp inside. By this point, the thread essentially fell into LARP territory and really lost a lot of credibility. Many concluded the entire thread was nothing but a troll post, with many Anons working each other up into a frenzy. However, the building's owner was eventually tracked to a company called Humanix LLC, and that part would be a bit strange. See, Humanix LLC was traced to a man living in Kalamazoo named Ray Tabachka, who was just a normal IT guy. The thing was, though, nothing on Ray's LinkedIn profile mentioned Humanix. Actually, there were no connections at all other than the registry listing, suggesting the name was used without his consent, or Humanix was essentially a shell company set up for tax purposes or asset protection. There were other issues too, because the registry page for the company would 404 when you would try to click the link. Likewise, any attempt to find out more information had limited results. In addition, the website listed 2 different headquarters addresses. One was the strange building the thread was focused on, and another address was located at a remote mansion in the woods of Rockford, Michigan, suggesting the data was outdated or possibly deliberately made confusing, which is even stranger by the fact that the original poster in Google Maps confirmed the building had basically been unchanged for 4 years in spite of the fact that it was supposedly under renovation. The company too supposedly only had 2 employees. Was one of these the old woman seen on the stream? And now, on to theories. Is it any surprise that the top one is still the whole thing was a LARP? I mean, this is 4chan and X, and there has never been any verifiable follow-up. Plus, with the dramatic claims and disappearing photos, which could be deleted by the posters themselves, it seems likely. And while some Anons did go there to check it out, with at least one verified streamer, it didn't really prove anything. Second most likely theory is it was just a failed small business. In fact, with the long, slow renovations, taped windows, and persistent lamp, it seems like someone was working hard to make it succeed and never could. Captain Kutchie Key Lime Pie. This is another internet mystery that got its start back in October of 2009 when someone began posting odd comments over numerous blogs and news articles about a restaurant which was no longer opened, called Kutchie's Key West Cafe, and their most prized dish, their key lime pies. Interestingly, The comments didn't always appear under food articles. Sometimes it was travel, politics, and oftentimes sex. The comments would often ramble and were full of pop culture references from the time period. This went on for well over a decade, with this person leaving over 700 comments under at least 35 different handles, like Jake Carson, Willie Jord, and Roger Ramjet. To make things even crazier, each alias had its different style of posting. Jake Carson was more of an upbeat promotional blurb, while Willie Jordan usually posted sexually suggestive replies that somehow he would tie back to key lime pie, while Roger Ramjet dropped in random jokes ending in lines like, quote, "And don't forget the key lime pie." Now for the record, this restaurant did exist. It actually opened in Nashville, North Carolina in 1978. It was owned by Oswald, or Kutchie, Pelez Jr., and his wife, Anita. But it closed around 2005, and if you're keeping track of the timeline, yep, it closed a whole 4 years before this person went on his comment campaign about it online. A deeper look into the comments revealed that although sometimes the posts were coherent, other times it was just a jumble of nostalgic celebrity shoutouts to Johnny Carson, Don Rickles, or even Steve Martin. It was also noticed between 2009 and 2013, each comment was unique, but after 2013, it all just became copy-pasted comments, suggesting that the poster had built up a personal library of phrases he could use. Even stranger, he would sometimes visit comment sections years after he posted originally, and added new comments, sometimes under the same name, sometimes under one of the other handles. Now here's where it starts to get a little bit stranger. By 2016, 7 years after this person had been posting, Reddit discovered the weird mystery and began discussing it. Finally, the key lime poster stopped his copy pasting and left obscure phrases like, "Do you ever feel like you're being watched?" After this, key lime poster slacked off big time, with just 6 comments over 2017 and 18, and then he completely disappeared, with the final message reading, quote, "Captain Kutchie's award-winning cheeseburgers in paradise," and "the world's greatest key lime pies." That's the mystery. Who was doing this, and why? Well, the most likely theory is it was just some obsessed person that had a connection to the restaurant, most likely a customer who is fixated on a period in their past, which somehow relates to that restaurant. It might not even be a customer, maybe it was an employee, but whoever it was certainly looked back at that time with nostalgia glasses, although that doesn't explain the creation of dozens of accounts, which brings up the next thought, that it was someone with some kind of mental illness. It explains the repetitive fixation and era-locked memories, as well as the emotional intensity. There's even some online sleuths that have looked at this mystery that claim to have went to that restaurant all those years ago and seen an odd customer that would hang out there that was fixated on pies. Of course, that could have just been a troll adding to the story. Finally, maybe this person was trolling all along, trying to create an internet mystery himself. Sewer Boy shaking the bed. This one comes from a now deleted post by users on the subreddit called Experiencers, which is essentially a place where people can discuss their transrational experiences without the fear of being ridiculed. But what exactly is a transrational experience? They're sort of related to unexplained phenomena. It's more accurately described as experiences that go beyond or transcend reason, things that cannot be fully explained by logic or science alone. This can include dreams, moments of profound intuition, or the feeling of being connected to something larger than oneself. It can be things like astrology, tarot cards, or even prayer. And in this particular thread, we have the poster called Service Large, who brought up an experience from his college days in 2012. He noted that it was a time when he was really into music and was actually in a band himself. His favorite genre was the 60s and 70s, in particular, the band Led Zeppelin. In studying the bands from that era, he looked to see what it was that inspired their creativity, and of course he realized it was drugs. And before long, he began taking that same route. He would use acid, take shrooms, and smoke marijuana. It helped him to think differently, and he began focusing on the Led Zeppelin symbols themselves, which were allegedly connected to Aleister Crowley. He would also look into the guitarist, Jimmy Page, who was said to be connected to other occult practices. Now, Service Large didn't take a lot of this seriously, but that would soon change. Before long, he had moved into an off-campus apartment with a friend. Being college kids, they had to take a cheap one, and this one in particular was pretty creepy on the outside, and it was actually a third-floor attic. And a short while after moving in, he began to have strange experiences, like the night he fell asleep, only to be awoken at the feeling of someone gently shaking his bed. He felt a sense of dread and anxiety, so he got up to turn the lights on, and of course, the bed was no longer moving. He assumed that it was due to the house being so old. He was really just hearing the creaking of the wood, is what he would tell himself. He eventually calmed down and relaxed, and started nodding off, and then the bed started shaking again, and it would happen every time that he almost dozed off. He did eventually fall asleep, but this was only the beginning, because it continued to happen occasionally before it moved on to happening every night. Since his sleep was beginning to suffer, he got up and attempted to sleep on the couch, thinking that the old bed was just unstable. From here, though, it would continue. Now the couch was shaking every night, and it drove him crazy. One morning he would ask his roommate about it, and he stated that he himself had never experienced anything strange in the apartment. Things only got worse from here. Due to the lack of sleep, he started to get bad grades, and his day-to-day life took a serious impact. He resorted to using alcohol or sleep meds just so he could get a little rest every night. But still, oftentimes, his bed would begin to shake and awaken him. He soon sought psychiatric counseling, but that didn't help either. And after a month of this, it intensified. Just about the time that Service Large began to suspect that he was losing his mind, a friend of his roommates came over to hang out, and the two of them were on the couch drinking, when this friend looked at him and stated, "What's shaking the couch?" Finally, Service Large had relief, knowing it wasn't just him that had been feeling this. That didn't stop the strangeness though, because one of the worst nights he recalled came after this, and it was when he was asleep, and he awoke to see the bed physically moving with him in it. That shook him up so bad that he called his mom, who was a devout Catholic, and told him to pray as she did, and things would die down a little bit. But it's here where it would all culminate. As he began to suspect the place was haunted, he started making arrangements to move out, and that might be what led to the worst night. As he fell asleep, he had the most vivid dream in his life. It started with him playing street hockey with some of his friends back in the neighborhood where he had grown up. Suddenly, they lost a ball into a sewer grate, and he went down to get it. When he began to hear a small boy crying, he would go tell his mother, who called the police, and they got him out. And the dream took a strange turn when his mother decided to adopt this little boy, and he lived with them. But he was a bad kid, constantly breaking things and misbehaving, and he even tried to kill the family dog, which of course led to the parents trying to get him out of the home. And he remembered next, they were standing in the courtroom for family issues, and he had to get up and tell the lawyer why he thought the boy was bad. The lawyer asked, "Do you know this boy?" Service Large 4601 replied, "No." He said, "Are you sure you don't know him?" He stared at the boy again and said, "No, I never met him until the day we found him." Finally, the boy looked directly into his eyes and said, "You know exactly who I am. I'm the one who's been shaking your bed every night." This caused Service Large to wake up to the pure terror of the bed shaking. He wasted no time and quickly moved out, and it all stopped. The bed shaking, the bad dreams, all of it. However, here is the catch. It was about a year later when he started dating a girl that actually lived on the first floor of that home. He began telling her and her roommate about everything that had happened when he lived there, and that's when the roommate told him there had been a fire there about 5 years earlier, and an 18-year-old kid had ran into the building trying to get everyone out and died of smoke inhalation on the 3rd floor. She even showed him the news article and everything. Service Large wrapped up the post by asking what the consensus was on the story. Had his dabbling in the dark arts opened up a connection to this tragic event? So, I guess that means it's theory time for us. The most obvious one is sleep-related hallucinations, which are amplified by substance abuse. It's very common and can seem very realistic if you're very sleep-deprived, anxious, or on psychedelics, alcohol, or sleep meds. and since it always happened when he was falling asleep and waking up, it makes perfect sense. It even stopped when lights came on, and more than likely, that vivid dream of the sewer boy was caused by his waking up often during the sleep. Of course, the problem is that the friend said he could also feel the couch shaking. Another possible scenario is that the bed really was shaking from the house settling or some kind of mechanical issue, like HVAC running, trains nearby, or trucks. It could even be a loose bed frame. This seems even more likely considering it all stopped after he moved out. Not to mention, the third floor is more susceptible to structure movement. Or hey, maybe this really was a paranormal experience. Or should I say, transrational. Clothes-slashing poltergeist of Worcester, June 1869, Millersburg, Ohio. A family known as the Hoffmans would become one more family that would go down in the books of poltergeist history. It all began innocently enough when Mr. Hoffman would lose $2 from his purse. At first, he didn't think much of it, chalking it up to just misplacing the money, and he made a note to himself that in the future, put the money in a location he would be sure to remember. However, it did not matter where he put his money, it always vanished, and before long, he found it impossible to keep any funds in the home at all. But it wasn't just money. Soon, other things began to disappear in the same exact way, but it was simple items, like food and clothing, but then it got worse, as cookware began to fall from shelves and was often smashed to pieces, while stones, eggs, and other small objects were constantly thrown around the house. Sometimes, tiny bits of gravel and sand would be playfully thrown at the house's inhabitants. Obviously, this was very frustrating to the family, and after trying every conceivable way in the world to track down the source of these pranks, they just gave up and moved to a new home. This time, they would end up moving to Worcester, about 20 miles away. Soon, Mr. Hoffman would take a job with a local mill, and he was allowed to live there temporarily. His wife and kids, who were 20, 17, and 15, would move into a room for rent in town. It was a difficult adjustment, but much better than the harassment they hoped to get away from. And luckily for Mr. Hoffman, he did get away from it. But Mrs. Hoffman and her kids, well, they didn't fare as well. Actually, Mrs. Hoffman and their daughters seemed to be the main targets. Soon, their clothing began to disappear and reappear in pieces. They had been cut, slashed, and torn to shreds. Sometimes the garments were found stuffed into strange places. Family linens were also discovered packed in the mouth of the cellar drain, while a silk dress turned up under a pile of firewood. Other skirts and garments were also dug up after being placed into the dirt or sand. It seemed like someone, or something, was deliberately destroying their belongings. This would be followed by notes, which would randomly appear around the home. Sometimes, it appeared like they were tossed up from the cellar, and on these notes were threats and sometimes odd instructions, like Mrs. Hoffman was told that if she went down the cellar stairs backwards on her knees and at a certain time, she would find a box containing $2,000. She wanted to try it, but her neighbors, smelling a trap, talked her out of it. There was also another letter that arrived stating that only she, not her husband, could retrieve the money. Things began to take a dark turn after this. Loud pounding echoed through the walls at night, and stones, from the size of pebbles to the size of a man's fist, were thrown through doors and windows. Dishes rattled as well, and some were broken. And there were also witnesses to this that were outside the family, like neighbors and friends. One young man that was visiting mocked the whole charade and was immediately hit in the head with a red-hot stone. When he grabbed for his handkerchief, it was shredded to ribbons. After weeks of this, the Hoffmans had hardly anything left. All their dishes were broken, clothes had been destroyed, and everything else was missing. The news spread, and all kinds of investigators showed up, from ministers and inspectors to spiritualists, but no one could find a cause, although of course, everyone suspected a human prankster, but one was never caught. After this, the family moved again, this time from Worcester to Akron. Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman, however, never lived together again. She took an apartment with their son, while Mr. Hoffman would board at a room nearby. They never divorced, but they never actually functioned as a real couple again. This has went down as one of the more stranger poltergeist encounters. largely because of the clothes slashing. Today, theories vary, but the one speculated about most is that Mrs. Hoffman was behind the whole thing. In fact, Mr. Hoffman was basically left unscathed after they moved to Worcester. The majority of stories stress that Mrs. Hoffman had begged him to move to Worcester to allegedly protect them, and to get money she believed was in a basement, which again goes back to the story about her being tossed up a note that said if she went down the stairs backwards on her knees, she would get that money. In short, it seems very possible that Mrs. Hoffman was battling some real mental illness at the time of this that was just never properly addressed. Hey y'all, it's that time again. It's the Small Mystery Roundup, where we look at the mysteries where there's not a lot of data, or they're just kind of boring. First, the original Gurgles and Bugman image source. Gurgles and Bugman is a pretty popular creepypasta that began circulating around 2012, but that is not the focus of this mystery. Instead, it was the accompanying image that came with it, as you can see here. Apparently, no one knows where this came from, and this is a time well before AI, so it wasn't created with a generator. The image, which shows a doll-like face with pale skin, dark hair, and an open mouth dripping black fluid, can be traced back at least 5 years prior to the creepypasta, in a thread on eBombs World, with the specific date of October 12, 2007, with the file name dollthinguo6.jpg, suggesting that it was not created by that poster, and instead was just shared, meaning it had been circulating even earlier than that. To this day, there's no clear answer on its origin. Giant scale jellyfish, Leaksville. This one comes from a UFO blog called Lights in the Texas Sky, where it obviously takes in UFO reports from Texas and the South in general, and it records an incident from Lakesville, Mississippi on March 16, 2003, when a teacher walked outside and was stargazing, and she looked to the northeast and seen a huge jellyfish or squid object in the sky. She immediately knew that the object, which had 8 to 10 tentacles, was not man-made. The tentacles had lights going up and down on them, and they waved back and forth. She estimated that it was about 5 to 10 miles up in the sky. She would run in and get her friend, who also came out to look, and they observed a smaller craft flying in and out of the largest part. They would actually call the police and report it, but they were essentially laughed at. The jellyfish made no more maneuvers. It just kind of waved back and forth and sailed off into the distance right before the sun came out. Keel Secret Dinosaur Forest, Massachusetts. John Keel is a famous name in the world of paranormal research, and he's widely known for writing the Mothman prophecies, but he actually wrote about many cases of unexplained phenomena. In particular, many articles for Fate magazine. That's where this next one pops up, and he provides very little info. According to Keel, there is a forest in Massachusetts where people have been seeing dinosaurs. The huge creatures apparently get spotted occasionally before vanishing into the forest, where they cannot be found, leading Keel to suggest there could be some kind of time warp located there. Unfortunately, he didn't leave much more than that, leaving the dinosaur forest of Massachusetts as a sweet memory. Disappearing hallway. Next, we go to our favorite archived website, UFOfreeparanormal.com, and man, I really wish someone would buy this domain and relaunch it. Anyways, if you're not familiar, the site had a section of user-submitted stories where visitors could send in an email of their account, which was then posted to the web page. In this account, we got a story from a user of the site detailing her friend's account, who she listed under a fake name, Sarah. Now, Sarah, as a child, stayed in various hotels with her mother due to her mother's job, where she worked the night shift and got off at 3 or 4 in the morning, and it was on one of these late nights that Sarah was wandering around the hotel exploring when she came across an unusual spiral staircase. It closed by walls instead of railings. While going up, she bumped into a wall panel that moved, and she fell into a dark hidden hallway. Luckily, the little girl would often carry a flashlight around the hotel, so she was able to use it to try and find her way out, and after about 10 minutes, she found a door, or panel, with light around it. As she pushed it open, and it led to the hotel's pool area. The staff seen her and ran over. They shut the door quickly, and told her to never speak about what she had seen. Since they knew her though, they took her back to her mom's work area, and then the employees disappeared. Sarah would tell her mom the strange account, and they went back to the stairs to check, and there was no such movable panel in the wall, and hotel management and staff denied knowing anything about a secret hallway. She would later find out that the pool had actually been closed and chained off for over a year, making the whole story that much stranger. Encephalitis lethargica epidemic. This was an epidemic that is largely forgotten about and not really discussed much today, mainly because of the time it occurred, 1916 to 1930, which overlapped a time when another pandemic you may have heard of was occurring, the Spanish flu of 1918 to 1920, which killed an estimated 25 to 50 million people. Encephalitis lethargica epidemic, or more commonly known as sleeping sickness, killed about 500,000 people over a much longer period of time, so it was much less deadly, but still more mysterious. Sleeping sickness was a neurological disorder that caused inflammation of the brain, leading to extreme sleepiness or lethargy, as well as movement disorders like tremors. Then there was psychiatric changes like psychosis, and in severe cases, coma or death. Patients would often appear to be frozen between sleep and wakefulness, like they were awake but unable to move, barely responding. It began during World War I, another reason it was overshadowed, as the cases first popped up in Austria and France. It didn't hit its peak until 1919 to 1926, when it would hit millions of people. About 1/3 of them would die, and another third of the survivors would develop Parkinson's-like syndrome, while there were even more survivors that were left in a complete frozen statue-like state for decades, fully conscious but completely immobile, only finding some relief in the 1960s when a neurologist, Dr. Oliver Sacks, created a Parkinson's drug that briefly awoke the patients after decades, which would be the story of the 1990 film called Awakenings. To this day, though, no one knows where it came from or how it developed. There's some suggestions that it may have been linked to the 1918 Spanish flu, but how they were related is unclear. It could have also been an autoimmune response triggered by an infection, maybe from streptococcal bacteria. In either case, it disappeared in the 30s, although there have been rare times that similar infections have appeared, and when it does happen, it's studied closely, as researchers are still trying to figure out what caused sleeping sickness. Zodiac Killer was protected by authorities. This is a conspiracy theory which suggests that the authorities have known for a very long time the identity of one of the most infamous uncaptured serial killers ever, that of the Zodiac. It comes from a 2012 book called The Zodiac Killer Cover-Up: The Silenced Badge, written by former officer Lyndon E. Lafferty. Lafferty claimed that he was sitting in his patrol car at a rest area in 1970 when a man looking just like the Zodiac sketch parked right next to him. After the man left, he jotted down his license plate number, and soon the investigation began, because Lafferty would research this man up until the book's release in 2012. But it wasn't just him. By the 1980s, a team of independent investigators, including retired officers and an ex-Navy intelligence officer, would help Lafferty with his investigation. In total, they found 156 circumstantial factors of evidence. Now, he wouldn't name the man obviously for fear of a lawsuit, but gave him a pseudonym, Tucker. Now, we obviously can't go over all of these, but we'll look at a couple. This Tucker apparently frequented a restaurant where one of the victims worked, Darlene Ferrin, and one witness gave a description of a car lurking outside Darlene's house, and that car was similar to Tucker's. Darlene's sister was also shown a picture of this man in 1987 and immediately identified him as the man stalking her sister when she worked as a waitress at a restaurant. Lafferty also claimed that the infamous cipher letters by the Zodiac spells out his own name. There's also many other little things, like him being in proximity to victims or crime scenes, as well as being in those areas around the time of the murders. In some cases, he had personal connections to the victim. So what was the motive and why the cover-up? According to Lafferty, Tucker was mad at the world after finding out that his wife was having affairs, and he wanted revenge. In particular, there was one of these affairs that led to the cover-up, a county superior court judge, who obviously didn't want the news of his own affair coming out, so he ordered law enforcement to stop investigating. Hyannis Sea Monster, 1897. September 1897, Hyannis, Massachusetts, would play home to this next obscure cryptid mystery, when the town's residents passing the shore would notice a strange and giant creature that had washed ashore from the ocean and into the mouth of a local creek. Hundreds of people were soon on site to look at and study the creature, yet no one could identify it. Soon a man named Theodore A. Drew, who was sort of a jack of all trades inside town, would collect the skeleton, but first he would take notes. He stated that it was a reptile, one that had never been seen on land or sea. It was grayish on its back, gradually shading to white on the sides and stomach. It was measured at 8 feet in length, although only 2.5 feet of that was body. Another 3 feet of that was neck and head, while the tail was 2.5 feet. The body was duck-shaped, and the thickest part was about a foot in diameter. Its long neck looked like that of a big snake, about 6 inches in thickness, while its head was long and flat, and about 8 inches across at its widest point. The tail was the weirdest part. It ended in a fleshly-like paddle, nearly a foot long and 6 inches across. The body had 4 flippers shaped like paddles of a seal, while the rear flippers were covered in a coarse hairy fringe. The lower jaw was missing, but the upper jaw showed no signs of teeth, meaning it was possible that this was a young creature. Before the skin was stripped off, it was found that the breastbone was shaped like a duck's. There were no scales. Instead, it was smooth like an eel. It was also discovered that the animal most likely swam near the surface, so it could poke its head out to breathe air. This is another one of those where the scholars at the time believed it was a plesiosaur, which were supposed to have went extinct millions of years ago. Alright guys, that's all of the Small Mystery Roundup. Before we get back to it though, I'd like to remind you, if you enjoy the content and would like to support the channel, please check the description below for links to the Patreon, YouTube membership, and Buy Me a Coffee. For now, let's jump back to the video. The Butter Boggart, 1854, Lowestoft, Ernston, England. A very strange tale would begin to play out. It happened at the home of a family known as the Warburtons, which consisted of a weaver, 61-year-old Samuel, his wife Anne, 66 years old, along with Samuel's brother, William, 55 years old, and finally, Anne's great-niece, 12-year-old Mary Hopwood. The family was described as being very devout primitive Methodist and quiet, but it's on January 22nd of that year that the family began to notice something very peculiar. It seems small lumps of butter, that's right, butter, started appearing randomly throughout the house. It was on the floors, furniture, walls, bedding, clothing, and even between the pages of their Bible. It ranged in size, sometimes about the size of a bean, but other times as big as a walnut. Interestingly, it never appeared on their skin, although it was found in places like the inside of garments and beneath quilts. This was all very curious to say the least, and it went on for a period of several days. Samuel would get so desperate that he hung up boughs of holly from the ceiling in an attempt to ward off witchcraft, and when he did, butter started to appear on it, leading to the family tossing it in the fire and watching the butter melt like one would expect it would do. The news spread quickly, and before long, visitors from nearby would make the journey to witness the events. It's here that we would get quite a few witnesses to the whole bizarre saga. One was a local constable, the other a local farmer, while finally a reporter from the local newspaper came to check it out. In all accounts, they confirmed to have witnessed it, and confirmed it was indeed butter, although no one had a theory as to where it was coming from. However, as mentioned, it stopped after a few days, which many seemed to try and connect to the visit of a local primitive Methodist preacher. And that pretty much brings us to the theories. Of course, at the time, a lot of the locals of this small rural area were pretty superstitious, and they believed it was witchcraft, or more specifically, a boggart, which is a shape-shifting creature from folklore and, more famously now, Harry Potter. Their primary ability is to transform into the personification of someone's deepest fear. They also hide in the dark, especially in the cupboards or shadowy corners of a home. They are often described as acting sort of like Poltergeist, which would explain the butter prank. Of course, the most likely real theory was it was a hoax, considering He was always found in places someone could access pretty easily. Not to mention, reporters did note that some of the lumps looked, quote, as if sucked and ejected, suggesting someone was hiding the butter in their mouth and then spitting it into the location, which is pretty gross. But who would do this? Well, maybe the young Mary Hopwood, who was just wanting attention. Of course, the suspected hoaxer at the time was Samuel's brother William. Other theories suggested later on that Samuel had some kind of mental illness, described back then as a, quote, mental alienation, and he may not have been aware that he was even doing it. Regardless of which one, this only happened a few days in early 1854, and no other weird cases of unexplained phenomena occurred in the home. Buckingham Undead Nuisance. You may not be familiar with the name, William of Newburgh, but you no doubt are familiar with his work, History of English Affairs, covering the years of 1066 to 1198 when William died. And why do I say that you are familiar with him? One simple reason. It's his work that we know about the famous story, Green Children of Woolpit. Yep, we have discussed it here before. It's a pretty well-known account, and we have William to thank for recording it. But did you know that William has also left us with another equally, if not more bizarre account? It comes from 1196, when William began to hear that there were a number of dead people, seemingly rising from their graves. These rumors began to amplify, and William began to look through records to see if he could find any similar accounts from the past, but couldn't, so he decided to investigate further. In total, he would find 4 accounts that he felt were worth sharing, and I should emphasize here, it's his reputation as a chronicler and historian that grants these weird stories any credibility at all. But although he found 4 accounts he deemed from reliable sources, we're only going to discuss one. It starts with a man that died in Buckingham, and his wife began making arrangements for him to be laid to rest on the evening of the Lord's Ascension, which is 40 days after Easter. The following night, his wife would lay down to sleep, and she was awoken to see that her husband was now laying on the bed beside her, which obviously horrified her. The story does record too that he apparently almost crushed her by laying on top of her, so I'm not sure exactly what it was he was trying to do. In any case, the accounts do not record what happened next, but the following night, he returned again, and just like the night before, he assaults her in the same manner. By the 3rd day, she went to get help from some companions who stayed up and waited on the dead man to return. When he did, that successfully drove him away. After this, he gave up on harassing his wife, and instead targeted his brothers who lived down the same street, and he apparently harassed them in the same way. They would round up some friends to drive him off though, and the dead man was so mad that he assaulted their animals as a way to punish them for pushing him away, I suppose. Soon, everyone on the street was scared of the dead man coming to visit them, so they kept an eye out after dark, and it ceased. However, that's because he was now brave enough to come out at daytime and assault people. This is where it would get truly strange, because apparently these people, who would now travel together in groups, would also be assaulted. But it was only certain people that could actually see the dead man, and not all of them were touched. Some were not even aware of his presence. Finally, residents were upset enough that they went to the council of the church and sought out an Archdeacon Stephen, and it's this man who would personally tell William the story. Stephen would also write the Bishop of London asking for advice on the situation. This bishop, upon researching the issue, found that this had happened in England before, and the locals told him they typically would dig up the body and burn it. The bishop, however, did not want to do that, and instead wrote a letter of absolution forgiving the dead man of any unstated sins, and he sent it with the archdeacon, who opened the tomb, checked the body, and resealed it with the letter placed upon the corpse. After this, the dead man never rose again. It's also worth pointing out, these nighttime sightings were always of a more physical zombie-type body, while the daytime sightings were more like a ghost or poltergeist. But what do we make of it? More than likely, it was just mass hysteria in a small community. Maybe his wife was struggling to sleep alone, and she got sleep paralysis or grief-related hallucinations, and she told the story to neighbors who worked themselves up into a frenzy. Although, it's just as possible it was a deliberate hoax to try and scare the neighbors, and the story somehow got told as the truth to William. Arrigo. We have all seen the famous faith healer, who many call a grifter, Benny Hinn, whose act on stage has been going on now for over 4 decades. You might see him often touching people who then fall to the ground miraculously healed. However, as you might imagine, he's often believed to be nothing more than a con man. But what if there was a faith healer who, not very famous, did seem to really have some kind of gift that allowed him to heal? That brings us to Jose Pedro de Freitas, or better known by his nickname, Arrigo, meaning country bumpkin. He was born on a farm in Brazil in 1918, and as a child, he began to have visions of bright light and would hear voices talking in a strange language. Arrigo, unlike his other brothers, did not go to college. In fact, he dropped out of school and worked on the family farm until he eventually took a job in the mines in his 20s. But it was by his early 30s things would get strange. He began having recurring dreams of a doctor with a German accent, who he later identified as a deceased Dr. Adolfo Fritz. Fritz would apparently tell him he had chosen him to work as a medium to continue his work as a healer. This terrified Arrigo, and he went to get advice from his real doctor and even spoke to a priest who would warn him to stay away from spiritualism. However, it was too late, because soon Arrigo began feeling like he should give in to Dr. Fritz's orders, and one day, upon running into a friend who walked on crutches, Arrigo yelled, "It's about time you got rid of them." He then snatched the crutches away and told his friend to walk, which he was able to do. These verbal commands proved effective for others, but it was in 1950, when he was working in the election campaign for a senator, that he would become famous. Lucio Bittencourt was suffering from cancer, and one night, when he was unable to sleep, Arrigo came into the room holding a razor and clearly in a trance. He spoke in a German accent, telling him the operation had to be done. Bittencourt lost consciousness, but when he awoke in the morning, he found his shirt had been cut and bloodstained, with a neat incision on the back. Strangely, the next day Bittencourt went to see his doctor for a planned examination, and it was here the doctor told Bittencourt the tumor had been removed by a surgical technique never seen before in Brazil. The senator would talk openly about his miraculous recovery, and before long, Arrigo was working a full-time schedule as a faith healer, although he declined all payments or any favors for the healings. The trance-like state he would go into was not like Edgar Casey's dream state. Instead, Arrigo turned into a whole different personality. He held his head higher and spoke with a German accent. His diagnosis was instantaneous. He didn't even look at the patient's records or ask questions. He would then write out a prescription at an incredible speed. Sometimes the medicines were obsolete or had not even reached Brazil yet. Sometimes he would carry out rudimentary surgery, like taking a paring knife and removing a cyst. Sometimes the patient would even be standing against the wall. The operation would be performed in minutes using an unsterilized knife or scalpel, and the patient would get up and leave with no pain, even though there had been no anesthesia, antisepsis, or stitches used. The incisions closed themselves, or sometimes Arrigo stopped the bleeding by prayer, and of course, when he would snap out of it, he could remember nothing that had happened. Interestingly, there were some patients he turned away, telling them they could see a regular doctor that could help, while telling others there was nothing else that could be done. He was also, for some reason, unable to treat himself or relatives. Over his career, he allegedly met and treated at least 1 million people, many of them famous. Brazilian doctors began researching him in the 50s, and noted on one occasion he brought a patient with inoperable ovarian cancer, and following his treatment, completely recovered and even had a child. There was even a woman with cancerous growths on her abdomen who was given 2 months to live by her doctor, but after 3 prescriptions by Arrigo, she completely recovered and lived a normal life. He would also be tested by another doctor who had gained fame for exposing faith healers, but after seeing him perform 4 operations, including the removal of a liver tumor, he stated there definitely needed to be more research done because he had no idea how he was doing it. Despite making no money from this, he would eventually be arrested and charged with witchcraft and practicing medicine without a license. He was sentenced to over a year in prison, and interestingly, patients would still come to the jail to see him while the guards turned a blind eye. Now, there was a lot more research done during his life, and in the years after, and some strange things have been found, like in 545 cases in which records were kept, it was discovered 95% of these, Arrigo's diagnosis matched the conventional doctor's diagnosis. However, as you might have already figured out, skeptics dismiss many of the claims and state that he was carefully using sleight of hand for most of these so-called psychic surgeries, and as far as his medicine, their healing was chalked up to as placebo effect. There was also a study that came out in 1973, just 2 years after he died, and in this study, 836 patients were tracked down and asked about their treatment. About 16% of them claimed that there had been improvement, while 56% claimed there had been no changes at all, while the others just didn't respond. It's also worth noting that Dr. Adolfo Fritz that came to Arrigo in his dreams didn't even exist. Susie's dying. During the 1970s and 80s in the United Kingdom, a peculiar set of rumors began to swirl. These rumors stated that if you went to a public phone box and dialed a specific number, you would hear a woman's strangely monotone voice saying repeatedly, help me, Susie's dying," over and over again, as if it was a recording playing back at you. The exact number varied depending on who told the story, but the most common version was 20202020. This mystery spanned decades, and even now, people still wonder what the truth was. Did this number and message actually exist? And if so, why? The first detailed account that really brought attention to the mystery appeared in 2000 from a man named Rob Dickinson, who stated the following, quote, "Back around 1975, when I was 9, some of the kids I knocked around with insisted we all pile into the nearest phone box to hear a spooky message by dialing a number. I think it was made up of zeros, twos, and ones. Without needing to insert 2 pence, a woman speaking in a curiously monotone voice would be heard saying, 'Help me, Susie's dying,' over and over. Some of the lads said she sometimes said, 'Help me, Susie's drowning,' always in the same slow, seemingly bored tone of voice. Was it some weird engineer's test signal? Hence, no money needed?" End quote. The other accounts would later verify Rob's story, and from here, we know that the phone box is around the town of Burnley, up north in Lancashire, where the calls were supposedly made. These 4 accounts make up the most detailed versions of this weird mystery. They originated from a book entitled It Happened to Me, Real Life Tales of Paranormal Volume 1. The stories in that book came from letters sent to the magazine 40 in Times, which focused on reports of the odd, mysterious, and unexplained. Since 3 of those letters were sent during the 1970s at different dates, with similar details, plus Rob's recounting, which came decades later with consistent elements, many believed it had to be real. After the mystery spread further and eventually got rolled into some creepypasta stories online, even more accounts appeared on the internet verifying the strange phone message. Of course, it's the internet, so many of these stories were likely fabricated, but some seem to have an air of authenticity. As for what was really happening, one theory suggests that this was actually some kind of test message meant for telephone company repairmen, and someone either stumbled up onto it or leaked it. Over time, it became the stuff of an eerie urban legend. However, there's another layer to this mystery. Why would such a creepy message be used for a test in the first place? Well, according to one theory, the recording didn't actually say, "Help me, Susie's dying." Instead, it said, "Hold please, user dialing." Because of the poor sound quality of the line, it was simply misheard and misinterpreted. Another less widely believed theory holds that it really did say, "Susie's dying," and that it was some part of an emergency response test, possibly related to training first responders or testing communication systems. Whatever the truth, the story of the "Help me, Susie's dying" phone box remains one of the eeriest and most persistent pieces of British telecom folklore. It was November 2020, in the online world known as Twitter, where this weird mystery would get its start, when a user, Akihiro, would tweet out an interesting account that soon took the paranormal world by storm. It would read, quote, "Strange figure in live camera of Izu skyline, November 1st, 2020 at 6 a.m. Even though it's so bright, it's pitch black and disturbing. I feel like the size is also bigger than the average person. Anyone know more?" End quote. Below, he would list the link which led to this website that hosted outdoor cameras all across the country, specifically cameras made for roads and traffic. The camera in question was actually placed in a remote area which headed towards Mount Fuji. The site itself is not that unusual, and it mainly just provides a new image taken by the camera every hour. And of course, it's the one he mentioned, taking this photo at 6 a.m., that had everyone curious. According to Akihiro, he had been reviewing images from the day in reverse order, when he would come to the 6 a.m. frame and noticed a dark pitch black figure just standing in the middle of the empty road. Now, since it was daybreak and the sun was coming up, it was odd that this figure had no shadow. Instead, it seemed like a solid silhouette. Interestingly, it's easy to find this location on Google Maps, and the strange part is, it is pretty isolated. The closest villages are pretty far off, and since in the image there is no vehicle, it means this person would have had to hike to the area, assuming that it is a person trying to play a prank, that is. But that wasn't the only interesting thing about this image. Remember, he would also mention the size of the being, stating that it was bigger than the average person. About that, the standard width of a 2-lane road in Japan is about 26 feet, so using that as a reference point, we can tell that the being in the photo is around 7 foot tall. However, if that was all there was to the story, it would just be one of those weird supernatural tales, best suited for folklore. But there's a catch to this story. See, that website doesn't actually upload images from the day of. Instead, the uploaded images are actually from the past 7 days. And the catch is this: the site only stores those images for that 7 days, and then they disappear into the ether. And unless something like Web Archive catches them, they're gone forever. But that didn't happen. The Wayback Machine did capture images on the days surrounding November 1st, when the being supposedly showed up, but November 1st itself was missing, meaning the only people who would have witnessed the image on the actual website was Akihiro and anyone following his Twitter that went and looked at the image. And since Akihiro himself didn't post a screenshot until 5 days after it was allegedly captured, anyone wanting to see it on the website only had those 2 days to do so. So that brings up another interesting point. Just how many of his followers did see it? Well, according to the tweet, some users did go there and verify its existence, and it seemed to be legit. Not to mention, Akihiro's account had been a totally normal everyday account since 2012, and never once did he hint towards the paranormal. Instead, he posted normal things like pictures of his food, dog, places he had been, and the news. So waiting 8 years to pull off a hoax seems kinda unlikely. But that brings us to the theories, and it's quite possible that he was not pulling a prank, but maybe someone else was. Could it be that someone, most likely a very tall person, simply put on dark clothing and hiked there, and stood where he knew where the camera was? A black thick coat could have rendered such a dark silhouette in the right settings, and depending on the perspective, it could even make him appear taller. All the person would have to do is go stand when he knew the photo would be taken. Likewise, it could have just been someone passing through. Maybe they were hiking and decided to cross the road at that point. Sometimes, mysteries begin in the oddest places, like a YouTube comment section, and that's just where this one starts. On a Coast to Coast AM video from late 2017 featuring Dave Pilatus, speaking of course about missing 411 cases, and it's this interview a paranormal researcher named Joshua LaRue just happened to be listening and began scrolling through the comment section when one caught his eye. It simply read, quote, "I know what's doing this. I saw it when I was a kid." LaRue was intrigued, and over the next few days, he began trying to get into touch with this YouTube commenter, also he could hear his story. He would finally arrange that 1 week later, when he got him on the phone and started listening to his account. The man, who would go by the name John, would tell a story about growing up in the mid-1990s in a rural part of Pennsylvania. It's here he lived surrounded by his cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandparents, whom he saw all the time. In particular, he often played with his cousin Tim, and one day, John, his cousins, and a few other kids were playing in the fields and woods. As nighttime came, they wrapped up and everyone parted ways. John and Tim walked off together and started going up the dirt road back to their homes. Tim was out in front by a few feet when suddenly, John would see it. He described a black hole opening in the edge of the shrubs along the road. Then, a pitch black outline of a person reached out and grabbed Tim, pulled him inside, and the hole instantly closed. John, like anyone would be, was shocked, and he didn't know what to do. So he took off running home and rushed in to tell his parents and grandparents, who obviously didn't believe him, thinking it was some kind of prank. So, like most parents, they just sent him to bed. The next morning, he would awake, and he was still panicking. He couldn't believe what had happened. He jumped up from his bed and rushed to his aunts and uncles, nearly hysterical, and he would ask, "What happened to Tim? Where is he?" Tim's parents, in a casual tone, simply replied, "He's in the back bedroom, playing with your little brother." John must have thought he was losing it, especially once Tim and his brother walked into the room. John was stunned and asked Tim what had happened, and he acted like nothing strange had occurred. He then told John to come outside and play. John, though, was flabbergasted and watched as they ran outside. Just then, Tim stopped at the doorway, held the door open, turned back and smiled, in what John would describe as a sinister, inhuman smile, the most disturbing one John would ever see. He then walked out the door, and the two never spoke about the incident again. However, John would finish up by stating that years after the incident, Tim became wheelchair-bound and spent years in and out of the hospital due to various medical reasons, none of which were ever diagnosed. So what about theories? Considering that it was the twilight of the evening, and he might have been nervous walking home in the dark and surrounding forest, perhaps Tim slipped off without John seeing him do so, and he just imagined the whole thing. Or the memories over the decades just become distorted. Of course, another likely scenario is this random YouTube commenter was just spinning a tale and was just happy that someone asked to hear about it. Or maybe John himself was somehow pranked by the other kids. Or maybe this really is the answer to the missing 411 cases. In 2014, in a remote village in Yemen, a 12-year-old girl would become the focal point of a medical mystery that would take the internet by storm. It was a dusty afternoon when Saadiya Saleh was overcome by emotion. The reason for it is never explained, but it's what happens in her crying that is weird, because as she reached up to wipe away the tears, she would feel fragments, and falling from her eyes were little hard stones. This would not be an isolated incident. Soon, it became an everyday thing, where around 100 of these tiny rocks would come out of her eyes. There was never any pain or swelling. They would just tumble out of her eyes and onto her lap. Her father, a man of modest means and a big family, watched this for weeks, and he became desperate. Meanwhile, reporters heard the rumors and began covering the story, and it would be captured on video. It happened almost every evening, and it would start out of nowhere, and it was always normal tears mixed with the stones. Interestingly, it never occurred while she slept. Local doctors would soon hear the news and would bring her in for x-rays and tons of tests that her family normally couldn't afford, but was now being covered by others, and these tests found nothing. There was no reason for the eyes to be doing this, though. Now, if you're thinking this was some kind of hoax, well, doctors thought so too, but they were there during the crying episodes, and they watched closely, and they could never find any instance that this was some sort of prank. And with that, many chalked it up to being a rare genetic quirk, or possibly something from the landscape causing it. In fact, this was not the only time that this had happened here. See, about a year prior, in the same province where she lived, another 15-year-old girl experienced the same exact thing, except in her case, in addition to the stones, she suffered blackouts and swelling. After some charity stepped in, though, she was flown to Jordan for treatment, and the issue stopped. So that must mean this is a local phenomenon, and legit medical mystery, right? Well, maybe not, because almost 20 years prior, back in 1996, A Lebanese girl suffered the same issues. She would cry sharp crystals from her eyes for months. Reporters showed up from all over the area to record them falling from her retina. It was a big story for the time, considering the internet didn't spread news as quick back then. However, years later, after the girl had become an adult, she would tell reporters in follow-up interviews that the whole thing was a publicity stunt orchestrated by her mother, although she would never explain how she did it. So, is this the same thing in Saadiya's case? Well, doctors that have studied it in person admit that they can't explain how it's being done, but do suspect a hoax. It is interesting to note that the videos appear unedited, so if it is a hoax, it's not through the work of manipulated footage. Some suggest that the small stones are placed into the conjunctiva sac so they appear to fall out when the eye is wiped, possibly even a caregiver suffering from Munchausen by proxy. June 1768, Shepton Mallet, Somerset, England. A man known as Owen Parfitt was sitting on the porch of his home, quietly taking in the sun from the summer evening and speaking to the random passerbys. The 69-year-old had lived an exciting life, serving in the British military where he had been stationed in Africa. He had left home at an early age to become a soldier and leave behind the life of a tailor, which is what his father had been. But he wasn't just in Africa. Rumors would pour into his family over the decades, from merchants who would tell townsfolk they had encountered him in various places around the world. Even some stated he lived in America for a while. However, the life of an adventurer had finally caught up to him, and in his older age, he finally wandered back home and met up with his sister, Mary, and the two began working as tailors again. Owen could not get around as easily, however, and his help was minimal. Some sources suggested this was due to a stroke he had suffered, and he continued to get worse. Actually, he became mostly paralyzed, and he came to heavily rely on his sister Mary, who was in her 80s, as well as a young neighbor named Susanna Snook, who Mary hired to help take care of him. It's with this background that we would find his sister and neighbor both taking Owen to the porch and setting him outside to watch the sunset, wearing only his night clothes and old coat. Mary would step back inside briefly, but it only took that short amount of time to set off a mystery that still circulates today, because when Mary would go upstairs and come back down a few minutes later, she noticed how quiet it was, so she would call out for Owen, not once, but twice, and got no answer, so she decided to check on him. That's when she found the chair that Owen had been resting in was empty, except for the coat, which lay draped over it, and there was no sign of where or how he would have even left. Knowing he could not walk, she quickly ran to the neighbors and around the area, hoping that someone had heard or seen anything unusual, but no one had. Word spread quickly though, and before long, neighbors and town authorities organized a search, and despite what would become a massive manhunt for him, no trace was ever found. That is pretty much the mystery. How did a nearly paralyzed man, or some sources say, fully paralyzed, get up off the porch and leave within such a brief period of time? Not to mention, taking place in full daylight, when people had been walking by and working in the nearby field. Obviously, it has left the door open for lots of conjecture. One of the problems with the whole mystery is the time frame, the late 1700s, and sources are sparse, and they often contradict one another. One of the big ones is the weather. Some of the sources say it was a beautiful sunny day. Others claim that a storm blew in as soon as Mary went inside, which still wouldn't explain the disappearance. Some articles claim that he was left on the porch for only a brief spell. Other sources dispute that though. And then there's some sources that claim this happened in 1763, while others cite 1768. We do know, thanks to the preservation of some records, that in 1813, about 50 years after, a skeleton was found by a man digging his garden, and it was just 150 yards away from the home where Owen lived. Everyone basically assumed it was Owen's body, but a medical examiner would soon rule that it had belonged to a young woman. Other than that, the only other lead investigators ever had came from rumors that swirled that Owen had been spotted wandering around in a town called Frome, which was about 10 miles away from his home. Yet, there was no one able to corroborate that rumor. So let's take a look at the theories. First, he was abducted by someone, but why is unknown, although it has been suggested he was possibly motivated by something in the past, considering that Owen had led a somewhat dangerous existence and made some enemies along the way. Fighting and having a violent temper could have led to someone wanting to get revenge, or it could have been someone trying to rob him. It would have been simple enough to throw him into the cart and move away quickly, which would explain the complete disappearance of evidence, although it doesn't explain how it was done in broad daylight, not to mention in the short amount of time. On top of that, it was haymaking season, so many people were in the nearby fields working. However, we have to take a look at one plausible but bizarre scenario. It's possible that Owen was not Owen, and instead, an imposter. Remember, he had left home as a young teen and didn't show back up until his 60s. In that time, villagers had heard rumors about where he was, but by the time he returned, no one had heard anything about him in decades, and almost everyone had forgotten about him. In fact, it was said that when he returned, the only person that recognized him was his sister, although her memory would have been obviously challenged after that long, and it's quite possible she just wanted it to be Owen. But why would he do it? Well, maybe this imposter had health ailments of his own and wanted to be taken care of, but maybe he wasn't that immobile, and he left when it was convenient for him to do so. Or it's even possible that Owen himself wasn't immobile and he had been pretending. This would explain the sightings in the nearby town afterwards. Of course, it is odd that he left in his night clothes and without pockets to carry anything in. Others suggest that it was an accident or sudden death due to another stroke, and his body was then hidden while Mary remained inside, although that doesn't make much sense either. What is it about serial killers that fascinates us? If you have watched or studied any true crime, chances are you know something about at least one serial killer, if not multiple, whether it be a recent one, like Israel Keyes, or one in the recent past, like Jack the Ripper. They have certainly got a hold on our culture, and it's seen by numerous movies and TV shows dedicated to them. But this isn't a recent phenomenon. Actually, we have some records of serial killers going way back, although you probably won't recognize the names, and that has a lot to do with how exactly they were documented. See, going back to medieval times, serial killers were most often defined as werewolves. It's a time when criminal psychology wasn't even a concept. People naturally assumed these brutal killers must be some kind of monster, and one of these was a mysterious man known as Peter Stubb, or Stump, or maybe even Stumpf. And that's only the first contradicting facet of this case. What we do know is the events took place between 1564 and 1589 in Bedburg, Germany, or what was then the Holy Roman Empire. Due to poor or non-existent records, a lot of the following is really just hearsay. We only have a few legit sources about the case itself, with one of the best being a 16-page pamphlet that was circulated around London in 1590, which detailed Stubbs' trial the previous year in 1589, and it included details about the crimes, as well as statements from neighbors and witnesses. According to the trial, Stubb, who was in his late 50s at the time, would confess to have been practicing black magic since the age of 12. This at some point led to Stubb making a pact with the devil, exchanging his soul for power, and that power would be a magical belt that allowed him to transform into a werewolf, where he would commit evil deeds. He would then remove the belt and transform back to a human. Interestingly, the authorities did try to find this belt, which Stubb claimed to have been hidden in a valley, but they can never find it. Now, as far as the evil deeds go, these were just as crazy. Apparently, Stubb was drawn, or maybe you could say, addicted to eating the flesh of numerous animals, because when he would transform into this beast, he would eat goats, lambs, and sheep raw, which matched up with numerous cattle mutilations that had transpired over the decades. But maybe more disturbingly, he enjoyed eating humans. including women and children. Now it's important to stop here and point out, up to this point, these confessions came from the torture of Stubb, which was carried out by authorities. And this next confession would come when he was threatened with more torture, so take it for what it's worth. But according to Stubb, he claimed to have killed and eaten 14 children, along with 2 pregnant women, whom he went into great detail about ripping out the fetuses from their wombs and devouring them. Along with that confession, he would state he had also killed his own son, whose brains he then devoured. Apparently, he did love his son, but after transforming into a wolf, he could not contain himself. The crimes didn't stop there though, because in addition to this, Stubb allegedly went into an incestuous relationship with his daughter, who was also sentenced to die because of the relationship. Finally, Stubb would also confess to having sexual intercourse with a succubus, which was sent to him by the devil. In all, his reign of terror apparently lasted about 25 years, and he killed at least 16 people, but probably more. But considering he was tortured, isn't it possible he just made all of this up? Well, according to the records, there had been a fear and panic in the entire region for years, and most people were afraid to travel outside without some kind of heavy protection. Likewise, there were numerous accounts of limbs and bodies found in fields, and this would oftentimes lead to prayers from locals who were desperate to drive out whatever was haunting the area. It's not clear what led to Stubb being captured, but what we do know is hunters and dogs eventually traced him down while he was in his wolf form, and they cornered him. He then removed his belt and transformed back into a man, and everyone was stunned to see it was longtime resident Peter Stubb, who then confessed to the multiple crimes. Now it only gets worse from here, because Stubb's execution, which is mentioned, happened on Halloween of 1589, was one of the most brutal on record, as he was put onto a wheel and had his flesh torn from his body with red-hot pincers. Then his limbs were broken with the blunt side of an axe head before he was beheaded and burned. His daughter was also filleted, strangled, and burned, along with Stubb's mistress, who was described as a distant relative. At the end, a pole was erected with the torture wheel and figure of a wolf placed on top, along with Stubb's severed head. But that brings us to the mystery part. How much of this account is true? Well, considering there's only a few sources, and they all seem to have contradicting info, it's hard to say for sure. The closest source to the events was actually the diary of a city councilor of Cologne named Hermann von Weinsberg, who lived about 25 miles away from the events. Interestingly, he reported the crimes as fact, but seemed dismissive of the whole magic belt werewolf stuff. He also noted that it was a fact that Stubb was a notorious thief. The other 2 sources we have for this case claim similar accounts, but confirm that the other distant relative Stubb was sleeping with was his own godmother, while he was allegedly caught after he attacked a farmer who in turn chopped the werewolf's paw off, causing it to turn human. Stubb, once back into human form, was missing his hand, and it blew his cover as the werewolf. Despite all the contradictions, there are consistencies. A man with that name was executed on Halloween of 1589 due to his crimes in Bedburg. He did have an affair with his daughter and at least one other woman, although who she was and how she was related to him varies. He also killed at least 16 people and could transform into a werewolf and was executed in a brutal way, which suggests Stubb, or Stump, whatever his name was, probably was a very violent man whose crimes were probably exaggerated in later tellings, especially due to the torture. But he was a criminal nonetheless. Of course, others think that something was obviously terrifying this region, and Stubb, whose hand just happened to be missing, was a good scapegoat for the religious authority to bring some control back to the area. And unfortunately, he was just an innocent man caught up in a bad situation. Or maybe he was a real werewolf. Hey guys, you know what time it is. It's the Small Mystery Roundup, where we take a look at mysteries where there's just not a lot of data, or just don't fit in real well. Tonight, we start with Fernvale Alien Invasion 1927. When one thinks of strange UFO and alien encounters, rarely do we picture this happening before the year 1947. the year of the Roswell crash, and it's even more rare that we would see it happening in some out-of-the-way little town. But maybe even crazier, we would never picture Australia. But that's exactly where this next story begins, in the tiny town of Fernville, in Queensland's Australia, back in 1927, nearly 30 years before Roswell. Our story begins on a ranch where witnesses observed aerial light phenomena 2 nights in a row, which greatly disturbed the cattle. On the third night, the light did not appear, but the herd was terrified. But on the next morning, 3 dead cows were found, apparently due to being scared to death. Now the main problem with this story is, this all comes from one person that we do not know the real identity of. See, we get this story from UFO investigator Bill Chalker, who went and talked to this individual in the 1980s, and he would only give his account under the initial A, which automatically leads to doubt in the story. According to him, he was 10 years old at the time of these encounters. In any event, A would go on to report others in the area would spot an apparition, while 3 pigs were attacked. 2 died from neck wounds and puncture marks all over the body. The third vanished and was never found, although a huge patch of blood and pig hair was found 150 yards away. A few nights later, A was awakened by strange noises and told his parents, who thought he was imagining things. But the noises returned the next night, and it woke them too, sending them out to investigate. They didn't see anything, but the following morning, they found tracks from a Wellington boot. They also noticed a strong smell of poultry and big feathers in the area. The nighttime visitations kept occurring, and A's older brother would see a flying object one night in the valley, one that lit up the whole area. The next day, the boys went to investigate and found scorched grass about 30 feet in diameter. After this, multiple people, including A, began to see a huge bird in the area, then 2 of them, 3 to 4 times larger than most eagles. The weirdest part, though, would come at the end when the family would go to visit the neighbors and saw a stranger in a white suit who arrived, said nothing, and then disappeared into the darkness. Crazy story that can probably be attributed mostly to predator attacks and memory distortion. Whole werewolf. Werewolves are something we have not only discussed earlier in this video, but a few times throughout the series. One intriguing thing you may have noticed is, there are hardly any werewolf stories from England. A lot of this comes from the fact that they were hunted to extinction inside the country, with the last official wolf being killed in 1390, which all comes from the fact that kings put bounties on the animal. Because of this, by the time the werewolf scare was hitting other parts of Europe, England never flinched. It wasn't actually until centuries later, in the 1800s, that England would finally get its own version of the werewolf, and even stranger, he still gets cited to this day. The Beast of Barmston Drain, also known as Old Stinker, has mainly been sighted in and around a town called Hull, but it's in 2016 that he would make his return, when women began to report Old Stinker had terrorized them. One woman specifically described the creature as being an 8-foot tall werewolf with a human face and very, very bad breath, while another witness reported seeing a half-man, half-dog. There were also claims that the animal stood upright for a moment before running off on all fours like a dog. Maybe the most frightening account, though, was the witness who claimed to have seen something tall and hairy jump over an 8-foot fence while carrying a German Shepherd in its jaws. Old Stinker, if you haven't figured it out, got the nickname because of its bad breath, but he was also frequently described as being hairy and having red eyes. Interestingly, there was even a werewolf hunt organized, yes, in 2016, although how serious they actually were is up for debate. As far as theories go, well, Skeptoid.com actually had an article about this very story and these alleged sightings, and what they found was quite surprising, or should I say, what they didn't find, which is, there's no records of Old Stinker or the whole werewolf before the year 2015, meaning these stories about the creature's sightings in the 1800s were created in 2015, further meaning this whole story is nothing but a tall tale. However, the sightings of 2016 are legit, or most likely so, but these have simple explanations, like misidentification of common animals like dogs, deer, or foxes, maybe even an escaped exotic pet like a leopard. Winchester Alien Woman. This is another one we just don't have a lot of details on, and it seems like a one-off anyways. It happened in 2004, either late January or early February, and involved a city councillor from the city of Winchester in Hampshire, England, a man named Adrian Hicks. He stated that on a Saturday afternoon, around 1:30 p.m., he had just walked past a bookshop when he spotted what he thought was a pretty, yet strange, blonde woman in a white ballet outfit. She had very large prominent eyes and walked with a distinctive penguin-like gait and twirled her hands in a circular motion. He stated she was friendly, relaxed, and seemed to be enjoying herself, and that she seemed human enough to get away with it, but just strange enough the people turned around to look at her, as if they knew she was an extraterrestrial. This shocked Hicks, but because of his career, he kept quiet, only coming out about the strange encounter 5 years later. He did state there were other witnesses, and he believes another woman snapped off some photos of the being, and he put out a request for more witnesses to come forward. He also stated he felt she was connected to a series of reports involving UFO lights seen in the area. Of course, no one ever came forward, and we're not exactly sure what it was that he did see. UFOs are constantly present but invisible. This one is a French theory presented in a book by John Keel called The Cosmic Question. In it, he states that light is made of tiny waves of energy, and red light has the longest wavelength, while violet has the shortest. However, there are other types of light we cannot see, like infrared, which is a longer wavelength than red, and we feel it as heat, while ultraviolet is a shorter wavelength than violet. With that knowledge, he brings up the fact that some UFO reports are described as appearing as a red or purple blob, which then shifts through colors, before finally becoming a solid-looking craft or fading out altogether, suggesting this happens because the crafts are moving from invisible wavelengths, like infrared or ultraviolet, to visible colors we can see, and then back to being invisible again. Basically, it's a theory that suggests UFOs change energy frequency so that sometimes we see them and sometimes we don't, but they're always flying in the skies. Furstenberg Metal. This one, there's hardly any info either, but it comes from a forum on a Polish humor site of all things. It was posted by a user who told a story of his grandfather being put into forced labor during World War II in Furstenberg. It was here he would work in an assembly plant, creating strange flat coatings made of light metal. He remarked that his grandfather was a technician and knew metallurgy, but had never came across this strange type of metal before, which was porous and kind of like flat sheets of metal sponge. The pores were made like a network of channels, as if they were to get resin injected into them. They were very brittle and light, but once injected, they become a flexible composite material. After the war, his grandfather tried to find where it was he was sent and what this metal was, but he found out there were not any metallurgical plants in Furstenberg, at least officially, leaving the mystery of what this strange metal actually was. And according to the comments, most point out the metal foams were indeed being explored then, starting with the earliest patents in the 1920s, but not seeing full development until 1956. But it's quite possible this was just early experimentation, probably to be used as lightweight structural panels, such as doors, and the records were all destroyed during or after the war, so there's no way to verify. Trilobite sightings. The trilobite is a long-time extinct arthropod, one of the earliest groups to appear on fossil records. It's one of the most successful of all early animals, living in the ocean for nearly 270 million years with over 22,000 species. But how could an animal that's been extinct for 250 million years become a mystery? Well, that goes back to cryptozoology. Although there has never been a sighting of this creature, obviously, in the 1960s, scientists did come across some fresh track marks on the ocean floor that looked like fossilized walking tracks left by the trilobite, which made some of them wonder, could a hidden trilobite still be alive? There was actually an attempt to put together an expedition to try and find whatever animal did leave it, but there was never enough funding, and the project fell through, and the animal was never identified. The Whistling at Night game. This involves a game from Vietnam associated with a superstition regarding whistling at night. Specifically, it said that if the game is performed correctly, it summons spirits or snakes into one's home. It can only be done with one person, and they bring out the main items like sweet biscuits on a plate with a candle and lighter, incense stick, joss paper, and a timekeeping device. One then ties a bell over a doorway and turns off the lights. Then, taking salt, you create a circle around yourself and light the candle. Right before midnight, you light the incense and hold it, catching ashes in a heat-proof dish. At exactly midnight, one needs only to whistle. It doesn't even have to be a song. If the bell does not ring, the ritual failed. If it does ring, it means it succeeded and a spirit will enter the room, one that you can allegedly interact with until the end of the ritual, either by extinguishing the incense or candle, stepping out of the circle, and removing the bell. Interestingly, there are variations of the whistling game across almost every culture. The mystery, I think, is some people really claim to have contact with spirits when they perform this, although the most likely reason the game exists ties back to parents just trying to get their kids to go to bed early. The non-dream dream. This one, we have to go back to the Internet archives and visit an old GeoCities page dedicated to the paranormal, known as Odawan. And on this page, they had a category dedicated to strange coincidences, which in turn were submitted by users to the site. Our mystery revolves around the narrator waking up to a table surrounded by very tall, thin beings. He would describe them as having large, bulbous heads, big black eyes, no visible mouths and noses. He didn't want to describe them as being the stereotypical greys, because he stated everything appeared to be a washed-out white and black color due to the lighting, but he could see that they were wearing luxurious silk-like robes and moved gracefully. He lay there while these beings inserted their long fingers into his abdomen and chest cavity, removing his internal organs and walking away with them, only to return and insert dark substances into his body. He then noticed another table with a being laying on it, stripped of its skin, and it's covered with a black caviar-like material. The narrator's organs are then placed into that body, while the black caviar substance is inserted into the dreamer's body. He starts to get the idea that they were trying to use his organs to save one of their own. That's when he would scream and wake up suddenly. He would immediately jump up and run to the bathroom, where he began vomiting dark flakes, resembling ash and burnt paper. This one is most likely a fanciful tale, or just a nightmare, but it doesn't explain the ash though. Jury Marzinski theories. Dr. Jury Marzinski is a psychotherapist with decades of experience working with psychotic and criminally insane individuals. He is on here as a mystery, not because he is a huge critic of Big Pharma, but because his beliefs revolving around schizophrenia. See, Dr. Marzinski believes voices heard by individuals with schizophrenia are not hallucinations. Instead, they're actual entities. In his observations of patients listening and talking to these voices, he realized they're having very coherent conversations, something not associated with hallucinations. So instead, he reasons that these people are not mentally ill. Instead, they have an ability to see these invisible beings and converse with them. In his research, he identified 20 specific patterns in patients that are contacted by these beings, and one is a constant. These spirits are always sending negative messages, most likely to control them easier. They always speak negative of religion as a way to isolate the person from God. He also noted the constant talking is a way to leave the patient exhausted. Dr. Marzinski further elaborates that Big Pharma pushes the biochemical imbalance explanation as a way to push highly toxic medication which does nothing to help. Instead, Dr. Marzinski has created his own treatment called MACE Energy Method, an energetic therapy that diffuses traumas by targeting thoughts, memories, and feelings to alleviate depression, anxiety, and PTSD, although he does admit it's not had great success with schizophrenia. So, yeah. JonBenet killed by a raccoon or coyote. Alright guys, let's wrap up this segment with a totally bizarre theory about one of America's most chilling, unsolved crimes, that of the murder of JonBenet Ramsey. All you guys know the story. It's been discussed and studied, maybe more than any modern crime to date. So I'm not going to hash out the details or other theories. You pretty much know what it is. JonBenet Ramsey was the 6-year-old child reported missing on Christmas 1996, only for her body to be found in the family's basement 7 hours later. She had been murdered. The case was surrounded by many things that made it a huge news story, like The family was wealthy for one thing. Another was the ransom note the law enforcement long suspected that the mother had wrote, not to mention the bizarre story itself that she was somehow missing in the basement that long, and her family just couldn't find her. Now, I won't get into all the details on all the other theories and suspects, because again, you probably know that, but basically, there's two camps. Either an outsider got access to the home and done it, or someone inside that home did it. You'll find three theories in that one. Either the father, mother, or brother was responsible. However, this is the Obscure series, and this theory is obscure and crazy, and it suggests that, no, JonBenet Ramsey was not murdered. Instead, she was attacked by a wild animal that had accidentally got locked into the basement. One theory specifically suggests a raccoon or coyote got inside, but there's also other suggestions, like a bear or even something like an owl, that somehow snuck by the family, presumably because they had the door open. They then shut the door back, never knowing that the animal was inside, leaving it scared, and it panicked and discovered JonBenet Ramsey later on and attacked her. Of course, that doesn't explain how she was then bound up and strangled, or the ransom note, although I guess one could theorize that the family did all that to cover up for negligence. The fact that they somehow weren't able to detect a coyote that entered into their home and hung around for hours and then killed their child without alerting anyone, well, you could see where that might raise some eyebrows. However, this theory really seems to be a more intentional, ridiculous theory to mock those who insist that the killer came from outside the home. It's just a way to point out that the most obvious theory is someone inside the home is responsible. And with that, we'll wrap up the Small Mystery Roundup. And just as a reminder, if you guys enjoy the content and want to support the channel, you can take a look at the YouTube membership or the Patreon linked in the description below. There's tons of members-only mysteries, and I would appreciate the support. Thanks again. Now, let's get back to the video. August 7th, 1806, Chimney Rock, Rutherford, North Carolina. It was around 6 p.m. near the Appalachians when 8-year-old Elizabeth Reeves was out playing in a cotton field about 50 yards away from her home when she suddenly spotted something. She would shout for her 11-year-old brother, Morgan, to look up at the mountain because there was a man there. Morgan dismissed his little sister's claims, believing that no one could be up there. But she kept telling him that there was a man up there moving rocks or picking up sticks or something. But then all of a sudden, she could see a whole group of people. Morgan, who was on the other side of the field, slowly walked over to where his sister stood and looked up into the mountain and called out to see if anyone would reply. That's when he would see, quote, 1,000, maybe 10,000 things flying in the air. Hearing all this excitement, Elizabeth's younger sister, Polly, who was 4, along with a black lady who lived or worked there, I assume a slave, ran out to the children and then came back to tell their mother, a widow named Patsy Reeves. Patsy began walking towards the frightened children, and just when she was about 40 yards away, she looked up toward Chimney Mountain and saw a huge crowd of beings that looked vaguely human, but she couldn't make out facial features, limbs, or even if they were male or female. She did note that they came in all sizes, from adult to infant, and there seemed to be more small ones than large ones. They all wore bright white clothing that she couldn't describe. They appeared to rise from the southern side of the mountain, glowing at about the same height as the mountaintop. They then moved north and gathered at the top of Chimney Rock. Once they reached the area, Patsy Reeves seen 2 beings rise together, followed by a third about 2 feet behind them. These, though, moved very quickly toward the main group, and they looked more like men than the others. Then she noticed 3 more rising from the same spot, then moving in the same way, followed by several more in a similar fashion. This continued for about an hour, and Patsy finally sent for a neighbor, a Mr. Robert Searcy, who was reluctant to come because he hadn't seen anything unusual. But after a second messenger was sent, he finally agreed to go. At first, he looked at the mountain and saw nothing, but after a second glance, he saw more white glittering humanoids gathered in this location than he had ever seen humans gathered anywhere. He also noticed the variety in sizes and how they moved in groups. following a curved path between him and the rock. He finally noticed the two larger beings moved ahead of all the other beings by about 20 yards, and then they vanished. The whole experience left him feeling strange and weak, and that's pretty much it to this account. What makes it unique, of course, is the age. Coming from 1806, we don't hear a lot of extraterrestrial accounts from then. However, most skeptics believe it was just an atmospheric optical mirage, like Fata Morgana, when temperature layers can bend and stack distant features or lights into tall segmented floating shapes that look like columns or people. It could easily be spotted as a bright white looking image glistening off the mountain, which fits this story. It could even be optical effects from moisture in the area, like mist or a thin cloud over the ridge, or a large flock of birds. But maybe it was an extraterrestrial encounter. One of the more famous mysteries we have looked at on our time at the channel is a case of unexplained phenomena called the Devil's Footprints. You know what I am referring to. It's that case from Devon, England in 1855, when residents awoke to find a trail of hoof-like marks in the snow that went potentially up to 100 miles. But what you might not know is, this was not the only case, as there have been others. One of the strangest of these was actually discovered in the early 20th century in New England. The weird tale actually begins in Croton-on-Hudson, or Croton for short, a small village located in New York's northern suburbs, when a man named Alfred Gardner would purchase one of the more beautiful estates in the area of this state in 1906, a place called Hessian Hill, a huge farm bordered by the Hudson River. But this story wouldn't become the mystery we know of today until 6 years later, when the publication New York Press would pen an interesting account. According to the article, on the east bank of the Hudson River, which ran by the property, mysterious footprints were found embedded into solid rock. They appeared at the bottom of a steep hill on the Gardner estate, where a huge boulder set shadow by trees. The rock, with its smooth surface, showed the imprints of human feet paced side by side, as if a barefoot man had walked down the hill and stood on the stone, while it was still soft. Each toe was clearly defined, and both feet were fairly large. Behind the footprints, all the way to the top of the rock, were weird indentations that sort of looked like a heavy chain that had fell into the soft earth. And if that wasn't bizarre enough, crossing the Hudson River and coming out on the opposite bank revealed the same footprints. Again, they appeared on stone, but this time they were turned toward the river, as if the man was traveling away from it due west. Measurements were taken on both set of prints, and they were confirmed to have been the same exact size. Of course, this led to tons of speculation, which ultimately led to folklore. One of the earliest to pop up was the prints were naturally the devil's, who, for some reason, was chained up in Connecticut, obviously the worst fate. But he had somehow escaped and fled to New York, dragging his chain behind him. Others tried to point to a more plausible scenario, yet still unlikely, that it was from a prehistoric man trying to escape a serpent, who jumped over the Hudson and landed on the other side. The newspaper would continue by stating that the stones were covered with lichens and a thick moss, except for the parts where the footprints were embedded. These areas, nothing would grow. Interestingly, the paper never notes when it was that these footprints were actually discovered, instead speaking of it as if it was a locally known fact. And there is at least one article from nearly 20 years prior, in 1895, in the New York Daily Tribune, in which it documents the Devil's Track, where the imprint of 2 human feet can be found on the rock. However, the mystery in this one is twofold. For one, we don't know exactly what created these prints, and that's because they have been lost. It's quite possible they were destroyed during the construction of a home. As far as what made them, that's a little bit more difficult to say, considering we have no pictures or sketches. However, most believe it's nothing more than natural geological features, or something that was caused by weathering. What is it with humanity's obsession with magical or special stones? There are many examples spread throughout different cultures and time periods, like the Philosopher's Stone, or the Stone of Destiny in Scotland. There are even cursed stones, like the one we are about to discuss, the Booya Stones. The Torres Strait is the body of water which separates northern Australia and southern New Guinea, and it's here where numerous small islands lay about, and the peoples living here are pretty unique, because although they are not the same people of the Aboriginal Australians, nor the people of New Guinea, they are related to both groups, and it's these people that allegedly were in possession of a sacred stone that was said to emit an intense bluish green or violet light, and its rays had the ability to penetrate rock, iron, and even ships. When directed at any living being, it would drive them insane, as well as revealing their organs. Where this story originates is unclear. What we do know is 3 of the stones were said to exist, and they were held by the priest on the island known as Zogola. When the first Christian missionaries arrived to the islands, they began to destroy the local shrines, and 2 of the stones were lost. However, one of them remained and was taken by the villagers and hidden in a deep cave known only to the priest. Once the British found out about this, they began to research the claims, but could never find it, although rumors among the men began to circulate, claiming the stones were linked to Easter Island. Which brings us back to the focus of this narrative, an article from the Canberra Times on December 10th, 1936, when writer Ion Idris would discuss the legend and at least 2 Australians that searched for the stone, men known simply as Rawlings and Musgrove, who believed finding the Booya would make them rich. Noting that the effects might be caused by radium, they would search the island's volcanic mountain, thinking it might hide the stone. After weeks of exploring, they came across a concealed crevice that went deep into the mountain. They would begin exploring it, marking their paths along the way with chalk. Once they got deep inside, Rawlings would spot a blue mist seeping from a rock high above. Climbing up to a hidden platform, they would enter a chamber bathed in bluish light. In front of them, a pillar of violet light would rise from a deep volcano shaft. The rays shined through and illuminated the stone roof. Rawlings, despite Musgrove's warning, moved ahead and touched the rays, which made his body transparent and revealed bones inside. His eyes then turned purple and he began to go insane, and he attacked Musgrove, causing him to flee, escaping Rawlings, who was now a glowing skeletal figure wearing only trousers. Rawlings then lost control and in a trance started climbing down towards the stone, disappearing. Musgrove, on the other hand, tried to escape but found rock now blocking the exit, although the local islanders did frantically dig him out, and they would warn Musgrove that pursuing the Booya would lead to destruction. Now, if this sounds like a totally fictional account, it is, at least mostly. See, Ion Idris was an accomplished fictional writer, authoring over 50 books between 1927 and 1969, not to mention several articles he contributed to newspapers. And while Musgrove and Rawlings don't exist, at least there's no verified records that they exist, that doesn't mean the whole thing is fiction, because what Idris typically would do is take local lore along with some real historical facts and then spin a narrative more palatable than scholarly articles. And while that account was fictional, the stone itself is traced back through the oral history of the islanders, and Idris claimed that some of what he had wrote came from the Zogola that still inhabited the islands at the time of the writing. He wasn't the only one either. Margaret Laurie would become famous for living at the islands between 1964 and 1973, where she developed a strong bond with the natives and collected their stories along with their histories, which led to the publication of her 1970 book, Myths and Legends of the Torres Strait, and the follow-up book, in 1972, Tales from Torres Strait. She would record a very similar story to the one that Idris had collected decades prior. However, the stone's shining violet rays is second-hand account, and neither author observed it. Likewise, the radium part was just something Idris suggested based on its description. But the mystery remains. What were the original stones? Does the one still exist? It seems very possible, considering so many of the native legends revolve around the story, and basically keep the same details. Still, most concede that the stone probably held more of a ritual or symbolic meaning than actually being capable of bursting rays of light. It's also worth pointing out, some minerals do look like they are glowing in low light, which maybe started the legend. July 22nd, 1629, in a frontier outpost in what is now Albuquerque, New Mexico, a man known as Friar Alonso de Benavides was awaiting the arrival of the man that would take his place as custodian of the Franciscans. He had been superior of the Franciscan missions of New Mexico since 1622, and it was their sole goal to try and convert as many natives as they could to Catholicism. He had served the faith well and was now ending his term, to be replaced by someone else who would continue the cause. That man's name was Friar Pereira, and he showed up to the remote outpost where the two men met and began to converse. Friar Alonso would give Friar Pereira the basic gist of the day-to-day operations, and they would begin the transition of duties. And it's here Friar Pereira would give Alonso a letter that had came from the Archbishop-elect of Mexico, and it was a curious report. According to this letter, a woman named Mary of Jesus of Agreda had made contact with a tribe of indigenous peoples in New Mexico called the Humanos and Tilos. What is odd about this, you might ask? Well, Mary was still living in Spain. See, she was actually the superior at a community of nuns back in Agreda, and since 1620, she had claimed she had been visiting New Spain via an ability called biolocation, something we have discussed on this channel before. Biolocation is the alleged psychic ability, or in this case, miraculous ability, to be in two different places at the same time. According to her, and witnesses that vouch for her, she would go into a trance and would be teleported, or she sometimes said, transported by the aids of the angels to settlements of these two tribes, who were in New Mexico. It's here at these settlements the Blue Nun, or as she would come to be known, the Lady in Blue, would minister to them, all the while never leaving the monastery. Interestingly, she gave very descriptive reports of New Mexico. During her prayers, she would go into her trance and see bronze-skinned men and women in the wilderness of what is now New Mexico and Texas. She would note they used jawbones and teeth of animals to fashion their weapons. Their food was primitive, and for light, they used wooden torches. She knew she had been sent to bring them the Word of God, and she would visit over 500 times in that 9-year period, using this spiritual teleportation. She was even able to speak to them in their own language, and she even healed the sick. As she began to gain converts, she urged them to contact the local Franciscan friars, where our man, Friar Alonso, was at, and asked them to construct new missions for other tribes. Safe to say, she had created quite a stir back in Spain, and if not for her close relationship with the king, she probably would have faced the wrath of the Spanish Inquisition. Now, the Archbishop had sent Alonso this letter, and in it, he wrote that he had not heard of a tribe called the Tilos, which Mary claimed to have visited, but he had heard of Tejas, which were on the far reaches of New Spain in what is now Texas. He assumed Tejas was the Tilos that she had visited, but the Humanos, that was an exact match, because there was a tribe known to be traders, farmers, and bison hunters called the Humanos who roamed New Mexico and Texas. Friar Alonso was dumbfounded by all of this news. He couldn't believe the story of Mary's alleged travels. Actually, they had never even heard of Mary of Agreda, but Friar Alonso had his own story that was going to shock Friar Pereira, because just recently, a delegation of 50 Indians and their chief had just set up camp nearby the mission, and their name was the Humano. The delegation had came 500 miles from the east, probably somewhere in Texas, and they had told the Spaniards that they had been visited by a woman who dressed in blue. She taught them about her faith, speaking in their own language, and had converted many of them. They told her they wanted to be baptized so they could live as Christians, so she urged them to go find the local missionaries. Even more interesting was Friar Alonso stated that the Humanos had been coming in increasing numbers to request missionaries since 1620, the first year of Mary's teleportation to the southwest. At the time, there wasn't enough friars, but this year, the Humanos had become convinced, more than ever, that the Franciscans could now fulfill the request. Then, another friar who had worked under Alonso, a man named Juan de Salas, stated that since 1626, the Indians had been telling him about the lady in blue, and since he had spoke several Native American languages, he probably didn't misunderstand them. However, he had blown off the stories from the Humanos, thinking they had probably heard about Christianity from other Native American tribes. But when the Spanish showed the natives a small painting of another nun from a convent who wore the same clothes as Mary, the natives stated that it did look like the woman in the portrait, except Mary was young and beautiful, which Mary was, unlike the woman in the painting. They also stated she had came to them from the sky. The Spanish knew they had to investigate further, and they traveled the long distance back to the village, where they met with many thankful Umano villagers who had already built crosses and altars, because the lady in blue had told them to. For several days, the friars baptized the Indians, and they taught them prayers and healed the sick. With this evidence, Alonso went back to Spain, where he would inform the king and the pope of the news, and would even meet with Mary herself. And Friar Alonso, after spending many months interviewing her, stated her detailed knowledge of New Mexico was legit. And that brings us to the mystery. What did the Umano tribe really see? Before we get to that, I do have to note that all of the people in this story were very real, even Mary, and she did cause quite a stir in her time. And it was also documented by the missionaries that had met the Umano that no group of Indians that the Spanish would ever meet knew as much about Christianity as the Umano. They were said to have been very knowledgeable about the scripture, so much so that it shocked the Spanish. But having said that, what about theories? Well, the first one is sort of a hybrid theory. The Umano were coming to the Spanish more and more and had been asking for baptism and to be taught Christianity. And meanwhile, Mary really was a mystic who claimed to have had these abilities, but the whole thing was just a coincidence, and neither were connected to the other. A lot of skeptics would even claim that the Umano's real drive in this was protection from the Apache, which once they converted to Christianity, the Spanish would be obligated to protect them. The part about the woman in blue may have came from the Umano traditions, but the friars, who were in need of more converts, just rode with the story of Mary, which influenced the king to keep funding their mission in the Southwest. Of course, this theory doesn't really explain how the Umano knew so much about Christianity, or how Mary had even heard of them. That's why so many believe this was a true miracle, that God had used Mary to reach the Umano and spread the word. But I'll let you tell me in the comment section below. (1991) A 35-year-old, Christopher Case, would leave his home in Seattle to go to a work conference being held in San Francisco. Chris had moved to Seattle from Raleigh, North Carolina, where he had previously worked as a radio broadcaster. I can only assume that this work conference was broadcaster related, since there is no official record. But on this trip, Chris would meet a woman that he seemed to get along with very well. They both seemed to love the same music and spent hours together talking. Things were going well, but the woman would begin to make sexual advances toward Chris, and Chris was not interested and politely declined. This enraged the unnamed woman, who would end up telling him that she was a witch and that she was going to put a curse on him, and that he would be dead within a week. This curse, well, it freaked Chris out. He would call his friends and vent and ask them for an opinion on what he should do. He even caught a friend who was allegedly a psychic. This friend would later tell investigators that he was a stable person and he did not believe in witchcraft or the occult prior to this incident. But more disturbingly, he had told her, "They're after me. I am very, very afraid, extremely afraid, that I could die from this." He went on to say he was afraid that the witch had been attacking him all night and cutting him. He said he had woke up with little cuts on the ends of his fingers, and on April 18th, one of Chris's friends would call the authorities in Seattle to ask for a wellness check to be done because she had not been able to get a hold of him and feared for his safety. And for context here, I'm not sure if this is the same friend that was the psychic or not, but I think it is. Anyways, she would end up telling the police about the whole story with the witch and the curse and how Chris was getting paranoid and terrified. Police would be dispatched to the apartment, and they would knock and no one answered, so they left. This actually happened a couple of times, but the last time they came, the door was now unlocked. It was actually discovered later that Chris was too scared to stay in the apartment and had went to spend the night at a hotel, which is why officers missed him on the first day. But now, they were in and found a very confusing scene. There were lines of salt all along the base of each wall in the apartment, as well as the porch. The salt, police speculated, was to ward off evil forces, as well as several crucifixes and a dozen burned down candles spread throughout the residence. Making their way to the bathroom, they would find Christopher Case deceased in the tub. His cause of death would eventually be ruled a heart attack, and because of that, it's largely been told that he scared himself to death. There's really only two theories in this one. Either the curse was real, or it wasn't. If it was real, how did the witch do it? Secondly, who was she? Or did the curse become a self-fulfilling prophecy? It was obvious that Chris pulled out all the stops to deter the curse. Did he stress himself to the point of a heart attack? When it comes to UFO sightings, one of the biggest issues has always been the eyewitness accounts themselves, which usually just come down to one person, sometimes two, but never any big crowds, except for this one. March 6th, 1982, the day of the Brazilian Championship game, would see the Pedro Pedrosian Stadium in Moreno pack up 25,000 spectators to the venue for a huge game for their home team, Operário, and the visiting opponent, Vasco da Gama. It was about 8:15 p.m., just a few minutes after the match had begun, when suddenly the eyes of the spectators were drawn from the field and up towards the sky, because it was there a fireball with a large beam of light appeared in the sky. The lights were intense and of various colors, consisting of blue, green, red, and yellow. Some would say they seen 2 objects, while others claimed to have seen 4. But one thing everyone agreed on was something was hovering above the stadium. Even the players and referees all stopped to observe it, just abruptly stopping the match, while the object just hovered there over the center of the field. One player would later describe it as looking like a wheel of fire with a very strong beam of light that went away at an incredible speed, although it was obvious it was not a plane, considering how quickly it vanished. As the whole thing took place within about 5 seconds, it was also completely silent, which might be why no one seen an engine or smoke. After the craft flew off, it increased its speed and altitude and disappeared. And then after the interruption, the game restarted and Operário won. But the mystery of what this was goes on to this day, with some ufologists dedicating themselves to this one incident, which has become simply known as the Flying Saucer Game. One of these men, Mario Hengel, was actually able to track down a journalist who had actually been there covering the game that night. He would tell Mario that the object appeared to be some kind of large fireball, similar to a comet, with a tail and small fireballs behind it. Over the decades, Mario would continue tracking down people who had been there. He soon found that the objects were at least 10 times bigger than a Boeing and many times faster, and it flew at a much higher altitude than airplanes. He also found witnesses who stated that a rain of flakes fell as it passed, while there were also reports of vegetation damage in the area, specifically tree leaves that had withered. In total, it's estimated that it was witnessed by at least 10,000 plus of the people that were at the game that day. Unfortunately, in all of Mario's research, he could not find one photograph or piece of film, because the objects had simply flown by so fast that no one had time to react, which is the same reason the referees did not actually pause the match, since again, it was fast. Now at first everyone obviously thought it had to be a meteor, but there was a problem with that. This meteor never hit the ground. Instead, it continued to fly in a straight path as if it had a pre-programmed destination. Interestingly, the Brazilian Air Force has never confirmed nor denied the incident, but that wasn't the only interesting part. See, the year prior, Mario had already documented reports of identical objects flying along the same route, right next to the stadium. Yet, that night, there was no game, or crowd, and only a few people seen it. The UFO, or whatever this was, didn't just appear over the game, or even in just Brazil. Similar objects were reported that same night at several South American cities. Today, the most skeptical take is that it was just an airliner, or even an Air Force jet. The stadium is nearby to commercial air installations, as well as military, and the whole thing could have been a secret project carried out by the government, maybe even a new jet they were working on. The second most likely theory is what people reported to have seen originally, a meteor, or hey, maybe it really was extraterrestrials. It was the summer of 1865, just a few months after the end of the United States Civil War, which obviously ended in a Union victory. And although most of the bloodshed had thankfully ended, the fighting was not completely finished. In fact, many Union soldiers would be used all over the country in different roles, such as guarding the railroads or even policing type duties. And that's where we find the star of this next mystery, a man named Caleb J. Todd from New Liberty, Illinois, who enlisted into the Union on February 7, 1865. His regiment had been spread out from Tullahoma, Tennessee towards Murfreesboro, where their main task was to guard the railroad which ran from Louisville, Nashville, and then towards Chattanooga. But Caleb, he was stationed in Murfreesboro, and his assigned task was a little bit different. Instead of being stationed along the rail line, he was put in town where he was to guard the headquarters of General Richard W. Johnson, who bunked in an oddly designed building shaped much like a cross or a plus sign. Caleb would go on to note that it stood 2 stories tall with an attic on top, with each level smaller than the one beneath, looking sort of like a Chinese pagoda, with porches that wrapped around the corners and circular railings around the front. Caleb must have found all of this strange, because in spite of its fancy design, the grounds were neglected and the entire place looked abandoned and decayed, which might be why Caleb would go on to document one of the strangest paranormal encounters we have yet discussed. Caleb and the men that he was stationed with would set up their camp underneath some broad branches of a large oak tree which stood slightly southwest of the house, and it didn't take long for things to get weird. It would actually happen on the first night he stood guard, because they would notice little strange disturbances throughout the night, like the sound that something was moving around nearby. The men didn't think much of it at first, because the soldiers who had previously been stationed here had given no warning about such sounds, and the men soon chalked it up to nothing more than their imagination, since they were in a brand new place they'd never been before. However, as the night wore on and the noises persisted, they were given the order to stay sharp and watch for intruders, and it was after that the men began to suspect there was something very, very wrong about this place. And soon, 5 of the young men began to investigate the entire grounds, and they came to the startling conclusion that a living, full-grown, able-bodied ghost was roaming the grounds. Even though these were men who had went to school and had an education that told them ghosts did not exist, they were convinced now that they did, or at the very least, one was here with them. These young men, who were craving adventure, or maybe were just bored, had a meeting which Caleb later called a war council, and they wanted a course of action on what to do. Soon that decision was made. They would lie in wait and get a clear look at it, follow it to its hiding place, then rush and surround it and capture it outright. So they waited, and sometime between 2 and 3 that morning, they heard it. It was a low rumbling sound coming from the attic, as if someone was pulling on heavy boots before starting his nightly rounds. It would proceed to stomp around like a drunk, stumbling over furniture before it eventually came downstairs, crashing from one step to the next. Once it hit the last one, the men heard what sounded like a heavy iron ball rolling across the wooden floor, and it rolled to every room, even rolling over the sleeping guards who were lying on the carpeted floors. And even stranger, when it rolled over someone, it left behind a narrow wet trail that soaked clothing to the skin and chilled the person to the bone. Tonight would be different though. As the men stood outside listening to all of this, they heard the noise approaching the front door, which was locked and closed. And yet this sound passed right through the door and came out onto the porch, into the bright moonlight. They could not believe what they were seeing. The intruder that had been making this noise for weeks turned out to be a large ball, one half of which was white as chalk and the other half black as pitch. The men stood there speechless and watched it drop from the doorway to the porch with a heavy thud that Caleb stated you could hear from 50 yards away. It then began rolling along, making the same metallic sound that they had been hearing all night. Along its path, it banged heavily into each post before coming to the front steps, where it then tumbled down one by one, rolling the full length of each step before dropping to the next, until it reached the ground less than 20 feet from where the men were hiding. It then struck each of the large posts at the base of the stairs, then rolled away around the house as if it was inspecting the grounds. The men, feeling a little bit fearful, decided to wait for its return instead of pursuing it. A few minutes later, they heard it coming from the opposite direction, this time headed towards the center of the grounds. The men gathered their courage and formed a line, then advanced towards it, keeping the house behind them to cut off this thing's escape. But when this ball-like object heard them, it panicked and leaped 6 feet into the air, where it landed about 7 feet away. It continued this hopping motion, each time landing with a heavy crashing sound, which only got louder as the men got closer. When they finally closed in on it, it leaped wildly several times, and just like that, completely vanished. The way it disappeared shook the men up, and now really made them feel this was of a supernatural origin. Over the next few weeks, the men would come together and make plans on how to finally capture this haunted ball, but every one of them failed. They would even ask older and wiser soldiers, which must have been interesting conversations. Yet, those guys had no idea either. Finally, the men decided they would just shoot it. However, there was a problem with this, because they would have to get permission from the army first, and that was not easy. It would take some time, but finally their requests were granted, and they would get ready that night to finally get this ball one way or the other. They would blacken their guns and remove everything shiny from their gear, which would allow them to hide better in the dark, and they waited. But just like everything else they tried, when the ball showed up, they would fire at it, and nothing happened. After a few nights, the army put a stop to the shooting, and the men were also mocked for chasing around the ghost. Caleb would record, however. They would move their camp from its path and would watch it every night, where it approached the large oak tree, which it then circled, entered a hollow space beneath the root, and remained there for about 5 minutes, making low thumping sounds, before it would ultimately emerge, then roll along the curved root as if it was trying to climb the tree, only to drop to the ground with a large crash and flee, doing this several times before returning to the home, and climbing the steps and going inside. Caleb would close his account by stating that he had contacted several townsfolk who all knew about the phenomenon, but refused to talk about it. Soon scientists and scholars of the day would even come to observe, and they could not explain it either. A couple of months later, the regiment was disbanded, and the place was completely abandoned and eventually torn down. So what to make of this bizarre story? Well, let's look at its origin first, which is a newspaper from California in 1896, nearly 30 years after the Civil War. And of course, it was sent via letter by Caleb Todd, the soldier from Illinois. And I have to point out right away, Caleb was a real person. In fact, he is buried in the National Cemetery in Los Angeles. And as far as theories go, well, the most likely is straight up hoax or prank. With bored soldiers standing around, it's quite possible they rigged up some rolling object and then soon spread ghost stories to freak out men who were already on edge, doing it at early hours and at a house that was unoccupied and a little bit creepy would have allowed it to be done fairly easily. And if there were a few smarter soldiers there with time to spare, they could have even built a weighted ball with internal bearings, maybe even put onto wires, which could be started in the attic and roll along the predictable route every night, sort of like the 19th century stage trickery. Although, if that was the case, once the house was torn down, proof would have been found. However, it's also possible that the men, who were probably sleep deprived and stressed from the war and post-war, misperceived mundane noises as a single coherent creature. This could be even more so if any of the men were suffering from post-traumatic syndrome. We have discussed on this channel before that when it comes to cryptids, the best ones are always animals we know existed at some point and are supposed to be extinct, or of animals showing up in locations they should never be at, which is the case of this next story. The account begins on May 10th of 1810 in a place called Innerdale, located in England, when a resident named Mr. Mossop spotted a very odd-looking dog. This dog would later be described by others as mongrel, being large and tiger-striped, while others stated he was a smooth-haired dog of a tawny mouse color with dark streaks reminiscent of a tiger. Some would describe it as being a mix between a mastiff and a greyhound, while at least one person, who was eventually knocked over by it, described it as being more lion-like. But why would the sighting of a rather large dog that had weird stripes create such a ruckus? Well, that goes back to the first sighting by Mr. Mossop. See, right after that, sheep from the local herders in the area began getting killed, and eaten, and obviously, this strange dog was suspected. But there was a catch. These attacks didn't seem to have been committed by an ordinary dog, as the sheep often had only their organs removed and eaten, while many times it was drained of blood while still alive, and many times only small portions were eaten, and the sheep was left behind crippled and mutilated, but alive. One gruesome case in particular, a farmer would find one sheep with its heart exposed and still beating. The attacks appeared sadistic, not purely for food. The creature struck mostly at night, hitting only occasionally during the day, and it slowly increased how many sheep it would kill in a night, hitting a max about 7 or 8. It never made any vocal sounds either. Residents, however, would often try to track the creature down with hounds, but they were never able to capture it, and, on at least one occasion, it seemed to wait on one of the hounds, only to bite and crush the dog's foreleg. They even tried to attract the animal using dogs and heat, which did not work, and obviously indicated that, hey, this wasn't a dog. Because of this, the animal was thought to be very intelligent, and it might observe human activity from high ground. It was also known to never attack the same flock on consecutive nights. By this point, the legend of the animal began to spread, and soon, it took on the nickname Worrying Dog of Innerdale, or just Girt Dog of Innerdale. Now, as papers were picking up the story, and it became more widely known in the valley, more people were on the lookout, especially since a hefty reward was offered. One man spotted the dog about 30 yards away as it was urinating on a thistle. He pulled up and shot at the creature, but the gun misfired. Finally, on September 12th, the dog was tracked down by more hunters, and one man was able to get a shot off, spraying it with pellets. The hunt continued for many miles down the river, where the creature dove in. The dog stopped pursuing it, and a hunter shot it from the bank, mortally wounding it. The creature was then hauled out and weighed, and it came to a little bit over 110 pounds. And just like that, the sheep killing ended, and the carcass was paraded around the area, and after all the locals seen it, it was stuffed and sent to be put on a display at a museum, but it eventually began to rot and was thrown away. In total, the animal killed about 350 sheep over a period of 4 months, or about 3 sheep per night. But the key question to this mystery, what was this dog-like creature? Well, it goes back to the beginning. This is not some fanciful type of creature. Instead, a very real animal, which went extinct in 1936, over a century after this story. And here's the catch. These animals weren't native to England, and I'm speaking of the thylacine, or more widely known as the Tasmanian tiger or Tasmanian wolf, native to, you guessed it, Tasmania, as well as Australia and New Guinea. So how does the Tasmanian tiger, in 1810, show up in England? The theory that cryptid enthusiasts suggest is the traveling circus, or menageries, which were the precursor to zoos, were known to carry what they described as tiger wolves, a description that fits the Tasmanian tiger, or Tasmanian wolf, and specifically, it fits the animal in our story. And at this time in England, import laws and animal control were almost non-existent. So could a circus or traveling zoo have brought the animal from England to Australia only for it to escape to the countryside? Well, they were known to prefer the softer organs of the prey that it killed, and also had a fondness for drinking blood. They too had distinctive dark stripes running from shoulders to tail. They could also grow up to 9 feet in length, so it seems very possible. In fact, most people that have researched this case, not just cryptozoologists, put the escaped thylacine as the most likely theory. Others suggest similar theories though, like a striped hyena, which were known to be transported across Europe for shows, and an escape wouldn't be impossible there either. While others suggest it was just a large feral dog, or maybe even a wolf-dog hybrid. Hey everybody, you know what time it is. It's time for the Small Mystery Roundup. If this is your first time to the channel, this is a segment where we look at mysteries where there's not a lot of info, or just don't fit in very well. First, we start with the 59th body at Lockerbie. December 21st, 1988, Pan Am Flight 103 took off from London, England, bound for New York. When 30 minutes or so into the flight, the plane would explode over Lockerbie, Scotland, killing everyone on board, plus 11 people on the ground. It was one of the deadliest acts of air terrorism at the time, until 9/11 that is. It was also pulled off with one of the largest, most complex schemes the FBI ever investigated. Eventually, two men were charged with the plot: Abdel Bassett Ali Al-Megra and Layman Khalifa Fima. The plot was traced back to the Libyan government, who formally accepted responsibility and agreed to pay the victims' families. However, it probably won't surprise you to learn that the deadliest terrorist attack in UK history is surrounded by conspiracies, from allegations of drug running to a mysterious white helicopter hovering above an orange tarp stretched across a field, concealing a large container, and inside that helicopter, a man leaned out the open door, gripping a machine gun as if he was standing guard. But our conspiracy revolves around the so-called 59th body. Upon seeing the crash on the news, a police surgeon named David Fieldhouse left his home immediately to begin helping in the recovery. Over the next day, he labeled and officially pronounced 59 people dead at the scene. When he went back the next day, his official report had been changed to 58 deaths. According to him, when he questioned his superiors about the change, he got no answer, and afterwards, the British government stole his notes and began an operation to smear him. This, of course, is all according to Fieldhouse himself, and it set off its own conspiracy. According to the theory, 2 loads of officials arrived at the scene the day after the crash, and many of these were plain-clothed Americans who wore no badge or had no obvious sign of who they were affiliated with. They unpacked their gear and mysteriously had one coffin with them, and one member of the parliament, a Scottish politician named Tam Dalio, would later hand over evidence which indicated that the Americans used this coffin to steal a body from the wreckage. However, who this was and why they did it, assuming it really did happen, is unknown. The physics of the Kyle Odom shooting. This one is a conspiracy theory revolving around the Kyle Odom shooting, or maybe I should say, revolving around the alleged physics of that shooting. If you're not familiar with the story, it's a very sad one, fraught with mental illness. On March 6, 2016, a trained Marine named Kyle Odom, who was obsessed with alien conspiracy theories, approached Pastor Tim Remington from behind and fired 6 shots into his back, and 1 into his head, before fleeing the scene. The reason he done this, well, he believed Pastor Remington was hiding shape-shifting extraterrestrials within his congregation. But crazily enough, Remington survived, unbeknownst to Odom, who, by this point, had mailed his manifesto to media outlets, telling people about the alien conspiracy to enslave humanity. He then boarded a flight to DC, where he began tossing flash drives over the White House fence, as well as his manifesto. He was arrested pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Remington was taken to a hospital where he underwent several hours of surgery and lived. And I guess the conspiracy theorists just don't believe it. 6 shots from a .45, 1 in the lungs, and 1 in the skull at point-blank range, and he still survived. Well, it does seem pretty unbelievable, although I don't know what the conspiracy would be in trying to fake it. However, there's at least one study on .45 caliber gunshots and their survival rates, and surprisingly, they found that 2 rounds to the body had a survival rate of about 71%, which obviously would be lowered with 6 gunshots. However, gunshots to the head only survive about 10% of the time, so maybe it was just a miracle and not a conspiracy. Lottie, 2013, in the tiny Bavarian village of Arsee, a vacationing family would be greeted with horror when, taking in the beautiful weather, their 8-year-old son would come limping towards them from the lake. It looked bad. The boy's heel was bleeding profusely. The terrified parents quickly grabbed him, jumped in the vehicle, and headed towards the emergency room. The doctors quickly discovered his Achilles tendon had been severed, and they pretty much assumed the boy had been swimming in the lake and cut himself on broken glass. However, this is when things took an interesting turn. They looked at the wound closer and realized this had not been caused by glass. In fact, this was an animal bite, and a severe one at that. But what kind of creature could be hiding in this quiet and relaxing bathing lake at the foot of the Alps, a well-known tourist attraction? Well, no one was sure, so the doctor sent off the pictures of the wound to Munich Zoological Institute, which came back with a surprising answer. The bite was that of an alligator snapping turtle, and if you're not aware, those are only native to America, begging the question, how did it end up here? Well, that was easily answered, and it's almost certain that this turtle, which now earned the nickname Lottie, was an exotic pet that was released into the wild after the owner could no longer deal with its unpredictable predatory inclinations. Soon after the incident, the family left, unsurprisingly, but soon the small village was overwhelmed with journalists as well as adventure seekers who were determined to catch the beast. The town, meanwhile, offered a reward of the equivalent of about $1,300 US for anyone who could capture it. Well, that led to nothing, and the town had no choice but to pay to have the lake drained, as well as putting out traps, all to catch Lottie alive. However, it didn't work, as there was no sign of the turtle. However, it's important to note here that not only has the turtle never been caught, it's never actually been visually verified, which has led some to question if it ever existed in the first place. And if it didn't, then what in the world injured that kid's foot? The Bacanado thing. It was a late night in June of 2000 in the town of Bacanado, Chile, when security guard Luis Alberto Calavar was on duty, and his dogs began to bark frantically. Luis jumped up, grabbed his flashlight and a knife and ran outside. He began looking for what his dogs were barking at, and there it was, in his light, something he could not believe. He spotted a dark greenish form that ran very quickly. It seemed to Luis that it was climbing up a palm tree. While he was standing there watching the entity, his arm was suddenly hit with a weird cold sensation, causing him to drop his knife. His dogs, meanwhile, just stood very still. Luis then began to feel the numbness all over his body, which freaked him out, and he ran back to his security post, with the dogs following him, shaking in fear. He would hide there the rest of the night, later on reporting the incident and describing the creature as having a gelatinous body as if it was without a solid bone structure, and that it moved like a kangaroo. Luis stated that it stood over 4 feet tall and had floppy ears as well as being covered in green hairs about 1.5 inches long. He would also note that when he first seen the creature, it was crouching behind a bush, and despite turning its body around, it never directly faced him. Now here's the odd part. Afterwards, Luis would go to see his doctor, who was stunned to see that Luis had somehow lost about 20 pounds, seemingly within a short amount of time after having this encounter, and the doctor had no explanation. Although, I have to point out here, there is a folklore/legend in South America about another creature that allegedly steals the fat of unsuspecting humans, so it's possible that this kinda got roped in with this encounter. Regardless, it would soon become known as the Bacanado thing, and there doesn't really seem to be an explanation, although it's most likely he just misidentified a known animal. Beijing giant rat. This one is a pretty obscure one, captured by the Web Archive, which gives an account from May 23, 1995, of 2 Chinese soldiers that allegedly captured a huge rat-like creature weighing 8 pounds that had paws like a cat and a tail as thick as a human's thumb. Allegedly, it was found by paramilitary armed police while on patrol on the outskirts of the capital. Now the problem with this account is, we just have so little information. First of all, it comes from a personal webpage that was hosted on the National Capital Free Net provider in Canada, which at the time offered dial-up internet, email, and web hosting. So many hobbyists would just make very primitive web pages. And since this person only stated that it had been reported by a Chinese news agency, we don't really have anything to go on, and I could not find any other articles about it. However, there are scattered reports from the mid-90s of unusually large rodents. In fact, in 1996, 1 year after this random account on this hobbyist page, the same news agency reported a 13-pound mouse that had been captured, but I could find no account of an 8-pound rat-like cryptid that the Chinese military captured. Flying car sightings. If you ever happen to look at old-timey predictions from the early 20th century, you will almost always see the flying automobiles that we're supposed to have now, and obviously don't. However, is it possible they once existed, or maybe just for 1 year at least? For some reason, in 1959, sightings of flying automobiles popped up all over the country, and it wasn't just an isolated thing. In fact, there were several reports, and on one occasion, a police representative of the Ohio Turnpike Patrol had to come out and tell citizens that these reports were just rumors. Thankfully, we do have a few of the more talked about accounts from that year. One involved a traveling salesman for a pharmaceutical company who reported seeing a driver step on the gas and the car began to fly a few feet off the ground as it passed a large truck, while a housewife in Pennsylvania would tell her husband that she had seen a car cruising along beside her with its tires off the ground by at least a foot. Her husband mocked her, of course, until at a neighborhood cookout that night, his best friend would tell the pair he had seen the same exact phenomenon himself, while a truck driver would tell a highway patrolman he had seen an automobile accelerate, rise several feet in the air, change its course in mid-air, land, and head in the opposite direction. He told the officer he did not take stimulants or any drugs either. Interestingly, although there are several accounts, the details are almost always the same. The vehicle was always one of two well-known models from 1959, and the car always took off and into the air when passing another vehicle, especially a big truck. However, there might be a simple answer. The most likely scenario is when these vehicles pass a large truck, they experience a suction caused by the disturbed air, and the car can be pulled laterally or even experience a sudden lift on one side. Not to mention, certain late 1950s models cars were boxy, high profile, and had light suspensions, which could make the whole car seem like it was being lifted, and a driver behind this might misinterpret what they're really seeing. Devon Rocket Man, 1990s. Taken from the book 40 Times It Happened to Me, we get a curious story from Devon, England. The woman that submitted the account, named Elaine, would recall that her and her husband were heading to a colleague's retirement party in the month of July, sometime in the late 90s. It was a warm summer evening as they sat with other guests chatting in the garden, when Elaine would happen to look up into the sky and see the dark shape of a figure of a man moving, upright, steadily, and silently across the sky, going east to west. She quickly looked at her husband, and he just looked at her and smiled, and nodded, acknowledging that he had seen it too. Amazingly, no other guest took notice, and Elaine began to wonder if this was something that just happened regularly enough that no one paid attention to it anymore. Once she left the party, she would of course talk to her husband about it, who also confirmed he had seen the same figure. It seemed to be wearing a backpack, yet had no obvious means of propulsion. There were no jets, wings, or a parachute. It just flew across the clear sky. They believed it was somewhere around 80 feet high. She also noted there was no balloon or any other debris in the area. Interestingly, her husband thought it was not mysterious at all, as he believed the military was just testing out a jetpack, although, again, neither of them saw any jet streams. As far as theories go, it was probably just pareidolia, and what the two really seen was an illusion. H.F. North's Teleportation, 1953. 1953, a school teacher in Wellington, New Zealand, named H.F. North, would walk out of his home early one morning, headed to class, when the next thing he knew, he was walking through the streets of London, England. He had no idea how he had gotten there, and was completely perplexed and scared, like anyone would be. He tried to find help by walking to the nearest police station, where he told them he wanted to go home and he had no idea why he was in London, and this was not a hoax. The police contacted a psychiatrist who concluded the man had somehow gotten complete amnesia and could not remember anything from the time he had left Wellington till the time he landed in London. Interestingly though, authorities could never actually trace his movements, and it was also noted that it's unsure how he could even afford the ticket to get there, since it seems unlikely a schoolteacher who randomly got amnesia on his way to class probably had no thoughts of carrying enough cash for a flight to London. So it leaves the question, who paid for the ticket? Well, what if nobody did, and he somehow instantly teleported, and his amnesia was the result of that? However, the skeptical theory is just amnesia. Satan's Bridge. This bridge, located in the town of Ruffin, North Carolina, which sits near the border of Virginia, has become famous regionally due to some of the paranormal or satanic things that have played out here. The bridge is officially known as Bury Hill Bridge because it sits on Bury Hill Road. However, locally, it is simply known as Satan's Bridge, and it's actually became an unofficial tourist attraction, especially for content creators who specialize in the paranormal or urban exploration. Unfortunately, I was not able to find like one big story that revolves around it. Instead, just smaller accounts, usually taken from Facebook, that seem more like folklore. The bridge is, however, covered all over with graffiti, and a lot of that graffiti is pentagrams, and allegedly it goes back to a time that I was not able to find, although I would guess 1980s, when a satanic cult would get together and sacrifice animals here, and then hang them from the bridge, while other people have claimed to see hooded figures in the forest nearby. There are also other accounts which state murders have taken place here, along with some people who have taken their own lives. However, I can find no official source which actually states that, only Facebook talk. Others claim that ghosts have also been spotted, specifically that of soldiers from the Revolutionary War, since the original bridge traces back to those days, and there was a nearby hospital which serviced General Nathaniel Greene's army in 1781. Lord's Abomination. This next one, we go to the web archive and look at a now defunct website called ghoststudy.com, where, like a lot of these old sites, users would submit photos to the admin who would then post and discuss them. This one takes a look at a photo allegedly taken sometime around 2008 in Lourdes, Belgium. According to the admin, he received the photo with the note that there was no digital alteration made, and he himself had gotten the photo from a friend, and they were trying to explain what was wrong with this woman's face. As you can see here, the photo seems to be of two women who are sitting on some slow-moving ride, maybe at a park or zoo or some kind of tourist attraction. The woman on the right is our mystery, because her face is obscured by a dark, uneven mass, although the woman's hair, neck, and clothing are clearly visible, leaving one with an unsettling feeling. The admin of the website will go on to suggest it was a possible supernatural occurrence, meaning unseen beings managed to mark her face in some way that was only observable by film. He also suggests some kind of crude makeshift mask, or even Photoshop. However, the most likely scenario is there was just damage to the negative, some kind of chemical stain or water damage, which could explain why the dark area doesn't look symmetrical like a precise mask would, and instead, it's somewhat rigid. Prince Philip's meeting with ethereal being Janus. In 2024, viewers were in for a treat when a new documentary was released called The King of UFOs, which takes a look at the British royal family's alleged interest in UFOs. There were many sort of surprising things discussed in this film, like the family's interest in crop circles, or the fact that Queen Elizabeth wanted access to the Vatican's secret archives to learn more about UFOs, or the one that King Charles owned a secret paranormal library to study UFOs, where he had a vast collection of files and books on the subject. But that isn't the one that everyone is talking about. In fact, that library that Charles has actually was inherited from his father, Prince Philip, whom was apparently obsessed with UFOs, and on one occasion, Prince Philip almost got to have a meeting with an alien named Janus. The story actually starts with Prince Philip's top 8 at the time, a man named Sir Peter Horsley, who apparently met this Janus in his flat in Chelsea in 1954. He would go on to claim that Janus had an ethereal, otherworldly quality and had the ability to read his mind and extract information about flying saucers. Now, of course, Sir Horsley knew that Prince Philip was big into UFOs, so he immediately went to tell him of the news and let him know that Janus wanted to meet him because he had a message to give him that the world needed saving, as Philip was a man of great vision. Although this Janus was only a 10-minute walk away, Philip would never meet him, in spite of the fact that this being knew so much about aliens and UFOs, or at least according to Horsley. Now you may be wondering why Philip, if he had such an interest, why he did not go meet with Janus. Well, I could not find an answer for that, but it seems like a lot of people think Janus was actually a Russian spy, and it's quite possible he was not allowed to go meet him. And that wraps up the small mystery roundup, but before we get back to the main mysteries, if you enjoy the content and would like to support the channel, please check out the Patreon or YouTube membership. The links are in the description below. Now, let's get back to it. In 1850, in a small village in the district of Lebes, Germany, our next incredibly bizarre mystery would take place. During this year, a stranger would be spotted wandering around aimlessly along the beach with a confused look on his face. And since this was a small area, townsfolk became alarmed and soon got into contact with authorities who come to speak to him. The man was Caucasian, and he spoke an odd and barely understandable dialect of German. When asked about this, he would try to convey he was speaking Abramian and Luxarian. It's then they would question where he was from. The man would tell them he was from Laxaria, a country on the continent of Sacria, which was on the northern part of the world, hundreds of miles from Europe. Jophar Vorin was his name, and he had went in search of his brother, who had been sent out to what they called the New World, and he then pointed at Europe on the map. And obviously, the authorities were stumped, so they asked the man to indicate on the map the path he had taken to get there, but he was unable to do this. However, he would reveal his race had considerable geographical knowledge about the 5 continents called Sacria, Aflar, Astar, Osler, and Upler. For those of you big into stories like this, you'll immediately recognize that it almost sounds identical to the tale of the man from Torred. In that story, a man arrived in Japan in 1954 with a passport issued by the nation of Torred, which didn't exist. But what about in this case? Well, the authorities here actually had no idea what to do, so they sent him to meet with scholars from Frankfurt, who concluded his story was not as crazy, and it was maybe even possible, so they wanted to send him to Berlin for further studies. Unfortunately, during the journey, he would have a hysterical fit and jump from the carriage, where he would then disappear into the woods and was never seen again, which leaves us with theories. Of course, one of the big ones has always been that this is some type of interdimensional being, and upon fleeing into the forest, he had a way to travel back to his dimension, which would explain why there was never another sign of him. Of course, many think it's just an older version of the Torred story. However, this one does have a more reliable source. According to a German newspaper from October 1851, the man did not jump out into the forest and vanish. Instead, he got sent to a Berlin workhouse, a place for people who could not support themselves financially and were offered accommodation and employment. And it's here he would tell others the same stories, as well as stories about him traveling inside giant birds and warfare that took place in the air. And it was also assumed that this so-called unknown language was really a Slavonic one, that he really just spoke backwards, giving us the most likely theory that he had some kind of mental disorder, or possibly even amnesia, from a very real shipwreck where he suffered head trauma. That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything. That is a famous quote almost everybody has heard, yet nobody knows where it came from. It is kind of like a reverse of the Mandela effect. The scene is from a movie or TV show, or something, that is often quoted. The first person asks, "What does it do?" And the second character replies, "That's the beauty of it. It doesn't do anything." Upon first hearing it, people will make the typical guesses: Back to the Future, The Big Lebowski, Office Space, etc., etc. And yet, all of these are wrong. Some people even take the other view that this quote doesn't come from any famous scene, yet that's most likely wrong too. It's currently one of the biggest cultural mysteries out there. So far, online sleuths have narrowed it down to 2 possible sources. One is from a TV show in the 60s called Burke's Law. In an episode called Who Killed 711, a detective questions a murder suspect and notes the man is building a curious machine. And when the detective asks him what it's for, he says, "Well, nothing. Nothing, I mean. That's the beauty of it. Every machine in the world does something, but not mine." Which is pretty close, but not the exact quote. A second possible source comes from a play called Apocalyptic Butterflies, which is about a relationship between a couple named Hank and Muriel Tater. In the play, Hank's father Dick, who is an eccentric character, shows up to Hank's house with a truckload of painted wooden butterflies. When Hank, who's obviously confused, asks what it is, his father replies, "It's a butterfly." Hank continues, "What does it do?" His father then says, "Doesn't do anything. That's the beauty of it," which is the correct wording, but flipped around from the mystery quote online sleuths are looking for. But this misses the larger picture. Just how many people have seen this play, or this TV show? Not enough for this quote to be so popular. As an aside, when I first read it, I kept seeing a car commercial, and I feel like for sure I heard it there. And that's not uncommon, because to the people that discuss this, they remember hearing this quote distinctively, yet just don't remember from what. UFO footage is notorious for being hit or miss, with people generally falling into one or two camps. There's the group that believes almost every UFO sighting is legit, versus the other group that doesn't believe in UFOs at all. When it comes to extraterrestrial beings, though, there are tons of stories, but very little in the way of photographs or videos, and in what does exist is almost always said to be a hoax. Most famously was that 1995 alien autopsy film, which garnered huge ratings, yet was debunked as a hoax pretty quickly. Which brings us to our mystery. Yes, even Canada had a fairly similar account to the alien autopsy that took place in the US. Although it happened in 1992, our story actually begins in 2008, when a YouTube channel going by the name E-Tranges Videos uploaded one clip which had a duration of 1 minute and 16 seconds, although an extended clip of 1 minute and 21 seconds would be uploaded again in 2013. The video seemed to document this alien corpse which had been found. In total, there were about 10 photographs. In the description, the uploader would tell a pretty long story of how he had came across these pictures, with the last update coming in 2020. He would recall back to the winter of 1992 when he was living in Montreal, and a friend of his roommate came to their apartment to show them some strange photos. These photos, as you see here, are supposed to be of an alien, which is seen laying lifeless. According to his friend, a man and a couple of his buddies were riding around on snowmobiles near Rivière Rouge when they happened to come across this strange thing laying in the field or wooded area. Now, to make this story even more convoluted right away, this friend who had the photos wasn't actually there. Instead, it had been his cousin who had been there to take these photos. Because after they discovered the body in the snow, he went home to get his camera, possibly a 35mm. In any event, they snapped off these photographs, and then at one point, they would pick the being up with a stick, as they were afraid to touch it for fear of getting an illness. They would hang the body across a cable they had tied to a tree, and then took another photograph. They reported that it had a strange smell, but it was totally frozen. Since it was late though, and they were a bit shook up, they decided to leave it there and come back in the next morning when there was more light and they could see it better. So they just left it, and then when they came back, they were shocked to see it was gone. Presumably, a coyote or other wild animal had taken it, although I don't know how they reached that conclusion. But why do we have a video of these old photographs? Turns out, the quick-thinking uploader had a video camera, and he didn't want to take a chance on these photos ending up being damaged or lost. So he would lay them out and then began to record them with his camera. And remember, this is an old-school early 90s camera, not a cell phone. At least, not for now. In the coming weeks, the guys who had snapped off the photographs, though, took them to a ufologist who lived in the area named Claude McDuff, who wrote The Trial of the Flying Saucers. Interestingly, he had told them it was not the first time he had seen a photo of this type of entity, but he advised them to keep it quiet or they would be made fun of relentlessly by the public. So they did just that. Meanwhile, our uploader would save his video and show it to only a few select people in his inner circle that were open-minded. He then sat on it for the next 16 years, when in October of 2008, he wanted a bigger audience to see it, and what better way than YouTube? He did not have a way to convert VHS to digital, so he did it in an easier way. He would take his cell phone and record the video that he had made on VHS all those years ago, so it's essentially a video of pictures. He would also leave an email address in the description for any investigator that wanted to offer and help crack the case. He said that there didn't seem to be much interest though, which was strange, considering the video would slowly climb up to nearly 500,000 views over the next 8 years. Now this whole story is already a little off and strange, but it doesn't end there. For one, the original channel that uploaded this clip eventually vanished without an explanation, although rumors online suggested that it was taken down by YouTube due to copyright infringement, which doesn't make a lot of sense, and I wasn't able to confirm that anyways. Likewise, 2 other channels that would go on to share the video would eventually have it removed as well. This would be followed in 2016 by a channel called Newbeat 2021, who would do an investigative and analytical video about the pictures, only for it to be deleted. However, in his video, he did point out certain things, like the details of the eyes, the neck, and the detailed musculature, particularly in the legs, which he claimed would be extremely hard to replicate, especially in the early 90s. The skin, too, showed what appeared to be peeling or blistering, suggesting it had been exposed to the cold for a while and maybe had frostbite or possible bruising. Not to mention, the face seemed to suggest that it was freshly deceased, something that would be difficult to mimic with a prop. There was also the nostril slits, which were filled with snow. In conclusion, he felt that whatever it was had not been faked. To add to the weirdness, on September 24th, 2016, another video was posted by the channel Conspiracy and Lie Nibiru, UFOs. And in this one, it shows the head of a small gray, very similar to the one filmed in Montreal, and not long after it was uploaded, the entire channel was removed from YouTube, while the original Montreal video would be uploaded again in 2020, and this time the description read that it had been uploaded to the dark web in 2017, which was obviously not the case since it was on YouTube in 2008. Anyway, that's pretty much it to this crazy mystery. At first glance, it looks laughable, I know, but there's actually quite a few ufologists and alien believers who think, well, it's a real body, and we'll get to that in a second, as it's quite interesting why. But first, let's take a look at the most plausible and mentioned theory. It was indeed a hoax. There's not much to explain here. It's kinda obvious. The story as a whole doesn't make sense. These people made the discovery of a lifetime, and then just ran off and left it there. The original uploader, too, doesn't even have access to these photos, and nobody knows where they are. Not to mention, he never shows on the video the actual VHS tape that it's supposed to be on, which could suggest that it was never recorded to VHS, and it could be a much more modern creation around 2008 when it was uploaded. Although, multiple people have pointed out that the clothing worn by the men in the photos does point to the early 90s, as well as that flashlight in the background, who some online posters claim is an early 90s model. There's also another huge issue with this story, and that's the chain of custody. The photos arrived to this uploader via a friend of his ex-roommate who wasn't even there, but was given the photos by a cousin that had been. That's insanely dubious. However, as I've mentioned, quite a few in the unexplained phenomena community believe this is legit, and let's start with the most obvious reason why. The anatomy is very detailed, as mentioned by several of the people who have studied it closely, not to mention the signs of frostbite, swelling, and skin slippage hints at a real post-mortem body. That would be difficult to pull off outside a Hollywood studio in 1992, which brings up the next question: why? This isn't like the 1995 alien autopsy video that debuted to huge ratings on Fox and made a ton of money. That was all shot professionally with the goal to make money. In the Montreal one, if it is a hoax, multiple people went through an excruciating amount of work and paid a lot of money for very little in return. If it was really created in 1992, it took nearly 20 years for it to get any attention, and even then, it's never been that huge of a video. It never really went viral. I can't imagine the money that it earned was more than it cost to make. It's those reasons that's left some to suggest a much darker theory, that yes, this is a real corpse, but it's not alien, and might just be human. One that was deformed, diseased, mummified, or mutilated. How it ended up here is anyone's guess, and how it vanished is equally perplexing. But the anatomy looks very human, and maybe that's why it has been yanked from YouTube multiple times. Of course, I'll close by suggesting the less likely scenario, that it was an art project or something made by a student. It just seems too elaborate for that. And finally, the real mystery here is if it was a hoax, why hasn't that person came forward? I mean, there are a few posts online that claim someone did come forward in the years past, but that seems to be a fabrication too. Also, who are the other people in the photo? Why have none of these people ever been identified or spoke out? See, that's the real mystery to me. Forget the photos, because personally, I just don't see it. But it's the strange story around the photos themselves that make this mystery totally baffling. July 25th, 1977, Lawndale, Illinois. A 10-year-old boy named Marlon Lowe was outside playing with other kids after enjoying a family cookout earlier in the evening. It was about 8 p.m., not quite dark yet, when all of a sudden, Marlon's mother, Ruth, heard an awful scream. A scream she knew to be her son. She quickly ran outside to see what was going on, and she could not believe her eyes. Her son was running from what appeared to be 2 massive birds, flying in a wingtip to wingtip formation, picking and clawing at his shoulders. The larger bird would even sink his claws into his shirt and began lifting the nearly 56-pound boy off the ground. Luckily, Ruth went into full mom mode and began attacking the bird, causing it to let go of Marlon after carrying him about 35 feet. The 2 birds then flew off into the night, and while the thing sounds completely made up, it happened, and was quite scary. Actually, it terrified Ruth enough to convince her to go to the police and let them know, in hopes they could spread the word to other parents just to be safe. However, the police laughed at her and basically kinda insinuated she made up the whole account. Regardless, they took her statement, and it's there she would give them a good description of the flying creature. She would write, "It had a white ring around its half-foot long neck. The rest of the body was very black. The bird's bill was 6 inches in length and hooked at the end. The claws on the feet were arranged with 3 front, 1 in the back. Each wing, less the body, was 4 feet at the very least. The entire length of the bird's body, from beak to tail feather, was approximately 4 1/2 feet. Obviously, the account by this point had started to spread around the small town, and it was soon picked up by the local newspaper, and as you can imagine, most of the town did not take it seriously. In fact, Marlon soon would become the joke of many students at school, earning the nickname Bird Boy, along with him having dead pigeons tossed onto the family porch. But what kind of bird was this exactly? I mean, it had to be pretty big to pack off a boy that size, and that, of course, takes us to the legendary cryptid known as the Thunderbird, the animal who traces its origin back to the original Native American tribes, especially Cahokia, whose vast tribe network near the Mississippi River and whose central location was only about 130 miles away from where this incident occurred. The earliest European explorers to the region would note that many cliff drawings documented the Thunderbird, although the Cahokia would later describe the creature as being more bird-like. Its earliest tellings claimed it was a hybrid-like reptile, which might be why some people claim this creature was a pterodactyl. Yup, in some cryptid theories, there is the belief that a tiny pterodactyl population survived and are spotted occasionally, although I have to point out, some people view the Thunderbird and pterodactyl as the same exact creature. In either case, Marlon's encounter wasn't the only one in the region. In fact, days after the account, several witnesses would come forward to newspapers around the state to report their own sightings. Some included birds that would fly off with farm animals like a pig. Yet, considering they came after Marlon's account, they were viewed with skepticism. Although, 3 days before Marlon's story, one farmer had done an interview with a paper where he documented seeing a bird larger than a turkey with about a 4-foot wingspan and dull gray feathers and a white neck, small beak, and a crest of feathers on its head. And if you want to go even further back, there was an incident in the 1940s in a town called Alton, about 130 miles away. An army colonel named Walter Sigmund reported seeing a bird of a tremendous size, so big at first, he thought it was a glider or an airplane. A few days later, several people claimed to have seen it, along with some smaller ones. Even flight instructors at a local airport stated that the largest bird of the group cast a shadow about the size of a small airplane, which goes along with the several other witnesses who estimated the birds were about the size of a small aircraft. Yet, they disappeared and were never seen again until Marlon's encounter. But if we leave the cryptid theories behind, what are the more plausible ones? Well, there is the possibility of it being a turkey vulture, which is nowhere as big, but with his mother Ruth panicking, could she have simply over-exaggerated the size? But that does leave the issue that vultures rarely attack live prey. There's also the rather small possibility that it could have been a condor whose wingspans can be bigger than 10 feet. Yet, the issue there is, these creatures are endangered and they live on the west coast, although it is possible someone was keeping one as an exotic pet, and it just happened to escape, or was released. Alright guys, it's that time again. It's time for the Small Mystery Roundup, where we take a look at mysteries where there's not a lot of information, or the mysteries just don't fit the format very well. First, we start with glowing Civil War wounds. The United States Civil War was a particularly brutal war, and in some ways, has left scars on the American psyche. Many times, wounded soldiers were left with one brutal option: amputation. When taking a shot to the leg or arm, the risk of the limb becoming gangrene was so severe that the soldiers would just have the appendage sawed off. But there is at least one occasion when something crazy happened, something you may say was a miracle. The Battle of Shiloh in 1862 was a devastating battle which saw the heavy losses for both the South and North, about 16,000 of these being wounded. But it's what happened on that night that would really mark a strange event in the Civil War, because as the soldiers hunkered down in the dark, they would look around at their injured comrades and see glowing wounds. That's right, these open and bleeding wounds emitted a greenish-blue light. In fact, all over the battlefield, there appeared to be human glow sticks laying around. That's not the only strange thing though. Because of the location, the mud and rain, and the sheer number of wounded, these men would lay there for 2 days waiting for medics. Yet, they survived, and both nights stared at their glowing wounds, which would soon earn the nickname Angel's Glow. And that's because the soldiers who had this glow seemed to heal much faster than the soldiers who did not have it. But what caused it? This would be a mystery for over a century, when in 2001, 2 high school students, Jonathan Curtis, along with Bill Martin and his mother, a microbiologist, went to the battlefield to investigate, and they would soon find what is the most plausible theory to this day: Photorhabdus luminescens, a bacteria which make their home within tiny parasitic worms in plants and soil. They glow a pale blue-green and also survive in cool, moist environments. They also vomit up bacteria to kill other microorganisms, so they don't have to share food sources. Basically, this bacteria that glows killed any harmful bacteria which might have infected wounds, but it had to take the exact right environmental conditions and right soil to make it happen, which is why it was such a rare event. Of course, without actually being able to study the wounds themselves, this will always just be a theory. Sunk by a sea monster. September 4th, 1879, the Norwegian ship Columbia, commanded by Captain L.C. Larsen, was en route from London to Quebec, intent on picking up some cargo. The ship was older, but was moving about 7 miles per hour when, at 10:30 a.m., bam, the ship experienced a sudden shock. Captain Larsen, along with the first mate, H. Peterson, ran out onto the deck to see what the ship had struck. Was it a rock? An iceberg? Well, what they seen was an even bigger surprise. All around the ship in the water was blood, along with a massive creature about 50 feet long that continued to thrash about. At first, the men reasonably assumed that it was a whale, but the back had an unusual curve, while its tail was enormous, and its fins did not seem to indicate a whale. However, they had little time to concentrate on it, because the collision had crushed several planks in the bow, creating a 4-foot wide hole, 3 feet below the waterline, and the ship began taking on water. They tried to block the flooding, but it was no use. Captain Larsen ordered the men to abandon ship, and 2 longboats were lowered, taking only the essential items, like the ship's logbook, navigation instruments, some clothing, and fresh water. About an hour and a half later, the Columbia sunk. Luckily for the crew, later that afternoon, the Dutch steamer SS Piekeland came up, as it had seen their distress signal earlier. Captain Larsen would tell the crew that they had encountered an unknown sea monster. As soon as the men reached back to shore and told their story, it spread like wildfire through the press, with claims that the men had seen some kind of large sea serpent. Of course, skeptics of the time, and now, claimed it was nothing more than a whale, probably a humpback or sperm whale. Yet the issue was, these were all veteran sailors who had seen many whales in their time on the seas, and they were all united in their belief that it was definitely not a whale, and that's a view they would keep for the rest of their lives. Lake voices and the terrified divers. This one refers to a common theme from accounts of deep sea divers who have claimed to have heard voices way beneath the waves, with many of them coming back to the top, babbling incoherently and obviously terrified, with even some accounts claiming that divers returned and told a story of hearing a voice that said, "If you fathom me, I will swallow you." These stories have been told as long as man has had the ability to actually do deep dives, although they have varied somewhat. For example, Lake Seefeld, now known as Wild Sea, a lake in Austria, has an account of divers hearing a voice that states, "If you sound the lake, I will engulf the entire city of Seefeld." However, the most likely theory for all these stories is nitrogen narcosis, also known as rapture of the deep. It's when increased partial pressures of nitrogen impair the brain, causing auditory and visual hallucinations, leaving many divers to suddenly feel like they are hearing or seeing things, and it will also elicit strong emotional reactions. Eastbourne Sewer Zombie, 2008. 2008, Eastbourne, East Sussex, England. A manager at the Southern Water Treatment Plant would get an odd request from one of his employees. It seems Mark Way, a sewage treatment worker, wanted permission to hire a paranormal investigator to look into the allegation that the sewers were haunted. According to Mark, many of the employees had become too frightened to do their job because they noticed upon entering the tunnel they were being followed by a humanoid figure. In fact, the paranormal investigator tasked with this job stated that it seemed to be one specific area of the tunnel that this always occurred, a place where the employees seen and felt things. He would go on to conclude that while he couldn't say for sure if it was truly haunted by spirits or because of the presence of strong electromagnetic fields, which can give the illusion of being haunted, that there was definitely an eerie sense of paranormal activity detected, and that many of the employees interviewed reported hearing muffled conversations following them around, as well as a laugh that seemed directed at the staff. However, the most likely theory on this one, poor air quality. The sewers can produce hydrogen sulfide, methane, carbon monoxide, and other gases that can cause dizziness, hallucinations, and the feeling of being watched. What Lovecraft saw in the swamp that night. This one is super obscure and comes from a 1995 edition of the Macon Telegraph, a newspaper publication in Georgia. In the section where letters to the paper are printed, came a note from a man who signed as Clifford Eddy. He would go on to write that his mother, Muriel Eddy, was an author, along with his father, Clifford Martin Eddy. Now his father is the main part of this mystery, because he was good friends with an author named H.P. Lovecraft, whom he co-authored some stories with. But the mystery that Clifford was writing into the paper about was an account where his father had gone with him. Apparently, him and H.P. Lovecraft, who was a night owl, would often walk at midnight through Chinatown, and one night in 1922 or 1923, him and Clifford decided to go out into the woods of what they called the Great Swamp of Chepachet, Rhode Island, because they had heard that it had been seen there. This it was supposedly a ghost or monster or something like that. Whether they actually seen it is debatable, but apparently neither man would ever talk about that night again for the rest of their lives, which has led to the question, what did Lovecraft see in the swamp that night? The Talking Tomcat. This one comes from a 1997 book called Strange But True, a collection of true stories from the Files of Fate magazine. The stories are from the readers of the magazine and offer first-hand accounts of unexplained phenomena, and this one came from a woman named Barbara Healy, who would tell of growing up in North Georgia, and at the age of 9, while waiting on a school bus one morning, a large yellow tomcat would walk right past her and sit on the porch. When she got home that evening, the cat was still sitting there in the same exact spot. She would go inside and get him some food, and would soon name him Tom. Now this was perfect timing, because she and her family were about to move to the country just a week later, and she would take Tom with her. She would go on to talk about how gentle he was, but was also very defensive, referencing when her and her mother would take night walks, Tom would go a few feet ahead of them, only stopping when they did. even following Barbara when she sleptwalked. She would bring up times that the cat would defend her from snakes, rats, and even one German shepherd. But the craziest moment was when she would hear strange noises, like voices, coming from the basement, and Tom would stand at the door growling, with his hair standing on end. Her father opened the door and the voices got louder. He would yell down that he had a gun, although he didn't. But Tom walked on around him, crouched, and growled into the dark as he made his way on down the stairs, stopping halfway down, and when he stopped, the voices did too. And then it happened. Tom's growling noises began to morph, and it sounded like he said, "Get out. No, I won't let you. No, I won't do it." This terrified her father, who was standing behind Tom, and he would call to him. But Tom turned around with green eyes glowing and claws out and jumped straight into her father's chest. He would scream and threw him to the side. The rest of the night, Tom slept in front of the basement door, guarding, but she did note the basement had a small room filled to the ceiling with soil, something she was always curious about. She would close the letter by stating that she had left 4 years later, and then her parents moved out, and they never seen Tom again, leaving the question as to if Tom really talked. Bigfoot is a giant sloth. Here we go again, another Bigfoot theory. Ground sloths were a very real animal that has long been extinct, maybe around 10,000 years ago or so. They were large, hairy ground-dwelling mammals kin to anteaters and tree sloths, and although they are extinct, they are also a cryptid, because some cryptozoologists claim that a tiny population of giant sloths still exist, and some of this is based on accounts by Native Americans. See, the Micmac people of Nova Scotia have a legend passed down from their ancestors to tell of a village that was once plagued by giant squirrels that destroyed their bark teepees, but their descriptions, large, furry, and feeding on bark and vegetation, and standing upright, is pretty similar to a giant sloth. The catch is, Micmac legends go no further back than 500 AD, suggesting that the giant sloth could have still been around at that time. While another tribe in the Yukon, the Northern Tutchwan, have a cryptid called Saitochin, a massive animal that feeds on beaver lodges. Modern-day research on this led to interviews with the Northern Tutchwan, and upon being shown a picture of the giant sloth, they identified it as the Saitochin. They would even make a claim that in the late 80s, this same creature visited, which led to the theory that giant sloths are still in the remote wilderness of the Yukon. Okay, so I had to explain that part before I could get to this crazy theory, which is these ground sloths could account for some Sasquatch sightings. I know, your mind is blown, but evidence for this theory goes back to the fact that ground sloths could stand upright, resemble bear-like humanoids, and could also have an overwhelming odor, which sounds a lot like Bigfoot. Of course, that whole theory is kinda disrespectful to Sasquatch. Alright guys, that's the end of the Small Mystery Roundup, but before we get back to the main program, I want to take a minute to do a plug. If you enjoy the content and would like to help support the channel, please check out the members link or Patreon link in the description below. Also, likes and subscriptions are very much appreciated. Now, let's get back to it. Imagine waking up one morning and going out for your day, only to walk by through your yard and discover a clearly defined piece of elongated soil which has been lifted from the earth and placed a short distance away. If you think it's impossible, then you might be surprised to learn that not only has it happened before, but its earliest documentation can be traced back as early as the 9th century, when the annals of the Kingdom of the Franks recorded that men found a piece of earth roughly 50 feet long, 13 feet wide, and nearly a foot thick that had been cut out and placed on the ground nearby. If you have happened to watch the West Coast series, you might remember we actually discussed this mystery previously, when it happened in the state of Washington and was referred to as the cookie cutter phenomenon. But it's in Norway and Sweden only that this weird anomaly actually has a name, and it's known as Jordskot, meaning ground shot. And as mentioned, the earliest documentation actually pops up around 822 AD, but it would actually be over 800 years later before it was actually researched, when in 1686, a Professor Andreas Strossander would send a letter to a man named Urban Hajarne, known as the father of Swedish geology, and he would tell him of an opportunity from the summer in which he was able to examine and sketch something bizarre. He would go on to say that at a farm in Weeby, he discovered a flat meadow of hard soil, a block of land that was about 10 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 1 foot thick, laying on the ground. Beside it was a pit from which it had been taken from. He found it strange because the turf was solid and hard, and it set even with the pit next to it, in which it fit perfectly. He also found it strange that the grass was face up and was still intact, and it had not been shoveled out, which made it more odd because it was so heavy that there was no way that someone lifted it, as he estimated that not even 12 men working together could have picked it up. However, the professor did notice a possible cause. He would mention that it was obvious to him that the culprit must have been steam that threw it out of the ground, because there were cracks in the ground around it, as if something had forced its way up, not to mention the small hose nearby, which he also believed was caused by the same steam. He would also note that the object was shaped like a coffin, wider at one end and more narrow at the other. Finally, closing the letter by stating that the cattle, upon seeing the ground, ran away frightened, and he wondered if it was a dark omen. Today, we still have the sketch of what Professor Andreas observed, but it wasn't just the professor who documented this account. In fact, it also shows up in a local parish register, although they list it as the grave. It adds new details, like a date, occurring on Christmas or Christmas Eve, and although the measurements recorded slightly different, that was no doubt due to the clergyman eyeballing it versus the professor actually measuring it. But it was what the clergyman also noted that added to this mystery. He wrote that sometime that morning there was a small noise, something like thunder or a slight earthquake, and not long after that, this so-called grave was discovered in the meadow. He also stated it was really heavy, and nearly 30 men could barely carry it. Now going back to Urban Hajarne for a second, the man known as the father of geology in Sweden, well, he would take these reports and send out requests to the country's other provinces looking for similar incidents, and he was surprised to learn that there had been at least 14 more. The biggest had came in 1598 and was about 43 feet long, while one of the more recent accounts had came some 9 years earlier in 1678, when a 7.5 foot long pit was found that was about the width of 2 coffins. But even crazier, it was almost 5 foot deep. The dirt was neatly cut out and set about 2 feet away. It would be 5 years after Hajarne started his research before he would hear of another instance of this occurring, when a church parish register would record that in the spring of 1691, a section of earth was lifted from the miller's field at its wettest spot and was carried about 27 feet to another location where it was set down intact. That piece of earth was about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot thick. Interestingly, this was not the record for the greatest instance moved, because Hajarne would record that there was at least one instance where dirt had been moved 33 feet, and also the soil is not always kept intact, as there are times when the ground is broken into 2 pieces or more, and they can even travel in different directions, as seen in Glamsthorpe in 1903. The account was recorded in a local paper, which stated that 2 large pieces of earth were uplifted, with the larger piece being placed about 16 feet away from the pit, and smaller fragments found about 59 feet away. The blocks themselves were 73 and 45 feet. The pit had a 49 feet long crack in the ground, and on the east side of the crack, the ground had been slightly risen by about 4 inches. The paper would record an update days later, when a woman and child claimed to have heard a strange sound like a roaring waterfall coming from where the pit was found. Another person recorded seeing flashes of what he thought was lightning, and thought he heard the sound of thunder. The 2 large pieces of earth weighed about 6,600 pounds. The theory at the time was that it was caused by an underground gas explosion, although that was eventually ruled out. One key clue in this phenomenon, though, is that practically all the cases come from the northern hemisphere, not only Sweden and Norway, but also England, Latvia, Japan, and the US, which suggests that the soil is freezing in the cold season, which means ice holds the block of earth together in one single piece instead of crumbling. So at least that part of the mystery is solved. But what is actually causing this? Believe it or not, most scholars today attribute it to lightning, because lightning strikes can fuse or vaporize soil and produce shocking effects, obviously, but most importantly, it can produce very localized, violent heating of water trapped in soil or rock sediment, which can then flash to steam and produce an explosive mechanical impulse. That also matches many of the cases where witnesses reported hearing thunder or seeing lightning before the pits are found. Another theory is one that was discussed early on, that of a gas explosion, something like peatland, a wet organic soil that can store methane, and a sudden ignition could cause very rapid gas release, creating an explosion. This is only backed up further by the fact that many of these instances recorded happened in bogs where peat is located. Finally, it could be related to cold temperatures, causing water inside the soil to freeze, which then forms flat layers of ice under the surface called ice lenses. And ice takes up more space than liquid, and as it grows, it pushes the soil above upward, lifting it out of the ground. However, none of these theories have been conclusively proven. If I ask you the trivia question, what is the average lifespan of a bat? What would you say? 10 years? 20 years? 30? Well, if you said any of these, you could be correct, considering that much of a bat's lifespan is determined by its size, type, and habitat. Heck, there's even some bats that have made it up to 40 years, which is simply forever in the terms of small mammals. But what if there was one that made it much longer, like over a century? Well, according to some, it is possible. Philip Henry Gosse was an English naturalist from the late 19th century who is known as the father of the aquarium, mainly because he created and stocked the world's first public aquarium, along with creating the word itself. But it's his book called Romance of Natural History that our next mysterious account comes from. It was actually the bestseller when it came out in the mid-1800s, and it's known to cryptozoologists around the world because it's one of the earliest publications that actually discusses cryptozoology, which didn't even have a name yet, because not only did Gosse discuss insects and extinct creatures, but he also discussed accounts of sea serpents, night attacks by wolves, combat with a kangaroo, and other bizarre animal stories. And that brings us back to the bats. Gosse would come across quite a few accounts about bats that not only lived for an abnormal amount of time, but also in unique conditions. For instance, he discovered an account from the vault of the Bishopbourne Church in Kent, England, where a bricklayer observed a large bat clinging to the wall. What made it interesting was that vault had been closed for 20 years, leaving the question, did this bat hibernate for that long? Well, there's an account even crazier, and it's the one this mystery revolves around. The report goes back to February 18th, 1854, and it's documented and witnessed by Reverend A.C. Smith of Yatesbury Rectory, near Caen in southwest England. He would note that while some repairs were being done to the pavement in the aisle of his church, that the masons needed to remove a few bricks from the solid wall of a nearby burial vault, and they wanted to place an iron bar that would support the heavy stone slab above. After removing a couple of bricks, they peeked inside to see several large coffins. One of the workers was curious and reached inside with a candle to read some names and dates. He would discover that the last coffin put inside was 1748, or 106 years ago. Now, about this same time, Reverend Smith was walking inside to observe their work, and just as he did, he seen the mason jump back, as he had obviously gotten spooked, because his hand had just brushed up against a bat hanging from the ceiling of the vault. The man then pointed the candlelight at the bat, which seemed to be in a halfway hibernation stage, and they reached up and took it out and gave it to Reverend Smith. He was a bit perplexed, so the men decided to just enter the vault and look around to try and find a crack or any kind of opening that would have allowed the bat to get inside. But after a long and thorough search, they discovered there wasn't even the slightest crack, not even wide enough to push a pin through. Reverend Smith would go on to note that the roof was a brick arch covered by large stones, and the walls were solid masonry with no signs of decay, as well as the vault itself was located near the center of the church. Because of this, he had no idea how the bat could have even gotten inside, not to mention considering it had been sealed shut for 106 years. they began to speculate that it must have gotten trapped inside when the last workers had been in there in 1748, and it went into hibernation. Reverend Smith still couldn't believe it though, and he would go digging through the church's archives, and he found there too that the last burial occurred in 1748, and it was indeed sealed shut afterwards. He still found it impossible to believe, and he began asking some of the church's oldest members, several elderly men in the parish that were at least 60 plus years of age, all confirmed that the vault had never been opened in their lifetime. Even crazier was a very old man, whose exact age is not given, but he was older than the men in their 60s, had actually been the church clerk at one time, and lived beside the church, and he too confirmed that in his life, the vault had remained sealed. The Reverend would also study the last coffin put inside, and that's when he noticed that the plate and nails were still bright, and it looked new, and because of that, he knew that if air had been getting into the vault all that time, these plates and nails would have begun to deteriorate. Because of all this, he had to concede that the vault had not been opened in over a century. So what about that bat? Well, the Reverend would hold on to it for over an hour before he took it home and placed it under an upside-down glass container so it could breathe. And by that time, the warmth from his hand already caused the bat to start moving around, and it began sniffing and trying to escape the glass enclosure. He would try to feed it little pieces of meat, cause, after 106 years, who wouldn't be hungry? But the bat refused to eat, and it would lay over on its side as if it was dying. The priest then decided to release it to see what would happen. He placed it on the grass inside the garden, which it clung to and shivered, and fluttered along the ground, before it finally was able to get up into the sky and fly away, although it would dip several times as if it was going to fall from the air, almost as if it had forgotten how to fly. Eventually, it disappeared behind some trees. Reverend Smith noted he regretted letting it go, since he knew it should have been studied more, and he himself was not knowledgeable about bats, but he detailed it as being a small size with very large ears. Specifically, he thought it was that of the long-eared bat. Now we also have to go back to Philip Henry Goss for a second, the man who wrote the book that this account comes from. After receiving the story from Reverend Smith, he would actually go to the church vault himself to inspect it, and he also could not find any crack or opening that even the smallest bat could fit through. But here's the problem with this whole account. Bats typically only hibernate for about 5 to 6 months, basically enough to get them through the winter. So, what to make of all this? Today, most biologists believe the likeliest scenario is a bat was able to squeeze into some undetected tiny gap, something like a drainage pipe or vent, and had been hibernating inside when it was discovered by the workers. These men, only having candlelight, could never fully see the vault to find any gaps which would have allowed the bat to come inside. If it wasn't that, the second most likely theory is the whole thing was a prank. It's quite possible that the bricklayers were trying to pull one over on the Reverend, and probably never expected the story to go any further than it did. But as the Reverend took the story and ran with it, they felt they couldn't come clean about the deception. Finally, is it possible that bats have the ability to have extremely prolonged hibernations, and scientists just haven't discovered that yet?